We've battled eldritch horrors and taken down all devouring voidlords in the war within, but for our teams, the real fight for survival is still ahead. Whoever comes out on top in Group B will become champions, but for any team that falls short, they will be eliminated from the competition. There's only 2 spots through to the global finals, and the fight for them starts now. I'm your host for the MDI Rookery, and I'm here with Tettles, Nagura, and Duratnos, and back by popular demand. We'll start things off by getting you all caught up yesterday on the action that happened with another Tettles Top 5 TM. Tettles, what place stood out to you from day 2?
All right, so if you skipped to day 2, well, you should have watched it, but we're going to be doing a little bit of a recap talking about my top 5 moments from day 2. And at number 5 here, we have Scaffolding. They had a little bit of a moment on last top 5 plays where Sir Braun Pike was kind of owning them. Unfortunately, yesterday in the 21 Priory, Sir Braun timed this key. Even with a partial wipe to Sir Braun Pike, Scaffolding finally was able to put points on the board for the 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame. There is a question as to whether or not they need to rerun it for time, but we'll see later today. At number 4, we have 07. Their end of the day, they had a situation in the Eco Dome Aldani. So on screen right here, we have the appearance of the Dune Crawler, that burrowing creeper. He's very rare. This is actually the first time that we've seen them this season of the MDI. He ends up wiping 07 very late into an Eco Dome Aldani 22, and that sets them up with only 15 minutes remaining in their day to be able to run that Eco Dome Aldani on the 22. They end up depleting it. Unfortunately, don't get points on the board. At number 3, Scaffolding, we have them timing a 21 Gambit with the 2 chest, and that brings them all the way up to 107 points, and they could actually jump all the way up to 109 points with the 23, firmly solidifying them as the number 2 placed team coming into today. They had a little bit of a rough start in day 1. How are they going to continue to play? And at number 2, we got Miscount. We have a world record in Gambit. They had the fastest Gambit 23, but that wasn't without challenges, as the beginning of this dungeon farmed them over and over and over again, where the title stomps from the Giants just kept slamming down. Every single time it felt like they were dying to something new, but their route was so quick that the moment that they finally made it through this first area of trash, they went deathless, and they were so fast that they ended up taking down the world record in the 23 Gambit. But that was not the only world record that they got from yesterday. And at number 1, we have Miscount getting the world record in the Eco Dome Aldani. They played very, very clean in this Eco Dome. They only ended up accumulating 1 death. Their route was a little bit different than what we saw from Holy Method last weekend. But at the end of this dungeon, they were 15 seconds faster than Holy Method were in this dungeon, allowing them to, get that world record tag in this dungeon and propel themselves to the top of the leaderboard. And they have been looking absolutely fantastic. We kind of talk about them as a contender to be able to win every single season's MDI. They have a little bit of struggles in the global finals, but they're showing up and showing why they are that number 2 seed, and they looked great.
They are looking so incredibly good. I mean, yes, I feel like every season we root for them. We're excited to see where they're going to go. But this season, it feels like they have decided they're going to go all the way to the top. So, well, we got to see a lot of plays. Missed count yesterday. I think they just stood out, like you highlighted, Tettles, because, man, some of those runs were so impressive. So we'll see if they can keep it up today. Now, of course, we can take a look at the leaderboards here so that you can all see how things shook out. And the top 2 spots on the leaderboard are what every team is striving to reach today if they want to make it through to the global finals, which I think they probably all do. Nagura, so what's your overview on where a team stands sort of coming into the finals and maybe what they need to achieve or have achieved?
Yeah, so looking at the score, right, I do think it's pretty clear to everyone that Miscount probably has the highest chance of making it into the global finals with their 111 score coming into today. And then, of course, they still have 1 more dungeon that they can push up as well. Now, I think the biggest contender is going to be the second spot, right? It's going to be between Scaffolding 07 and Coin Flip. Now, Coin Flip is 1 point behind to 07 and 2 points behind to Scaffolding, but with only 1 dungeon being announced today, the teams have so much time to push keys and to do the highest key levels, and we know that Scaffolding kind of struggled a little bit to get their highest keys done. They really excel at those 2 chests and those lower key levels, but as soon as they have to realize those points and do the highest keys, they have struggled a little bit. 07, on the other hand, usually did well. They struggled a bit, as we just saw in the replay, in that Eco Dome Aldani, but generally they seem to be pretty consistent, and Coin Flip also seem pretty consistent in the highest keys they've done. So I honestly think that anything can happen today, and that even though Scaffolding is looking pretty good, especially with that +2 on the 21 Gambit, I think with only that 1 dungeon being announced today, 07 and Coin Flip can easily also make it to the top 2 as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you love seeing how close it can be, especially when people are vying for that second place. And I think all three of those teams have really specific strengths. We see that come through. Scaffolding like really built up meticulously yesterday. But O7, they've got prolific players that were flexing all kinds of specs. And now, of course, today they will be able to play some of the ones that they hopefully have strategized for having as well. And yeah, I mean, Muka, the coin flip, I honestly think is one of those ones where it's just like, we keep waiting to see with the coin flip, what's going to happen. Are they going to just suddenly leap up? They definitely have the potential. So I think, like you pointed out, Nagura, there's a lot to look forward to with all three of those teams. Now, of course, like we mentioned, Specs and for the variety rule are going to play a role today. So we had it playing a role day 1, day 2, and for anybody who might have missed this, we had an update to the spec variety rule this season. So much like last season, spec tallies are done per team throughout the weekend, but this time around, those did not reset between days. So the teams had to cumulatively keep an spec tallies are done per team throughout the weekend, but this time around, those did not reset between days. So the teams had to cumulatively keep an eye on everything, as each day the top 2 specs that were the most played were restricted from play, and like we mentioned, those tallies carried over. So today is the day where all of the bans are in effect, and they hopefully have the meta comps or the comps that they prefer that they're going to be able to run in these dungeons. So Dratnos, from what we've seen, what are some of the various approaches that Group A and B have taken, and what can C learn from the spec variety rule?
Yeah, there's actually been a pretty similar strategy between most of our top teams in both Groups A and B. We're usually on Friday a tank and a good but slightly off-meta DPS spec, often the MM Hunter or the Unholy DK, which, you know, the BM Hunter and the Frost DK are kind of the meta specs this season, but you can very easily slot in the MM or the Unholy into that same slot, and it works out pretty much just as well, and then you can get that restricted instead on Friday. And then on Saturday, usually it's in the Resto Shaman. In fact, today, we've seen all of our teams have had their Resto Shaman restricted on Saturday, and then usually another one from that sort of category of either another off-meta tank or those MM Hunters, those Unholy DKs, really eating a lot of bans. We do also get to see some comfort picks, though, coming in from some of our players, right? It's a great opportunity for people to flex a different spec, and I want to point out that over just the MDI so far, we're not even halfway through, right? We've seen 24 of the game's 39 specs in the competition, so a pretty successful spec variety rule from that perspective.
Hey, I love it. I mean, it's great to see them showcased and to see what the teams are able to accomplish with them. But of course, we had a peek there at the actual bans that will be going into effect for Group B. So with some of these approaches, with Group B's approach as well, Tuttles, you know, we kind of theorized about the bans that would be happening, but today, obviously, we have the hard data. We know what's happening with it. So, Tuttles, what does it look like for our team specifically today with what they've banned? Do you think that it's worked out for everyone?
I think so far, yeah. I mean, it appeared as if it was going to be working out for everyone. The only spec that I see on this board that looks like something that could potentially have been used in like a high-level dungeon is Coin Flip Muko Healing. What are they doing with the Havoc Demon Hunter ban? Beyond that, yeah, kind of like Dratno said, where they set it up to where a tank, a healer, and then 2 miscellaneous DPS that they didn't expect to play in those high-level keys ended up getting banned. The DPS compositions that seem to be super meta are things that involve a Frost Death Knight and a Beast Mastery Hunter. Then it's either Ellie Shaman or Havoc Demon Hunter as that third slot is what we've been seeing so far with a Resto Druid and a Protection Warrior. All the teams have most of those pieces unlocked except for Coin Flip Muko Healing, which ended up banning out the Protection Warrior and the Havoc Demon Hunter.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it seems like everybody was able to finagle what they needed mostly, right? Especially as we come in. We've had eliminations day 1 and day 2, but the teams we have remaining, I think, have a lot available to them. So hopefully they're able to accomplish what they're setting out to do, and all of that planning will pay off today. But they're going to have to put that to the test in our dungeons, and we have been doing a 3-2-1 reveal for these. So the first day, 3 dungeons are put into the pool. The second day, we get 2 more, and today, you've got it, we get 1 additional one in the pool. Now, our teams knew these a week in advance, but we reveal them live for the suspense, and also because it kind of changes things day to day, how these get added into the pool and what challenges you might have ahead. So we'll take a look at today's reveal, but Nagura, what are you thinking about the last one added in here for Group B?
Yeah, so we have Halls of Atonement here, of course, starting with 1 key level higher as well, like we saw last weekend. Now, Halls of Atonement is an interesting one because we saw it last week as well, and it looked like a lot of the teams were spending a decent amount of time in halls, but it didn't seem like one of those keys where teams tried to go super high key levels, right? It wasn't something like a Gambit or something like an Ecodome where we saw the 23s. So yeah, I wonder if it's going to be different this weekend, because it is the last dungeon that is getting revealed. And generally, I don't know, like, I'm excited for halls, especially for the early area, like before the first boss, because we've seen teams have quite a few different strategies. Some teams went left, some teams went right. So we'll see if there's like one strategy that everyone now adapted to, or if we still have differences between the teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different approach on some of these, right? And I think some of them we've kind of anticipated this season, either because of changes or the way they've come back. Maybe there's different routes, maybe there's routes that we still haven't discovered. And then there's just some teams like Miscount that are blasting through them at speeds. We're trying to figure out what is even buying them all of that time. But all of our teams are going to be trying to buy as much time as they can, as we already see folks heading into Halls of Atonement. We are going to be saying goodbye to Tuttles on the desk, so Tuttles, we'll see you in a little bit.
Goodbye.
And Dratnos, we'll let you take us in here for Group B finals. The action starts now.
No surprise to see all of our teams stepping into the Halls of Atonement, as this is the new dungeon today, starting off at Keystone level 19, and right off the bat we are going to see all of our teams practically identical, the same composition and the exact same strategy here, running left and grabbing this Shard of Halkias. Of course, that spec variety rule led to a huge amount of different specs over the last couple of days, with the entire point being to preserve this comp to today, although right off the bat we are going to see a death coming out for Scaffolding. This is the team that I think is the biggest question mark today. If they play like they did at their best yesterday and the day before, I think they'll be one of our two teams out of this group. But if they play like they did at their worst, they might end up in fourth.
Yeah, I agree. I think Scaffolding, as you said, like they have these like really crazy routes. They're two-chesting certain keys, like the 21 Gambit and also the 19 Priory we saw as well. But then they really like sometimes struggle on those highest key levels, right? They just really struggle with this execution sometimes and the consistency. So yeah, they potentially super high for them, but the other teams might just pass them if they struggle and they have consistency issues that we didn't see as much from 07 and Coinflip. But yeah, it looks like all of the teams are going to the left side first here. So it looks like there's no right side strategy that has kind of crystallized itself throughout the week here, that the teams had time to think about this route here and also look at what Team A has been doing. So everyone seems to be doing something very, very similar here so far.
Yeah, this pathing is actually basically identical between all of our teams, which is pretty exciting because that means that we get to just see them all doing the same route at the same time, and we'll get to kind of directly compare all four of our teams. Right now, of course, too early in the dungeon for anything to have gone super differently for any of them. That one death for Scaffolding, the kind of only mistake that has happened, although even that didn't cost them a B-res.
Yeah, I was thinking as well that they don't need to reset here, right? Especially with the release and not having the B-res used. Now, when it comes to, I guess, the two-chesting, as soon as you go to the, 19 key level, you wonder, is it even possible to two-chest in some of these dungeons? But I do think for the Halls of Atonement, it should be possible. I'm actually going to double-check to see what happened last week. Because I think it was announced on the first day for Group A, which means it was a 17 key initially.
Yeah, I remember seeing it either on the first day or... Yeah, it was definitely early in the dungeon that they had it in Group A, but for us, right here as our final day dungeon, I'm also curious about how they'll decide to attack this, just the day as well. We do have an update, though, about our bans, our spec variety rule. We had an error on the graphic. Coinflip aren't breaking any rules. They in fact, did not have Prot Warrior banned. They had Unholy DK and Guardian banned on the first day, so they're all good. Everything is all good. All of our teams do have access to this full composition.
Yeah, so Muku Healing not having that disadvantage. Very good to see them being able to play that comp as well, which I'm not sure if we'll see it. I mean, obviously we will see it in most dungeons, but I think there's some variety. If we see the streets again, for example, we might see the Arcane Mage. And, of course, Elemental Shaman is also something that we've seen in something like Gambit as well. So we won't see the exact same comp in all of the dungeons, but we will see a very similar comp now that the teams made sure to ban the off-meta specs for them. Shu does go down here for Scaffolding as they are gathering up another Houndmaster pool here. These can be super dangerous. The Houndmasters, they cast Shoot, which just does a lot of damage on higher key levels. And even on these lower, like 19s, if you get multiple shots from the Houndmasters at the same time, and there's like maybe any other damage spell that is going off, like a Wicked Bolt going through or something like that, then it can be super dangerous.
Yeah, it's a scary section of the dungeon. Although, I'm curious, what do you actually think is the hardest part of Halls of Atonement this season? Is it this section?
Yeah, I was thinking about this earlier as I was talking about this dungeon, and I kind of think that most teams ended up actually wiping here. So I'm kind of assuming
I think it probably
seems
is
like the most dangerous part. Yeah, the only other thing that I was thinking was maybe after Halkias, when you do some of those pulls between Halkias and Echelon, like those are also somewhat difficult.
Yeah, the pull onto Echelon as well can be scary, depending on how that goes. That's a boss that I think is probably the hardest boss in here, but I don't think it's as hard as the hardest trash pulls. That's a common theme in High Mythic Plus, right? Is there's sort of a ceiling on how hard a boss fight can usually be, unless you pull a bunch of trash onto it. But the trash pulls themselves can just get so scary when you're pulling. Like, look at this pull the Scaffolding are doing right now. There's so many enemies involved in this.
And the difficulty scaling for trash pulls is basically infinite, as long as there's no like hard barrier stopping you from pulling more. These teams will figure out on how to make these pulls bigger. But yeah, you can see, obviously we have the Halkias here channeling the AoE that is unavoidable on everyone, plus all of these Houndmaster shoots. And then of course you have to control the Houndmaster Laura Beast cast as well. Looks like there's no more casters left here that they have to interrupt and deal with. Oh wait, there's one collector actually that they have to deal with a little bit, but that one is not too bad. But yeah, I think when it comes to the difficulty of this dungeon, yeah, maybe the first part is more difficult, but it's not as big of a like difficulty difference throughout the dungeon as something like Arakara, where we keep saying, oh, the first part is like super hard up until Avanox, and then it gets a lot easier. I think for this dungeon, yeah, there's like some more difficult parts than others, but I think this dungeon is pretty difficult throughout, and you can wipe almost anywhere except maybe in the last boss. I think that one is usually fine for these teams.
No way you could wipe on that boss. Yeah. It is weird. That boss does actually have a little bit of an intricacy to it, where if you don't intercept the beams properly, and it's a pretty precise spot that you want to stand if you're trying to intercept two of them. But we do have Miscount being our first team to actually engage in boss combat here, and that should really go to show. It's not like they have a different path here. They're just faster. But all of our teams are at pretty much the same enemy forces count. But yeah, Miscount just in boss combat way ahead of the competition. And this team has just looked so good across the weekend so far. I mean, you can see it on their scorecard. 4 world record tagged runs, which, we saw that last weekend with Holy Method, but Miscount, this is a lot of the same dungeons, which means they're faster than Holy Method in these dungeons with the exact same gear. There is a little bit of a benefit of going second. You have longer to practice, and you have the ability to steal the best strategies that you see from Holy Method, but with the way Miscount have been playing, I mean, a lot of their strategies have really been their own. I think this is just a team that, in previous MDIs, we've sort of saw them as maybe on the barrier between a tier 2 and a tier 1 team, right? Where, like, can they win? Can they compete for a win? It would probably be a victory for them, even if they lose a close one at the end, right? Now I feel like with this Miscount, anything short of winning the MDI will be a disappointment for this team with how well they're playing.
I 100% agree, actually. Miscount is having an incredible performance, like, every day as well, right? They barely had any resets, they barely had any struggles throughout the whole weekend. And today, again, the first dungeon they're doing, still on 0 deaths, and just showing how incredibly fast they are. And this is, as I said, like, really where you see how fast they are, because you have all of the teams in the same dungeon, basically doing the exact same route as well, have the same comp even, and Miscount is just quite a lot faster. So I don't know what they're doing. Gotta check their programs and everything, because I don't know, like somehow they're pressing their buttons better, or they're just more efficient with like smaller things that are just adding up. But yeah, this is just absolutely crazy. The boss is about to go down for them, even as the Halkias is down to 10%, and the other teams. It's interesting, though, if you look at the right side of the screen, you can see how close they are to each other, though. Yes, Miscount is pretty far ahead, but Scaffolding 07 and Cointlet Muko, they're all so close to each other.
Yeah, exactly. Very fun to watch these teams, and that's going to be the thing. We sort of have 3 storylines going for today. The first one is, it's really just Miscount versus themselves, right? And Miscount versus the ghosts of Holy Method. Whether they'll be able to end the day, for instance, with 6 world record tags across 6 dungeons. That's something that, it's sort of what they're angling for at this point. unless something goes catastrophically wrong for them, that first place spot, or at least a top 2 spot for them, is practically, it's not guaranteed, but if they keep playing this way, they will achieve that. So that's one fun storyline that we get to watch. Another is sort of the second place race between what looks on paper to be Scaffolding versus 07, right? Where both of those teams are really strong. We sort of have the two competing strengths of Scaffolding blasting a lot of these +2 chests. We do have a death coming out for a missed count. It's just going to be a release spirit, though. Hopefully they're able to stabilize this pull. Most of the enemies are dead, so it's not going to cost them too much. But yeah, the second place chase between Scaffolding and 07. And then we have Coin Flip, the wild card, the dark horse. They're coming in only a couple of points behind, right? Only 1 point behind 07, only 2 points behind Scaffolding. Maybe they have a little bit more of a disadvantage looking at their timers, looking across the dungeons, but they are very close to those two teams. We've talked a lot about, what's the case where 07 beats Scaffolding, where Scaffolding beats 07? But you got to remember, those two teams are also competing against Coin Flip, and Coin Flip are not planning to make it easy here.
Yeah, definitely going to be super interesting to see what is going to go on this final day of Group B here, to see who's going to make it to the global finals. But yeah, Miscount having a little bit of a problem here, as that pull that they just did after Halkias, that seemed incredibly scary with the ankle biters and all of these reavers, plus an obliterator that they had pulled here. Just so much damage coming through onto the group. If they're replicating this pull on the higher key levels as well, it can get incredibly scary. We'll see if they're doing that on the higher levels as well, or if this is just a 19 special and they're going to slow it down or change it a little bit in the higher keys. But Kira already on his way to trigger the boss, as they're going to pull that trash that they still have left over here into Echelon, and also use that Bloodlust as well. They're going to have to deal. The Groundskeeper is not going to really do much, but the Obliterator, of course, will have to be interrupted, which can be a little bit scary if you also have to deal with these stone feats from the boss as well, that also have to somehow be gathered up and killed with the boss abilities as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary boss fight as well. You got to watch out for these bolts as well, randomly taking people out. Not the villainous bolts, but the wicked bolts that are coming out from that depraved obliterator. Really have to keep that mob under control. Has been killed now, so the main danger, I would say, is over on this boss, with the trash all being dead for missed count. That lust now falling off for them as well. So they're probably angling to, I think, when we talk about these dungeons, Miscount really impressively have been able to put up some +3 chests in some keys that I didn't think were possible to do a +3 in. This dungeon, it looks like +2 is certainly going to be the ceiling, even at this +19 key level. There's 7 minutes left for them, and 3 bosses, still 2.5 bosses that they have to chew through. That's just going to take a little bit too much time. So I think our teams here are playing maybe for the 2 chest versus the missing the 2 chest, which I think all of our teams are probably still on pace right now for that 2 chest. You can sort of see those 3 storylines I talked about, right? Miscount, the boss is almost dead. Scaffolding and 07, basically at the same percentage as each other. And then Coin Flip have just pulled the boss.
Yeah, very cool to see. Scaffolding does have those 2 deaths on the board, which hopefully is not going to be a problem for them later on. But again, that's also just something that speaks to our storyline, because we did say how Scaffolding struggles a little bit with just that execution, right? Like, they have the routes, they have the strategy, but the execution sometimes just not quite there. But right now it definitely still looks like they are within that 2 chest range. And yeah, if all of the teams end up 2 chesting this, right, then looking a little bit into the future, it's going to be a +21 afterwards, which I guess you're going to 1 chest, and then you do the +22, which is something we've seen last week from all of the teams, but we haven't seen a 23. So that means they technically only have to run this dungeon 3 times in total, if each run goes perfectly, right? And then there's a lot of time left in the day for them to do some higher keys. For Miscount in particular, that's going to be interesting, because all of the keys they have left to do are pretty high key levels that might or might not be possible for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know that some of our teams have easier stuff than a 23 halls on their board, but Miscount don't have a lot. Like, 23 streets is maybe an option with their timer, but we'll have to see if 23 halls is possible as well. I wonder if they're as fast in this dungeon as they were in the others.
Yeah, definitely going to be very interesting to see, as they are dealing with this pack right now. This is also one of the more difficult pulls of this dungeon. The one immediately following Echelon, because you just have to deal with the double Hound Masters, and a Reaver as well, but it looks like Miscount didn't have an issue there whatsoever. In fact, they're even gathering up the rest of this pool. As soon as the Houndmasters were dead, they are dragging this into the next boss. Okay, so very interesting. So just making sure those Houndmasters are dead and then moving it into the second boss here immediately. This is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive coming out from Miscount. This strategy, I mean, I don't think that the 3 chests is on the table, but this is the kind of thing where if they can execute this in the higher key, it's going to save them some time in the 22 and potentially the 23 that may be possible in this dungeon. We don't know. 23 would be, nobody else has done it ever. I don't know if Miscount can do it. I don't know even if they can do it, if they will do it today as well, because they might identify by the time they get to that decision point that they are safe enough in first place that they don't want to reveal any more information to their global finals opponents.
Yeah, so if they would actually have that happen, like if they you know what, doesn't make any more sense to do any hierarchy levels, even if they are able to, if they actually stop playing at some point, what do they have to do to make up for the lack of content that they're showing us?
Yeah,
like for us viewers, I feel like they should make up for this somehow.
Yeah, I feel like they should get in on one of the keys with some off-meta specs, right? Like, you're allowed to do that still. Anything that's not been banned, they could go in and do some runs. There's no rules against that, I think. So if there are,
so replay the highest key levels on an off-meta spec.
Exactly, yeah.
I like it.
Great little content for the fans. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, again, we're a little presumptuous to assume that the day is going to go that way for them as well. There's still a lot of dungeons ahead of them, but the big strength for Miscount is that they are so far ahead in the 5 dungeons that are already on the board, right? Those world record tags they already have, and then the one dungeon where they don't have one, they are still alarmingly fast, that Streets, so team is looking so good. Meanwhile, we have 07 working their way on the Adjudicator. You can see they're actually a little bit slower than Scaffolding on paper, but they only have the 1 death compared to the 2 for Scaffolding. I think that the difference between the 2 teams is less than the 15 seconds, the 15 seconds are going to be the decider right now. If the dungeon were to end, it would actually be 07 that are a little bit faster. It doesn't really matter, as long as they end up on the same side of the +2 timer. It doesn't change anything, but it is interesting to get a sort of early comparison for how they're playing today.
Definitely true. We are seeing everyone kind of dealing with the same boss here. Of course, it's going to be Miscount finishing off the boss first, and then I guess the next point is going to be how they're dealing with the mini boss, right? I don't assume that there's going to be any super strange or crazy strategies coming out. Usually we've seen teams just kind of focus the mini boss while dragging it along to the different kinds of souls, but mainly just passively cleaving them down and focusing just on the mini boss, and also using some sort of previous wound effect or just generally decreasing the healing that mini boss does. We've seen some teams actually save their bloodlust for it, which on the 19 key level, it looks like it's not going to be happening for any of the teams, right? Since it's still on a 5-minute cooldown. But maybe on the higher key levels, if the bloodlust cooldown works out a little bit differently for the teams.
Yeah, could be. It's one of those things where as the key level goes up, things do change about your strategy sometimes, right? Things do adjust. So the timings that might have worked out, they do shift around a little bit. I'm sure that these teams have planned for it, but you sometimes get the reverse of it, where teams are using their +22 strategy and then it doesn't port down into the 19 quite as well, and that leads to messed up, not even necessarily bloodlust timing, because that one's pretty obvious to be able to track, right? But even just little timings of, oh man, this pack died so quickly that I don't have Breath of Syndragosa on pull on this next pack. It is something to look out for, and it's one of the hidden difficulties of MDI. When we first started doing this format, the teams that practiced even a little bit of the lower level keys really benefited, right? The teams that were able to actually 2 or 3 chest the builder keys. Since then, that's become very known that's an important part of the strategy. But even still, especially with the spec variety rule, you can tell the difference between a team that has allocated the correct amount of time to figuring out how to do the +17, +18, +19 builder section of the day as efficiently as possible. And I think Miscount have definitely looked very solid on that front, but 07 also looked quite good there. I would say Scaffolding has been the second best team, though, at that. Scaffolding has been really solid in some of those builder keys.
Yeah, I do agree. And yeah, thinking back, Vikman dropping really low.
Wow, that was
to recover.
very sketchy.
But yeah, what I wanted to say is that I think you're right. Like the first time around we had this format, it was such a insane difference between some of the teams. Some teams really didn't practice the lower key levels at all and just practiced the high key levels, and then they ended up one chesting and two chesting the low keys, while some of the other teams had three chests back to back, right? While actually playing different routes and playing different comps even sometimes for the lower key levels. But yeah, nothing like that happening anymore, as all the teams are used to this nowadays. We can see now Scaffolding also engaging the last boss, as well as Miscount already fighting Lord Chamberlain with some of these manifestations that are still up from the mini-boss here. 07 now also managed to reach the boss, and it looks like all teams, except maybe Coinflip and Muko, we're gonna have to see when they reach the boss, but so far, at least 07, Miscount, and Scaffolding are still within that 2-chest timer for sure.
Yeah, timer definitely still looking at playable for all of our teams. A little bit of a shame for Miscount, because they've been solidly fast in this dungeon, but their reward is only going to be 2-chesting by an extra little bit. Scaffolding have really accelerated here at the end of the run, too. They've almost caught up to Miscount in dungeon pacing, which is extremely impressive. You can see there at 70% on the boss. Here comes the lust for Scaffolding. That's going to be huge for destroying the boss from 66%, where this Ritual of Woe cast will happen. You can see Miscount still not at that lust yet, nor are 07. But yeah, Scaffolding did a really good job of just hitting that lust on cooldown so they can get back to it as quickly as possible here.
Yeah, and of course the most dangerous part of this boss fight is just going to be that Ritual of Woe, that intermission basically, where all of these statues come in. One of the difficulty is that initial burst AoE that happens whenever the statues are thrown out again. But of course, since it's only that one instance of damage, it is pretty huge. You can just save most of your defensives for those, and then as long as you press those buttons, they're going to be safe. And then they also have to make sure they're soaking the beams going to the statues. But because you can soak two with one person, usually it's just the tank and one more player that has a lot of defensives available that can soak it. You can see it coming out right there for Scaffolding, and you can see them positioning themselves as well to soak those beams. And the other players that don't intend on soaking, they're also just going to stand there just in case one of the beams does go through, that they would be catching it before it reaches this pillar, which would probably be one of the only ways you can wipe on this boss.
Yeah, even one tick of that is fine, right? It's like, if it just starts free channeling on you, then you're going to be in a little bit more trouble. But yeah, it's an interesting mechanic. I quite like the little nuance of standing in that tiny spot, although maybe that's just a little bit of Shadowlands nostalgia. We are going to see this dungeon ending in just a couple of seconds here for our first place team. It is going to be Miscount over on that little right-hand side that you can see. They're going to finish the dungeon early. And there it goes, dungeon over. Scaffolding will be our next team to get this dungeon done. 8% on the boss and falling. They do have 2 deaths, whereas all of our other teams actually on the 1 death. So 15 extra seconds of penalty for Scaffolding. I was saying earlier that 07 were within 15 seconds of them. That is no longer the case. Scaffolding have really accelerated at the end of this dungeon, so even with that extra death, they are going to be our second fastest total time here in the Halls of Atonement, coming in just under that 23-minute mark. 07, the lust is still rolling for them, so they are melting this boss, but it is going to be a tiny fraction slower than their competitors in Scaffolding and Miscount. There goes the boss, 12% and dropping. Lust is about to expire. The cooldowns have run out here as well for 07, so the damage is going to slow in just a moment. They should be able to get over the finish line without wasting too much more time in this dungeon. Still comfortably ahead of that 2-chest timer. 2 minutes to spare even before that would have gone away. So still a great result for 07, unlocking that plus 21 in this dungeon. And that leaves just one team still in here, and they are also not far behind. It's Coinflip. They have 2 minutes before that 2-chest, and they are going to also be on the good side of this one. So all of our teams having basically the exact same start to their day. Wow, that's really setting us up for a close finish in our MDI Group B.
Yeah, that is very cool to see. You can see Coinflip Muko now down to 9% as well on the boss. And looking at the kill time of the boss, they actually are really fast. I just took a little bit of a look for O7. It took them like 3 minutes and a little bit more than 30 seconds to finish off the boss. And it looks like Coinflip Muko Healing is actually going to be able to beat that boss kill timer at least compared to O7. So nice boss damage there at the very end to catch up a little bit. And yeah, there we have some boss splits and the kill timers from all of the teams coming through. Of course, Miscount having that 21:58. So like half a minute faster than Scaffolding here. But I do think like, because all of the teams did 2 chests, and it wasn't like particularly like so much under the timer that we would see a 2 chest on a 21, right? I'm assuming that all of the teams are just going to be getting that 1 chest on a 21. But all of the teams look good, right? So I think this is going to be very interesting. The question is just, can all of the teams one-shot the 21? Because this is a key level that can easily wipe you with any kind of mistakes that you're doing. We saw all of the teams have at least 1 death earlier in the first run in the 19, and if the same thing happens on a 21, maybe it's not gonna work out so nicely for them. Maybe they cannot recover that death. So we'll see if they can do the 21s here.
Yeah, and it's not even the deaths, right? We saw those moments where players were dropping below 20% health, right? Like, that, if that happens to you in the 19, in theory, you would have died in the 21. So hopefully our teams have sorted this out. A little bit of a warm-up / practice key in that 19. As we are going to see all of them now jumping down. Same pathing for all of our teams in the 21 as they used in the 19, which should come as no surprise, I think, to most of us that they are using basically the same idea here. First death does come out for Scaffolding. It's an auto attack on Krona. That's going to be the B-Res this time. They're not going to use the Release Spirit, so a little bit of a safety net that's going to be gone for this team.
Yeah, so thankfully it was like a very start of the pool, so I'm assuming that Krona didn't necessarily use anything like too big here yet, and a meta was also not available since that was used in the first pool, of course. So it looks like they were able to recover pretty easily, and Krona, looking at the damage meter, also was able to contribute quite normally to the damage as he usually would. And then, of course, they also need Krona to help with all of the interrupts that needs to be done on a pool like this. Having the Halkias here, and on top of that, having to deal with all of these Obliterator casts, plus the groundskeepers running away, potentially pulling something as well. And, of course, also the Dark Blades that they have to deal with. So, yeah, not too easy. But the Halkias, the Shard, is dropping lower for them. It is not dying as fast as I would like it to die, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower than one might have liked, for sure. But still going okay for them. As another death, we're going to see this time it is for O7. Vikman going down. It's the auto attack, so the same cause of death as for Scaffolding, but from a slightly different enemy. This time around, O7 are going to be able to recover it without using that B-Res, so they'll at least still have that resource available to them going deeper in this dungeon. And Miscount and Coinflip, both still on 0 deaths, so we'll see which mob decides to auto attack which player for those groups.
So far, so good. O7 just now actually engaging the Shard here. So the one that Scaffolding was fighting for a decent amount of time, at least according to me. They are now engaging it as well. So not pulling it immediately, slowing it down a little bit in comparison to Scaffolding. Honestly, it could have been because Vikman died, and they obviously had to wait for him to come back, as he dies again to a shoot here from a Houndmaster. This time around, they have to commit the Battle Rush because that Shard of Halkias is already engaged with the group, and they're going to have to be able to recover this as the Loyal Beast cast also goes through, and Andy's going to be in a little bit of trouble here, as these Gargants are all enraged.
Yeah, they're enraged, and they're immune to crowd control here. Andy using that shield wall, but that's about to fall off now. Still has another charge of it if he needs it here. I think he might. That Gorgon is
Double
so
Soothe,
big.
I guess.
All right, looks like we're going to be okay. Wow. Impressive recovery from 07, but so on the one hand, it's good they were able to recover that. On the other hand, it's very bad that happened still, right? Like that's indicative of maybe a little bit of slipping of the strategy for them.
Yeah, it's definitely not great. I talked about, at least from what I've seen from 07 the last 2 days, was that they were, in my opinion, pretty consistent in the highest key levels. Yeah, they missed some of the 2 chests, and in my opinion, they weren't as great in the lower key levels compared to what Scaffolding and Miscount showed. But on the high key levels, they seemed pretty consistent. But now, seeing some of these early mistakes here, maybe not so much anymore. Thankfully, the timer should still be fine for them. Obviously, that's why they also continue. They do think that those 2 deaths are not going to be the end of it. But yeah, any more problems here is probably going to be a town portal for them, because they're also out of battle rests, and generally just going to be hard to recover when you're ramping up those deaths.
Yeah, we assume that teams are no longer playing for a +2 here, which it kind of means that this timer might actually be a little bit more generous than... Sometimes there's this weird phenomenon in the MDI where the timer gets a little bit harder as you go down a key level, because now you're trying to 2-chest when you previously weren't. I don't think that's necessarily true between, say, 19 and 21, but maybe between, like, 20 and 21, that would be true in this dungeon, right? Where maybe in the 20 it's actually harder because you're trying to 2-chest, whereas here, just completing the dungeon in time is all they're going for, and... They should have enough wiggle room built into their route that, 2 deaths, even one that cost them a B-res, isn't going to be the end of the world. It just means that they now can't afford any further mistakes, at least until that B-res comes off cooldown.
Yeah, definitely true. As Miscount are finishing off this trash back here that they were dealing with the shard. So they're going to be going to that first boss, to Halkias, in just a moment. And we saw that Miscount and also all of the other teams are actually engaging those collectors that are going to be resetting once Halkias actually does spawn. So they have to watch out a little bit for aggro, because they reset, and when they spawn again, the tank needs to make sure to re-aggro them, basically, because all of the aggro table has been reset. But the coin flip Muko healing. Oh no, we talked about the melee deaths. That is exactly what happened here. As we did have some cast going through. It looks like it was a Loyal Beast cast going through, and just generally things not going too well for them. But it looked like it wasn't a tank that died first. I'm not sure if you saw what happened, but...
Yeah, I'm putting it in the melee deaths column. That counts. We'll take those. That was as predicted, as 07 actually sustaining another death. That's going to be their 3rd of the dungeon run. They're going to have somebody run back for this one. That's not good news for 07. Scaffolding actually looking very solid in here. Even though they had the first death, they've kept it to just the 1 death in this run, and it is Miscount who are the only team now to remain flawless in this 21. They're already on Halkias. I mean, they just look like absolute machines in here.
They really are. I can't overstate just how well Miscount is playing this weekend. This is just an incredible showing. And again, up to these 0 deaths, they did end up pulling the Obliterators into Halkias. And we also know they're going to be pulling more trash even into the boss as well once the casters go down here. So they just continue to just execute this very amazingly. In the meantime, Scaffolding, though, as you said, also doing really well, as they are pulling some of these Guardians and Collectors and everything onto Halkias here. So this early moment is going to be a little bit difficult for them to execute. Thankfully, we do have speed on the Hunter, and of course the respective Hunters of all of the other groups, making sure they are kind of baiting the puddles outside. And Pillow, also the Resto Druid, is moving out whenever he's not in cat form, trying to get as much damage onto the boss as possible.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of this making sure... I mean, you can see the way that they play this boss. It just is so precise. Look at all that ground that they've baited towards the back edge of the room here. And now after the boss comes out of this, they'll probably be in position to bait again or do a big move potentially, as they now have some of that unfortunate, unpreventable shattered glass in melee. Before they take too big of a move, though, Lazelle's going to make sure to drop 1 more of those puddles by the wall. And now they're going to be able to start taking the boss on a little bit of an adventure, leaving all of that ground behind them.
So nice. I remember when this boss came out first. So, like, the tanks didn't quite really... It's not that they didn't understand how the boss worked, but they didn't quite understand that they also have to look out for the other people in the group.
Right.
So sometimes tanks would just, like, leap away from the boss, and people were falling behind, getting feared, being outside of the circle. But, of course, that's not going to be happening for Scaffolding here, as they slowly but surely just shuffle towards that next trash bag, and they have now engaged it as well, as again they are dealing with 1 Obliterator, so just have to make sure they actually it's 2, I believe, so they have to drop 2 of those casters, making sure those Wicked Bolts don't go through. And other than that, they just of course have to continue dealing with the same boss mechanics as they've been dealing with so far, so not too big of a problem for them as long as they move out of the area of denial as much as possible before those beams come through.
Yeah, last weekend we actually did see some tanks leaping really far away to grab some trash during this. Of course, you do get feared if you're outside the circle, but warriors do have Berserker Rage. This path, though, from Scaffolding, it's a little bit different. It doesn't involve going into... They've already grabbed, I think, the set of groundskeepers that people were doing that with last weekend, so slightly different pathing between our weekends. And this next heave debris, aided in melee, they'll be able to start taking Halkias now towards the exit. That's also another... I don't want to say it's an MDI instinct, because I think that any good dungeon runner does develop this instinct over time, where you just want to make sure that as a boss is getting low... Oh, and actually you can see Zell is going to go grab those groundkeepers. So yeah, there it is, the Berserker Rage leap, and then we're going to grab those groundskeepers. I couldn't see them when the camera was looking over there earlier, but they were indeed still there. So here come those last 4 groundskeepers. And yeah, as I was saying, this instinct that you build up to just take the boss to the exit as it's dying, because that's where you're going to want to be when the boss dies. You may as well save yourself that walking time.
Yeah, I think a lot of optimizing with just general movement throughout the dungeon has happened somewhat late throughout like the MDI history, I feel like, and also just for high key pushing. I think a lot of people just generally always, like, it was always obvious that you should be efficient with your damage, you should be efficient with the mobs that you're killing. Like, all of that is pretty obvious to people, right? But the whole backtracking and just generally wasting quite a lot of time moving between pools, that is something that I feel like teams took quite a long time to figure out, but now they're definitely very, very good at it. Scaffolding now, though, engaging this pool here, that is the first one after Halkias, that most teams are saving Bloodlust for. Miscount did already execute it, but this can be incredibly dangerous as you have those reavers, those casters, and the ankle biters just doing so much damage. These ankle biters have to die instantly, as fast as you can possibly finish them, because they're just stacking up this bleed that does so much damage. You can see they also have a lot of dwarf players, making sure they use that dwarf racial to get rid of a high stack of that bleed.
Yeah, dwarf has become by far the most dominant, race to be played in the MDI. The only people that you see not playing it are the people who can't, which is the demon hunter and the druid, right? The resto druid. But basically everybody else always will play it, because in the situations in the past where you would want Shadow Meld, you can use the Shadow Meld potion. Typically that only comes up once per dungeon, but you can get value out of Dwarf Racial usually 2 or 3 times in a dungeon, if not more, depending on the dungeon.
Yeah, 100%. Really nice to see all of those Dwarf Racials being used here, as now Miscount, though, already on that second boss. Again, still pulling all of those Obliterators and the Dark Blades into the boss. So this early part here is going to be very dangerous. They need to make sure they're executing it properly, controlling all of the mobs, and also positioning, I think, is something that I feel like on this boss in particular, a lot of pucks don't really understand how important it is to actually bait the pedals properly, because I think the pedals are never so much that you would run out of space completely, right? So a lot of people don't worry about it too much. But when it comes to gathering of the ads, and when it comes to the amount of space you need to actually place the circles properly to finish off the Stone Fiends, then that can be very dangerous if you place pedals in a wrong spot. So Miscount, making sure they're moving the boss around and making sure that these pedals are all kind of in a spot where it's not going to be bothering anyone.
Yeah, you actually bring up a really interesting point, because I feel like there's this category of mechanic where it's sort of important, but it's probably not going to wipe you. And those mechanics, people tend to be a lot worse at than the mechanics that will definitely wipe you, right? If there's something where it's like, if you mess this up, right? Think about the last boss in Halls of Atonement. A lot of people know how to soak those beams, because if you don't, it's going to wipe you, right? But actually placing those puddles, a lot less important, which means that it's an area that's kind of under-optimized, especially if you don't want to spend the time thinking about it. You don't have to. But of course, our MDI teams, especially teams like Miscount, this season, their focus has been on making sure that if there's something that you can think about, they think about it, right? They actively think about all of these different things that matter in the dungeon during their practice time, even if it means they get less dungeon attempts per hour. That's been an adjustment that they've made this season. And I want to say, I think after this season, I think a lot of teams are going to start trying to do that more, because clearly it's given them, or something has given them just a burst of power that has moved them from, tier 1.5 to just tier 1 as far as teams go.
Yeah, 100%. We do also see a pretty lucky choice of target here for that ability as well, because of course the DK is able to aim at it and not actually get that dot put on them either, which is very nice for a Verb here and Miscount, so they don't have to deal with another one of those. And now Echelon is about to go down for them. Scaffolding actually pretty close behind to Miscount, having a pretty good run themselves. As for them, the boss is below 30% too. So yeah, Scaffolding looking really strong in this 21. Now, as soon as this boss is dead though, we're going to see another pretty dangerous pull coming up for Miscount. Not only the trash pull that they're going to be doing in just a moment, but then also the pull they do into the next boss. Let's see if they can execute this, as they're probably going to finish off the Houndmasters here first. I talked about the difficulty of them with the double shoot, and any kind of other combination of abilities can easily kill players on a 21. Even just one shoot plus something else like kills you. So especially on the characters that don't have as much armor, because it does do physical damage.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where, you know, you can maybe get this area to be pretty consistent. It takes a lot to get it 100% consistent, because you basically need to be ready for those shoots to go on everybody, right? So you need to have those mobs really under control. You need people to have an understanding of like, hey, if I get unlucky and it just always targets me, what am I going to do, right? What defenses am I going to press? Do I have to go in line of sight if I've been targeted twice already and now my defensive is down? What do I have to do in that situation? But especially as the key level goes up as well, you might just have run out of defensives against those sorts of abilities.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see how Miscount is dealing with this now, as it looks like the Houndmasters are dead, and they're going to be moving the rest of these Obliterators, Darkblades, and Reavers into the boss, which is just incredibly dangerous. They need to make sure that they are interrupting the Obliterator cast here, and also the boss cast, of course, too. And then they have another Collector, it looks like. So Siphon Life also has to be dealt with. And of course, on top of that, they need to make sure they're kiting the ghost into those urns on the side of the room. Right now, it shouldn't be too big of a problem to get the parishioners in, because you still have those 4 urns on the side. But as soon as those 4 are depleted, then it can get a little bit more tricky to get them kited in. I mean, it's not difficult, but the longer they're alive, the more ticking damage you do to the group, of course.
Yeah, exactly. It's something where you do want to get those under control, and especially if they actually make it to their target and start meleeing, that's going to kill somebody. But it is something where it's not the scariest, because you have quite a bit of time to react to it, and you can also pre-position the boss on top of one of those lanterns, which you can see being done expertly here by Kira of Missed Count, taking the boss over, and that means that even if a melee gets targeted here, they're not going to lose uptime, which that's another one of the differences between pugs and coordinated groups here is there are mechanics that make you lose uptime if you're playing them in pugs, and they figure out how to not lose uptime to them in these MDI. Now, in this case, it's not rocket science to figure out how to not lose uptime to this mechanic, but there are some examples of mechanics where it's really impressive how they will set it up so that everything stays in melee.
Yeah, I mean, one interesting thing to note about these urns here, like they did change the way they spawn this season, and once all of the 4 initial urns are gone, then the boss will be spawning more urns to make sure that he can get rid of those ghosts. But the problem is the timer for these spawns of the urns actually are triggered by the previous one being used up by a ghost. So what ends up happening, if you are too slow on the first couple of ghosts that are from like the newer spawned urns, then it's going to take you longer to get the next urn, which means that the ghost is going to spawn, you don't even see where the urn is, so you cannot pre-position the boss, and then it might take you even longer, and it can just like snowball from there, and it will be longer and longer and longer for that ghost to be up, which can end up wiping you, especially in the higher key levels when this boss takes so long that you get a lot of those additional ghosts.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of a domino effect if you set it up incorrectly, so hopefully going to be something that all of our teams will be able to avoid. Right now, Missed Count nearly done with the boss. Scaffolding about halfway done. 07 still on the trash section before. They're on the 4 total deaths now. Little bit of a more struggle run for 07 than for the other teams. But the good news is the timer here should still be playable for them. Right? They have about 12 minutes left in the dungeon. And that should be enough to do these last 2 bosses and the mini-boss. They are going to pull some of the trash upstairs here. It looks like they're going to delay a little bit of the boss pull, and that makes sense. They only have the 1 B-res. They can't afford for anything else to go wrong. They can probably still time the key, even if they wait for the trash to group up before actually grabbing the boss.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think the timer under 21 here is not going to be incredibly close for these teams, considering that we did just see a 2-chest quite a bit under the timer from all of the teams coming through as well. So I'm kind of thinking that the 21 should still be doable for 07 as long as they don't have any major mistakes here in this boss, or maybe also the mini-boss, of course. It slow you down quite a bit if you get a lot of those Dark Communions off, those healing casts. Speaking of the mini-boss, Miscount is going to be approaching that one, so we'll see what they're doing here. They waited a little bit, actually, before they engaged the mini-boss. I'm not sure if they waited for some cooldowns to be available, or they wanted their Bloodlust to be up sooner, because their lust is not ready just yet, but it's probably going to come up throughout this mini-boss fight.
Yeah, it may have been a cooldown situation. This is one of those bosses, the mini-boss rather, where if you mess up your timings on it, it takes a lot longer because it gets an extra heal off at the end, so might have been what they were thinking there. Lust is rolling for Missed Count to try and get through that mini-boss. All of our other teams now, actually, just 07 and Scaffolding, both on the high adjudicator. Coinflip, of course, had that reset earlier. This time around, their run is looking a lot cleaner, though. They've gotten through Halkias. So they're also on pace to get this dungeon on the board, keeping that pressure on both 07 and Scaffolding.
It looks like Miscount is even somewhat close to 2-chesting the 21 here.
It is, yeah, alarmingly close.
Yeah. I don't necessarily think that Miscount would even go to 23 if the 2-chests. Like, it's possible, right? But looking at the timer, at 23 does seem somewhat likely with the strategy that they have here. Because, yeah, it's almost 2-chesting at 21 kind of means that at 23 might be possible. But, again, because nobody else has done at 23 yet, the highest key level we saw last week was 22. Miscount doesn't necessarily have to show their 23 if they're able to do so. So I would kind of assume that they would just do the 22 anyway, no matter if they 2-chest this or not.
Yeah, I think so as well. There's just no reason to do the 23 probably for a miscount. I mean, I have a question as well of like, the 23 streets I think is probably doable for them, but I wonder if they will show us that this weekend. I'm sort of hopeful we'll see it this weekend, although I know that if we don't see it this weekend, then we get the excitement of, ooh, can they do it at Global Finals? So that'll be fun, right? Either we get some of the excitement now, or we get to delay it until Global Finals and make Global Finals even more epic than it already is guaranteed to be. I think even just with this missed count and the Holy Method we've already seen, the top end of our Global Finals is going to be so stacked. And we haven't even seen Group C or the Chinese region play their weekends yet either. Group C has some incredible. We have Mandatory and Liquid, a new configuration of players. Some of the old members of Perplexed, and then a bunch of Liquid Raiders, all in a team under the Liquid banner. That's going to be really fun to watch next weekend.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to seeing what they have to show for us as well. As you mentioned, Miscount just performing incredibly, and I mean, I understand obviously that Group B had more time to practice compared to Group A. And they also were able to see what they were doing. But, I mean, Miscount just looks so good right now and so consistent. It's also that, right? It's not just that they're really fast. It's also just how consistent they are, right? Because, yeah, we saw Holy Method perform incredibly well last weekend as well. But it took them quite a long time to execute some of those higher key levels. And they were not as far ahead to the other teams in their group compared to the difference that we see between Miscount and the other groups here, right? So, I don't know. To me, it definitely feels like Miscount is just looking incredible. And, now they're down to 46% here on this 21. Halls of Atonement looking like they're going to be one-shotting this key here with 0 deaths on the board still. Close to 2-chesting. I don't think it's quite going to work out for them, but definitely still close.
I've been running some of the numbers over the last 30 seconds, and it looks like they're going to be maybe 30 seconds on the wrong side of this 2-chest timer. Although we are going to get one more set of Beast Mastery cooldowns. We're not going to get much of a meta in, unfortunately. We're going to get a couple of seconds of meta, and this last breath has just run out as well. Kira is going to be entering Execute soon, but Lust has already been used as well, so I'm going to stick with my prediction. I think they're going to end this at 30 seconds after the 2-chest has evaporated here, but their damage is quite close. Maybe it's going to be closer than that.
Unfortunately, Coinflip Mugo did have a full wipe, it looks like, on Echelon. So, They're gonna have to try this again. This is not great, considering that this is the second time that they were attempting this dungeon. The first time they had to reset because they wiped in a trash pool before Halkias. And this time they already managed to get to Echelon and ended up wiping there. So yeah, decent amount of time loss for them. I would say maybe around 20 to 25 minutes at this point, which is not great. But hopefully they can get this done. There's a lot of time today for them to push high keys. 07 though, having 2 deaths on the last boss here. They do have 2 battle rests available, so I can get them both up. But yeah, what happened?
I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a weird boss to have deaths to. Maybe it was a statue bounce. That's the only thing I can think of as being a surprise here. But maybe we can get a replay of what exactly went wrong for 07. Typically, the statue bounce or the unsoaked line are the only things that might get you. Although it looks like it's just right on pull. So it's the manifestations of envy maybe causing them a bit of a problem here. Okay, look at that telekinetic toss. And it's going to go into it is the bounce!
Oh,
the statue bounce!
It is the bounce.
Oh! That is such a brutal bounce as well. Right into the middle of the boss's hitbox. Yeah, that is crazy. That is so unlucky for that statue to bounce that way. That's so funny, though.
That's actually so unlucky. And you can even see, like, just jumping on there in slow motion.
Yeah, we can
see
watch
it
it again. Oh, yeah,
there we go.
Watch this again. Oh, here we go.
Look at the statue, guys. Okay,
so it's the top statue going into the bottom statue, and then if a statue hits another statue, it bounces off, and now it's under the boss. The hunt takes out Casual.
Oh, no. Okay, this was hilarious, but I feel bad for laughing, so I do hope they can still time this.
They can. That's the thing. That's why we're allowed to laugh, right? If that wiped them, it would be... I mean, I would still be laughing, but I'd be feeling a little bit worse about it, but... This is a guilt-free laugh. We can enjoy this one because it's not going to cost 07 more than just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I do think so as well. They do have around 5 minutes at this point, and the boss is down to 60%. So they're going to be fine if they don't have any other mistakes here. Looks like Miscount did end up finishing their 21 halls. Did not get the 2 chests like we predicted. And they're just going to go into that 22. We'll see if they're also going to be able to one-shot this with 0 deaths on the board or something like that.
It was, I think, 0 deaths for them. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's just insane.
Scaffolding going to be our next team to finish their run. It's also a pretty clean 21 out of Scaffolding, well ahead of the projected plus 22 timer, right? Like, if they were doing this a key level higher, they would have the damage. So I assume that's probably what they're going to do next. They have a Gambit that they need to get done for a bunch of points if they can do the 23 in there. But that's something that they'll probably say. They'll probably want to just go into the halls again because they're warmed up on it now. We know that 22 halls is within the realm of possibility for them given their timer. 07 as well. They're going to be even a little bit slower, but they have 6 deaths on the board here. If they can clean that up, and you know the last 2 deaths, that was a freak accident. That's something that'll never happen again.
That is true. I don't think it will happen again. At least not today, as the Scaffolding, as you said, did actually move back into the halls 22. So they're going to be attempting that in just a moment as well. Right behind Miscount, actually. So Scaffolding performing really, really well here at the start of today. Looks like it takes them a little bit of time discussing some things here and there before they start the key. That's another thing that we rarely talk about. But sometimes the time that it takes you from going from one dungeon or finishing one dungeon to attempting the next actually adds up throughout the day quite a lot. Like sometimes you can see these teams that just instantly go into another run, while other teams, you know, it takes them a while to relog, to just, you know, open up a route or whatever. And yeah, it's not going to be the end of the world if it takes you like 30 seconds or like a minute rather than 20 seconds. But throughout the day, it can add up eventually.
Yeah, exactly. We do know that our teams have to take some breaks, but you don't want to spend time that isn't your break time not running dungeons, right? You want to just be doing dungeon, break, dungeon, rather than doing a dungeon and then taking 2 minutes and then doing another dungeon. You know, that doesn't work out nearly as well for our teams. So it's been something I've been impressed with Miscount, is basically whenever you look at Miscount, they are in a dungeon. They are never standing in front of the font, the Keystone font. As 07, going to be a 29.9 for their timer. A little bit ugly, but it's understandable, right? It's the good news for 07 is it's not like their route looks slow. It just was 6 deaths. So, you know, it's sad that they had 6 deaths. It would be bad if that continued. But on the optimistic side, it's good that it happened in a key where they were still able to time it. If you had to pick a key for that to happen in, that's how you'd set it up.
Yeah, and the other good news is that, well, hopefully 07 is able to do the 22, which would then mean that the timer in the 21 doesn't actually translate to
Right.
anything bad other than the time that they lost, that they actually had to spend in there for longer, right? So this is actually... Oh, Scaffolding does have a death, as I say that, on their first pull here. And they might be... Oh, they were thinking about time portaling here, but it looks like they are trying to continue. But yeah, this is something that is going to be important now. If this is going to be ending up really close at the end of the day for who's going to make it to the top 2, and it might come to a time tiebreaker, then the time that you end up putting up here on this 22 halls might matter if we don't see the 23 done by any of these teams, right? And then having a death here in the first pull, even if you can still time the dungeon, not going to be too ideal. You want the perfect runs to be the ones that end up standing at the end of the day on this leaderboard, because that's the time tiebreakers that matter.
Yeah, exactly. There's this kind of weird thing where, if you think about the halls, in the plus 19, a couple of stray deaths here or there would be really bad because you'd miss the 2-chest timer. Mm-hmm. In the plus 22, it's really bad because now your time tiebreaker is bad, or you might just deplete the key. In the plus 21, it kind of doesn't matter because it doesn't change whether you're going to 2-chest or 1-chest, and it's not going to be on your scorecard at the end of the day. So it is really the perfect time to have a couple of random deaths.
Yeah, actually very true. Looks like Miscount, though, don't want to have any of those deaths in their 22 either, as the 21 as well, that they ended up having 0 deaths on. I think they only had 1 death in the 19 earlier, but they ended up still 2-chesting it anyway, but quite a lot of time left, as they are now dealing with some of these Gargants and Darkblade pulls. Looks very, very clean. Already dealt with 2 of the shards of Halkias as well, so they're just going to have to deal with the 3rd one after this pull, potentially moving into that direction. And yeah, so far looking very clean still. But now we're up to this 22, where we can see Scaffolding also again having a death on their side. Looks like they did not manage to get the rest back. And that's a full wipe here. So that means they're going to have to go again. As I was saying that, 07 also had a death. And I think they're going to be able to recover this one. But yeah, this 22, this is not easy.
Yeah, do not let miscount fool you. This is not an easy dungeon. This is a very, very challenging one. We saw all those moments where people were dropping extremely low in the 19, in the 21. Those are just going to kill you here in the 22. As 07 continuing the run despite... In fact, even though they're right near the start, they did use the B-res too. So this is a little bit sketchy for them. You know, it sucks that Scaffolding full wiped, but on the other hand... It's kind of nice that you get to have an imperfect run get thrown away and you get to start fresh with no deaths on the board, with your B-res back. Sometimes it's kind of a sigh of relief when you have a dungeon that's like, maybe we should continue, and then something goes wrong enough that you get to be like, no, let's go again.
It's actually a good point, because sometimes it's also like at the back of your mind all the time, right? You have this one death at the start, and yeah, you have the battle rest, but it's like, oh, it was during your cooldowns, and now your cooldowns are going to be weird, or... You just don't have a battle rest for the next 8 minutes, and if something happens, it's a wipe anyway. So yeah, that's going to be the situation for 07 now, as they don't have a battle rest for 8 more minutes. So any other mistakes that would require them to use the battle rest will of course mean that it's going to be a reset. But we'll see. They also have another Loyal Beast go off. I think that was the second Loyal Beast I'm seeing here, which means that these Gargants are going to be enraged, and of course also CC immune. But thankfully, we do see a shoot here go through from Bigman.
Gamer down, that's going to be a reset.
Yeah. I think they pulled this patrol kind of an accident, that it was going between, on the right side here, which meant that he just got shot down. Krona also dying here to Thrash. Wow, just having Isha, Spec, and right. And this is like the Bloodlust death as well here for Krona. So definitely not ideal to have the Demon Hunter go down here. Going to be losing out a little bit on that funnel damage on the Shard of Halkias, potentially getting more Thrash casts off, which could potentially mean that they will die here at the end if they didn't count on having one more Thrash cast go through.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe the cooldown budget has been exhausted for them, although it looks like things are going to be continued for now. But wow, this is really exciting. Both Scaffolding and 07 have just been so evenly matched across our weekend, and the story only continues today as both teams are having pretty much the same set of issues at the start of this 22 halls. Scaffolding maybe in a little bit of an advantage from how the 21 looked, but it's really just going to come down to which of the teams can clutch out this 22 quickest, because both of them have some work to do in the other dungeons. Scaffolding have a difficult 23 Gambit ahead of them. If they can do that, though, that's going to be 2 points that they'll be able to gain. That will be such a huge boost to their chances. Meanwhile, O7, they have a little bit less of a steep hill to climb, but they have more hills that they need to climb. They have Ecodome that they need to push up. They have Priory that they need to push up. And then both Scaffolding and O7 have another level in Ecodome and another level in Arakara that they could pick up that Miscount were able to do. It does strike me as unlikely that both teams will be able to do everything that Miscount did, but they'll probably need to be able to do most of it in order to qualify.
Yeah, I think that the 22 halls that we're seeing right now is going to be the super important one initially here. And I think like both of the teams and Coinflip Muko as well, actually, want to get the 23 Gambit done afterwards. I feel like that should be their second course of action here because of that, the tiebreaker. Oh, we do see Shu go down to a Wicked Bowl. It looks like they're just going to be resetting here again for Scaffolding as O7 now zoned back in after resetting once for themselves too. And hopefully this time it's going to work better. But yeah, the 23 Gambit, I think that is something we've seen most teams do last weekend. And it honestly seemed easier than some of the 22 key levels, even though it's still a very tough key in a 23, of course. But just because of the tiebreaker, having the highest keys count more, I think probably going to be the smartest course of action for these teams.
Yeah, exactly. So we talk about time tiebreakers a lot, but before we even go to time tiebreakers, we do compare your total dungeon runs, right? And having the highest level key done is the first tiebreaker that we look at. So like you said, the 23 is sort of like 2 points if you don't think about it too hard. You could think that it's sort of like 2 points to get that 23 done compared to being a team that's on only 22s and below. And yeah, that does mean that there's sort of extra value in whichever key can go to the highest level. It's interesting as well because between Scaffolding and O7, Scaffolding have the advantage in the 2 keys that both teams have timed. But of our 6 dungeons, there's only 2 keys that might be just final keys that stay on their scorecard. And one of those is Arakara that they might upgrade as well. So the time tiebreaker situation right now is in favor of Scaffolding between those dungeons, but there is still a lot of dungeons that aren't going to be their final dungeons on their scorecard. A lot could change there. If O7 have good runs in those dungeons, and if Scaffolding fail to, if they just barely time some keys, all of a sudden that time tiebreaker situation could flip on its head as well.
Yeah, very easily could. And yeah, as you said, they have so many dungeons technically still left to do when it comes to what we see Miscount doing. So they want to get done with this 22 as fast as possible so they can get those other keystones done and move up in that score as well. Miscount, though, they are still in their 22 run, in their very first one, not having to reset yet, while both Scaffolding and O7 did have to reset twice on their side. So now Miscount, after this boss is dead, they're slowly moving towards those stairs, and they're going to be gathering up one of the most dangerous, if not the most dangerous pull of this dungeon, as they're going to have all of these ankle biters, the reavers, obliterators, houndmasters, everything basically being gathered up. And that's what they're saving their bloodlust here for. It did come up throughout this boss fight at some point, but they are saving it for this very moment, making sure they can finish off these ankle biters before the ankle biters finish them. So let's see if they can execute this.
Yeah, here comes that pull for Miscount. Here comes that lust as well. All the mobs gathered up nicely. Kira's in quite a bit of danger here as well because those Stoneborn Reavers apply a Mortal Strike debuff to the tank that 2 of those will make you healing immune. So we have to watch out as those are going to be landing on Kira here in just a second. That first Mortal Strike comes out. Last Stand being rolled here. Second Mortal Strike, and for a brief moment, Kira is healing immune. Look at how he's at full health. Even though he was at full health with Last Stand already rolling, he pressed Shield Wall at full health because he knew that if he took a lot of damage there, he was going to be healing immune. And so he was able to use that to layer that value on top with a big Ignore Pain and basically take no damage even though he was healing immune. That's the sort of proactive tanking that you need to do against these Reavers.
Yeah, very nicely executed by Miscount. sometimes you see a team like Miscount do these pulls and it looks almost simple. It's like, wow, I just said this is super difficult, and then they walk in here and it looks like they didn't break a sweat. But obviously, that's just because they have executed this perfectly and, of course, practiced this pull quite a lot of times and also mapped out all of their defensives and, of course, just played well, as Stretnos mentioned, using their defensives properly, not waiting until they drop low with a huge healing debuff on them, and of course all of the damage dealers making sure they're focusing down those ankle biters as fast as possible to reduce the incoming damage. So very nicely done by Miscount here, as the next pull is also going to be quite dangerous for them. They're going to be gathering up some of these Obliterators, some of these Dark Blades, some of these Groundskeepers in the back, and they're going to be pulling those onto Ashelon, onto the next boss. This is a boss we've seen Coinflip Muko actually wipe to earlier in their 21, having to reset the key for a second time.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is a spicy pull as I sneak in here. We're watching these incredibly difficult pulls in Halls of Atonement, and chat has been commiserating with them. Go Tank saying, I've had a lot of halls end on this first pull, same with the first pull of Arakara, and it just got me thinking, Dretnos, I mean, obviously we will continue watching this count here as they tackle this, but what pulls or sections of dungeons in the pool this weekend stand out as being particularly dangerous to you overall?
Like hardest pulls in our 6 dungeons that we're looking at. That's a fun one. I think that the pull before the second boss of Ecodome is probably the hardest. That's the one where you have the Sentinel in there, the nasty raid damage that it does below 50%, and also just always huge tank threat as well. I think this pull that we just saw from Miscount as well in Halls is certainly up there. There are also some candidates from early Arakara that I think are worth mentioning too. Some of those first pulls that you do at the start of the dungeon before Avanox, very, very sketchy. And then any pull that has, multiple casters in Priory, always a chance of one of those Holy Smites or Fireballs taking somebody out. So I think that's those are probably some of the top ones to look out for. Do you have any favorite pulls here, Nagura, for us to watch this today?
I think you generally got most of the difficult pulls. I did also, like an honorable mention, I guess, also goes to the early Gambit pulls, where you just have a bunch of Goliaths on top of the Murlocs, which is a Miscount special, really. So that is definitely something that if they ever do the 24 attempt to, then that's going to be a super interesting one to look out for, too. But yeah, one thing I wanted to mention about the difficult pulls in general is that, so when I participated in the MDI like on the very, very first season, and of course we didn't really know how to practice for these runs. It wasn't very common knowledge back then. And one thing that I guess a lot of people maybe don't really think about is that not only is front-loading the difficulty at the start of a dungeon just beneficial for the tournament time, just because, of course, if you wipe at the start of the dungeon, you're going to lose less time as if you wipe later. Like, that obviously makes sense, right? But it also comes down to practicing these pulls as well, right? Because to practice a pull that is at the start of the dungeon is a lot, like, it makes a lot more sense and takes a lot less time for the teams because they go into the dungeon, practice a pull, wipe, go out, try again, right? But if you need to practice a pull that is later on in the dungeon, especially a pull that kind of doesn't reset in a way that it would be like the same pull again, those are the most difficult pulls, at least for the teams to practice, right? Because you have to clear the dungeon, get to a certain point of the dungeon, try to pull, and if you wipe and you killed one of the mobs or something else happens and it doesn't reset the way it would be if you pull it for the first time, then you cannot try it again. Then you actually have to go out, reset, clear the whole dungeon again up to that point, and do it once more, which those pulls are going to be the most difficult ones for these teams just because of the lack of practice time.
We can see a quick replay here of what happened with Echelon taking out multiple players. Oh, so that was really unfortunate because the healer went down, then we weren't able to keep our hunter up through the dot. Ended up being the wipe here. They're going to have to reset the dungeon. Actually, it looks like Coinflip are heading over to Tazavesh.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, you bring up a great point. I'm reminded of some of the dungeons where I think famously, like, some of the hardest dungeons are the ones that have a difficult, like, trash pull at the end of the dungeon. Shadow of Zul and King's Rest, right? Where it's just, like, looming over you for the entire dungeon run. Of course, that's a couple of expansions ago, but there are some examples from more recent dungeons as well, where it's like, wow, this pull at the end of the dungeon, this is really hard, and we can't practice it. And a comparable difficulty pull at the start of the dungeon, teams just get... you get to do 50 attempts in an hour if you want of the first pull of a dungeon.
Yeah, so I think if you look at like the actual difficulty of the pull, I think most pulls that these teams are doing at the start of the dungeon aren't the most difficult.
Right.
But relatively speaking, some of the later pulls are harder for them, right? So even if you put them like next to each other, then the later pulls might be easier that they're doing, right? But it is because they just can't practice it more often. So yeah, very, very cool dynamic for the MDI in particular and the way they need to practice those dungeons. Unfortunately, they just cannot spawn their characters in the middle of a dungeon somewhere on the tournament realms. They do have to clear the dungeon up to that point if they want to practice this. But Miscount somehow being able to use their practice time so efficiently throughout those 2 weeks that they managed to do this 22 on their first attempt here, was still with 0 deaths as they are approaching the next dangerous pull that they have planned out here with having all of these mobs here pulled on the third boss. And it looks like they're also the only team that kind of does this kind of chain pull into the boss as well. Most of the other teams are making sure they're finishing off at least the Reaver before they're moving in here.
Yeah, the Reaver onto the boss is pretty scary. It's a lot of threat for your tank. Tank is in quite a bit of danger on this pull, and the rest of the group as well. There's just a lot of stuff going on. Adding more mobs to this is very dangerous, but Miscount, they're doing these more dangerous pulls than everybody else, and they're making them look so safe, right? We haven't really talked about their run so far, but it's remarkable that they're on 0 deaths in the 22 after doing 0 deaths in the 21, while Scaffolding, 07, and Coinflip have all been resetting that dungeon, as it doesn't look like Coinflip, after briefly flirting with the Tazavesh, have decided to go back into the Halls of Atonement, so that's going to be the dungeon that they need to collect these points in, that they know that at least the 21 has to go on the board in Halls before they're free to go anywhere else.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder what they were thinking about doing there. Maybe they just were thinking, you know what, a little bit of a reset, making sure we do something different rather than wiping the same dungeon, which honestly, that is something that happens to me sometimes when you're playing on live servers and you need a certain dungeon, but you just end up like depleting it like 3-4 times in a row. At some point, you're like, you know what? Let's just do something else for now. I can't see this dungeon anymore for the next hour at least. So that sometimes can just reset your mental. So maybe they were thinking of that, but decided to go back to the halls. I mean, in the end, they do need the dungeon anyway, and it is still fresh in their minds. So I do think it makes sense to at least get the 21 done. Maybe then after the 21, they could go somewhere else before they attempt the 22, looking at how much they're struggling in the 21, and looking at Scaffolding and 07 also struggling quite a bit in the 22. So maybe after this 21, they can look at another dungeon for now.
Yeah, maybe their plan will be, okay, 07 and Scaffolding spend a bunch of time in here, we're going to go everywhere else, and we're going to get all those other points on our board. Yeah, it's something you have the freedom to do on live, right? On live, you deplete a key a couple of times, you're like, okay, I'm going somewhere else, right? It'll be nice to get a little bit of a reset. On the tournament realm, in the MDI, I mean, you can do that, but at a certain point, you kind of have to just do what the most obvious points are for you. Even if you've been wiping in that dungeon for an hour, you kind of have to force yourself to go back in there. So it is a little bit of a sort of mental check for the players of how they're feeling and how the vibes are and whether they're able to still think that they have a chance of doing a key even if things go really wrong in it multiple times in a row.
Yeah, I think the vibe check generally is something that especially the newer teams really have to work on as well, because you only have that amount of time throughout the tournament, right? It's not like your practice runs or your live key runs. You have to perform in those 5 hours. And yeah, maybe during your practice, if the vibes are off, you just say, you know what, let's just take a break, or let's practice tomorrow again, But obviously during the tournament, you can't do that. So especially the newer teams, they might not necessarily be used to this kind of environment. And sometimes it's hard to just shake a feeling off, right? Like if you felt like you didn't perform too well, I don't know, maybe you have a bad day, or you're just generally under pressure, or you're stressed because you're in a tournament and everyone is watching you, and maybe you made a couple of mistakes and now you're like beating yourself up over it, and it's really hard for you to shake it off, which is honestly something that is usually the main problem that happens to these players, that they're not necessarily mad at the other players, right? But they're mad at their own performance, and it can affect you to just make even more mistakes moving forward. So you need to be able to shake that feeling off as soon as you can. Miscount, though, they don't have to shake the feeling off because there's no mistakes. So
yeah, they should
that's
not
actually the
shake
fix.
any feeling off. They should feel exactly like this, ideally forever. They are doing such a great job across our weekend so far, and at least the start of Sunday is going even better for them, I would say, as we get right into the Bloodlust on the mini-boss here. It's a 3 Bloodlust dungeon for Missed Count. They've only planned out to get these 3 in here. They're not far from a 2 chest in the 22 here, as the first death actually does come out for them. Anguish takes down Verb. That's going to be their first battle res here. It's not the end of the world, but it does mean that they're losing a Breath of Sindragosa, a Pillar of Frost, and a Bloodlust on their Frost Decay. That might affect their ability to actually beat the Dark Communion that they were planning to beat, which probably wasn't this one, but probably was the next one. We'll see if this adjusts how they're planning to do this. Maybe they'll bring the boss over and try and cleave it down with some of those parishioners in the back. Looks like they're going to stick firm with their strategy of fighting it here. A couple of those parishioners over on the side, at least, they will get some free cleave onto. It's kind of good to leave some of them at low health as well. If you're not going to be able to kill all of them, you'd rather there be some low health ones around, because when it casts Dark Communion, Inquisitor Cigar is going to pick some at random, and then it'll start draining their health. So if there are a bunch that are low, it'll just drain them for a little bit. Yeah, you can see that front one getting drained and then stopping getting drained. The back ones, though, at full health, they have a bunch of that health to funnel into the mini-boss, so it is going to get a little bit of a heal there. They have done a good job of putting a Mortal Strike effect on Inquisitor Cigar. I think both the Hunter and technically the DH, but usually the Hunter can apply that in this composition. And the mini-boss does go down. Potentially 1 extra Dark Communion than what they were budgeting for, but it's all worked out just fine for them. And they even still have a couple of seconds of damage buff when they pull into the boss, so a free extra, couple 100,000 DPS maybe on pull.
Yeah, and of course using the Bloodlust and then not being able to skip the Dark Communion kind of means you wasted the Bloodlust a little bit. Could have used it on the boss otherwise, right? But to be able to still survive this is amazing, because at the very end of that mini-boss, it looked like everyone was struggling quite a bit with that extra damage coming through from the Fixate and just the general dots here. So Missed Count being able to recover the death on their DK pretty well here. And now it's only the last boss left for them to do. Looking at the timer, I think it took them like 4 minutes and 30 approximately. At least 07 were 4 minutes 30 for the boss fight. So maybe Missed Count a little bit under on the 21. So I'm still going to say between 4:30 and 5 minutes for this boss, which of course means they're over the 22 2-chest timer, but they're easily still in time to get this dungeon on the board. And I guess we can also take a look at what the record is for now from last week.
I was just asking for that, actually, yeah. So that'll be a very interesting thing to compare here. It's 29:22 is the Holy Method timer that they were able to achieve in this dungeon. So will Missed Count be able to overcome that timer here? I think that they will, even with that death. That's an extra 4 minutes. The boss is already more than a third dead. Yeah, Missed Count are just so fast in this dungeon. We'll have to see, of course, how it does shake out when they actually stop the clock here. But so they're not going to have Lust. We are going to get another Breath of Sindragosa right now. There will be one more in the dungeon as well, probably. Getting back to one more meta, a couple more sets of BM cooldowns as well. I think they're going to have enough damage to get this around maybe that 28-30 mark. Maybe 29 flat.
Let's see, you say 29 flat?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go with 28.50.
Okay, I like your side better. I've been looking at the numbers a little bit more. I think I'm gonna go 28.45. I've changed my mind.
You're allowed to change your mind once, okay?
Yeah, okay.
No more times. Okay. So,
okay,
in the meantime, 07 and Scaffolding are fighting their 22 hulls as well. And even though they had to reset a few times, it looks like for both of them, it is a little bit cleaner. I don't want to jinx them, but both of the teams are still on 0 deaths, and they're both currently fighting Echelon. 07 is a little bit further into their run, because they did have to reset the dungeon one less time, or at least they lost less time on their resets compared to Scaffolding. So yeah, this one looking pretty good. And again, to point out what we said earlier, this 22 timer is actually pretty important for them, because we're kind of assuming that looking at what all of the other dungeons they still have to do, it's likely that the 22 is going to be the highest key for them in this dungeon. So the timer is actually really important for the time tiebreaker, potentially, if they end up having the same score at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. That is a vital part of the MDI. We know that 07 and Scaffolding currently have a point separating them, but there were times yesterday where they were on the exact same score as each other, so it is going to be important that both teams are positioning well around that tiebreaker. And it's cool to see that even though both teams had to reset this dungeon a couple of times, they both are now deep in the run. They're basically at the same spot once again as each other. So we may see both of them coming out of the dungeon at the same time as well, which should lead to a very exciting middle portion of our day. But Miscount are closing in on the finish line on Lord Chamberlain. Now it's sub 10% on the last boss for them, as Coin Flip are going to be going to a brief break as well. But yeah, Miscount nearing the end. We'll be able to see. It looks like it's actually going to be close to that 28-30 mark. My initial guess was better than either of my updated ones. That's tough. 28-20. Gonna be the timer for Miscount as they stop the clock in this plus 22. And if I'm not mistaken, that should be a new world record for them as well. Remarkably done by our tournament favorites. And now the world is their oyster, but also they've kind of gotten all the pearls out of all these dungeons already.
Yeah, that is a new world record, I believe. So, yeah, what are they gonna do? I guess they could take a little bit of a break. Coin Flip Muko Healing also is taking their first 10 minutes, as we are already past that first hour of the tournament day. And it looks like that is exactly what Miscount is doing, as you can see that break screen pop up here. So they're probably going to take their 10 minutes, or maybe 7 minutes. I think one of the days they took 7 for some reason. So yeah, we'll see what they end up doing. I'm sure they're going to be discussing it and looking at how Scaffolding in 07 is performing as well. Because of course, they have to... what they're going to be doing for the rest of the day is of course dependent on how well Scaffolding in 07 is doing, right? Because if Scaffolding in 07 starts one-shotting keys left and right and getting a bunch of score, then Miscount all of a sudden could be in danger, and they might have to potentially do some of those higher key levels that they otherwise would be maybe hiding for the global finals.
Yeah, exactly. It's, a death comes out for Scaffolding. That's going to be a B-res as we've just gotten into boss combat as well. Have to be really careful right now because a player going down might disrupt their CC and kick rotations. We do have obliterators in this pull that do need to be interrupted. That Wicked Bolt in the back there, it's just the one obliterator, but it cannot be allowed to get one of those Wicked Bolts off. Right before the Reaver dies as well, it leaves Lizelle with a Mortal Strike as a parting gift here. So Lizelle going to be in some danger. Looks like they've been able to get through that debuff cleanly. And all's well for Scaffolding on Adjudicator Elise. One Slasher is in here, but no more of the Mortal Strike enemies, so should be a little bit safer from here on as everybody drops super low. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was pretty scary as they still try to finish off the trash, while also focusing the boss. Of course, having those Havoc Demon Hunters means that pulling extra trash also means more boss damage, which is always very, very nice to have that extra funnel damage, and that's why we do see a lot of those trash onto boss pulls. And of course also because it's efficient to finish off trash whenever you're fighting a high HP target as well, if you can just passively cleave it down. And 07 in the meantime is also on that same boss as Scaffolding is on, and even though they did reach the boss earlier, they're not as far ahead anymore in comparison to Scaffolding. So Scaffolding definitely catching up a little bit, at least in real time. In dungeon time, we're still gonna have to look at how close they are at the end, because again, tiebreakers might or might not matter. 07 now getting their Bloodlust back up. They of course only get one more Bloodlust here, so either they're doing the same thing as we saw Miscount do, where they're using it for that mini boss, trying to skip one Dark Communion cast basically, or they're just using it for boss damage. Either they can still pop it here if they feel like they have enough cooldowns available for efficiency, or they just use it on Lord Chamberlain.
Yeah, it's I'm curious what they'll decide to do with it as well. We do know that Miscount like to use Bloodlust in this area on the second to last boss, or the mini boss rather, right? The Inquisitor Cigar. I kind of shortcut that to being a boss in my head because it's basically a little boss encounter, but yeah, it is of course a mini boss. 07 still sitting on that cooldown. Scaffolding gonna get that Bloodlust off cooldown here just in a moment. I suspect that both teams, I think we've seen them using it on the last boss rather than on that mini boss. But we'll see if that continues into the 22. Usually it does, right? Usually you don't have a different lust in the 21 versus the 22, although it is worth noting that 07's 21 was marred with multiple deaths, so things may have been thrown off with that, although that would usually make your lust available earlier in the dungeon rather than later. You know, if you have some deaths early, it means lust comes up before you would expect, not after.
I guess one thing to note is that potentially in the 21, they were maybe so far off skipping a Dark Communion cast that they were thinking the Bloodlust is kind of wasted, while maybe in the 22 it would not be the same. But the Scaffolding does have a death here on their Demon Hunter, so they're gonna have to use one of their battle rests that they still have available to get them back up. So they're now up to 2 deaths on the board, while 07 is still on 0. But thankfully they're able to get the rest up and recover, and they should be able to finish the boss still. So no full wipe there, but a little bit of a scary moment as 07 is now finishing off the boss, and we'll see how they deal with that additional boss that Dratnos created.
Yeah, here we go. 07 getting in combat with Cigar right away. Ooh, the first Wicked Bolt actually goes on the healer. Often you want that to go on your tank, and then they can spell reflect it, but it looks like it was going to be the healer that just got in combat first and got that first bolt. 07 are going to hit the lust on this mini-boss, just trying to nuke it down before an extra Dark Communion cast comes out later.
And of course, a little bit of a delay of Bloodlust too, because of course, one thing to note about this mini-boss is that most of the damage, because the mini-boss casts a Dark Communion pretty early on as you engage it, you don't want to like use too much of your damage spells at the very start, because of course the mini-boss is just going to heal it back up, right? So that's why most of the players are delaying their offensive damage a little bit in their cooldowns, and then Bloodlust is also being used a little bit later after that Dark Communion cast is through.
Yeah, look at Roybin here maneuvering her character as well so that the manifestations that are fixated on her are going to keep running through the boss in melee, getting killed under the boss, and then unfortunately one has escaped here. It's still alive. She's going to have to continue to kite that. And we have this nasty overlap now with these circles around the players, but luckily the mini-boss is going to go down before getting to that next Dark Communion, so the Bloodlust has accomplished its goal here, gotten them through that mini-boss with a bunch of time now, 5.5 minutes to fight this last boss. The timer should be doable here, even on a plus 22, this boss shouldn't take a full 5.5 minutes. I think 4.5 is probably more of what we're looking at here. Yeah, really nicely done by 07.
So at the 21, I looked at the 07 boss timer in particular, how long it took them to finish up this boss, and I think it was 4:30 on the 21.
So it's going to go up by a little bit.
Yeah, but
right?
not a whole minute, right?
Not a whole minute, no. Maybe another 20, 25 seconds will be added by the key level here, depending on cooldowns, right? Of course.
And Bloodlust, I guess, is different too.
Yeah, so if they lusted it and now they don't have lust for it, maybe things are starting to get a little sketchier. I'm maybe getting a little bit worried for 07, but I think they're still going to be on the good side of the timer. Weren't they the team that had 2 deaths on pull as well, from the bouncing statue?
Yeah,
okay,
you're right.
So,
it was actually 07, yeah.
We take that away, then maybe all's fair. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, meanwhile, Scaffolding also working on Cigar here. Ooh, we're getting another Dark Communion, though. We've actually killed off, you can see all the parishioners here. And so, Scaffolding used Lust, and even still, they've managed to, unfortunately, get all of the Dark Communion casts that Cigar will do here. Now 5:30 on the clock for them as well, so both Scaffolding and 07 going to be dangerously close to the dungeon timer here, although I think that both teams will be on the right side of it. It's going to be close, though.
Yeah, I think both of them should be able to do it as well. But we're going to have to take a look at the timer for sure and how much damage they can put up for both of these teams. Coinflip Muko Healing, though, is now back from their first break after their 10 minutes. And they struggled quite a bit, unfortunately, in this 21 hulls, having to reset in pretty bad times, losing quite a lot overall. And hopefully this is going to be the run where they can time this key and potentially also just move on to a different dungeon. Maybe that 10-minute break was exactly what they needed, and they're able to get this 21 on the board now.
Yeah, I think that this is a big opportunity for Coinflip to stabilize their day, right? To get the train back on the tracks, as it were. They've had a little bit of struggles at the in the 21 so far. They're still not out of it just yet, but if they aren't able to get this dungeon on their scorecard soon, and if Scaffolding and 07 both get the 22 on the scorecard, it's going to be a really bad situation for Coin Flip because they came into the day a point or 2 points behind those two teams, depending on which one. So if they're going to start the day, they need to be gaining points on 07 and Scaffolding, not losing them.
So this is not at all related to what you just said, but I just realized that we didn't get Floodgate. So that means Scaffolding is just not going to be in their dungeon pool.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Who decided
no
these
Scaffolding.
dungeons?
A big advantage, though, if they can make it to the global finals and actually get to use that.
Very good point. Alright, so looks like Scaffolding is reaching, still not down to 50% in the boss here, but still 3 minutes and 30 left. So let's take a look at 07. Alright, it's looking quite a lot better for them as they are a little bit over 2 minutes, 33% of the boss. And again, they pulled the boss at like 5:30, and there was no bloodlust. So it is looking like they can do it. 3 minutes, 35 seconds into the boss fight already, and they got 66% done approximately.
Yeah, exactly. The timer is working out on paper for 07. The cooldowns here, we do have one Breath of Sindragosa rolling, although that is going to end soon. No meta for the rest of the dungeon. Well, maybe if they get to the very end of the dungeon, then they need it. And one more Call of the Wild for Roybin on that Beast Mastery Hunter as well. As long as they can dodge these telekinetic tosses and ideally avoid baiting them into any existing statues, that'll remove the possibility of them bouncing off of each other, which we've seen causing problems before. You can see they've got them all in a nice line here, and then they're all playing somewhere that's not in that line, which means that if there's any of them baited, it shouldn't hit one of the other ones. Now we do have a chance, though, as the line has been broken. It looks like they've avoided baiting any of the statues onto that other one. A little close. 6% on the boss, though, with a full minute left on the clock. 07 marching towards their 128th point, tying things up, at least temporarily, with Team Scaffolding. Really nicely done by 07. A great start to their day. We'll have to see whether they decide to come back into this dungeon or head to another one. And just hot on their heels here, it is Scaffolding also nearing the end of the halls.
Indeed, but we are also nearing the end of your shift, Dratnos and Nagura. We got double shifts back-to-back here right at the start of the day, and lots of action as well as we see the teams put up points. But thanks for being here with us at the start. We will see you later towards the end.
Bye.
Later.
Bye. And we're going to be getting Zyronic and Tettles on the desk. So we've had our group finals kicking off. We've seen a lot of the teams already miscount coming in and just, again, putting up more and more impressive keys. But we've also seen this really close kind of competition developing between Scaffolding and 07, where they seem to be kind of jockeying to pull ahead of one another. So, Tettles, do you think that either is really kind of taking a lead over the other, or you think right now they're just too close to tell?
I think that Scaffolding, for me, just with the eye test here, is a little bit ahead of 07, not only just in terms of points, but in terms of like what I kind of expect to be the cap of their overall play. But Scaffolding kind of has this interesting dilemma where I feel like their consistency over the course of this entire weekend has not been absolutely fantastic. But whenever they are consistent in an individual dungeon, man, do they look really solid in it. And so I think that for them, it's going to be about making sure that they stay focused over the course of the dungeon. I mean, you see on the big screen here, they're timing that 22 Halls of Atonement, 38 seconds under. They're able to get out of that HOA and then go start to achieve points in other dungeons that they desperately need.
Yeah, I think the clearest example of that is the Priory, right? It's rare that a named enemy mob makes the top 5 list in one of your top 5s at the start of the day. It's even rarer still for it to be named 2 days in a row against the same team. So, yeah, that Priory, while it was a problem for Scaffolding, I agree with you. I think they're in a better spot right now, not only with the completions for today, but for the purposes of more score for them, right? They still have the +2 in the Gambit to go for. Now, of course, we know 23 Gambit is going to be a difficult key to time, but if and when they do, it'll put them pretty significantly ahead of 07, who I believe only have the +1 to work off of right now, so they'll have to do the 22, then the 23, right? They have a lot of work left to do.
Miscount right here on the big screen, back from their break, running 22 streets for timer for world record sweep, yeah? I think that's it's the ego play, right? I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can get the world record this way, but like, couldn't they have just done a +1 of this key? How much under were they on their 22? I feel like it was a lot.
Pulling it up one moment.
I guess it was
It's
only
a 30,
two.
It's a 34-minute dungeon. They were at 33:12.
They had 6 deaths, though. They had a
6
full team
deaths.
wipe.
Yes, they did have 6 deaths.
So, I don't know. I think the timer's there for them to potentially do the 23. It definitely makes sense to just go for a clean 22 first if they do just want to collect all the world records.
Yeah.
The question then is, like, if they get this world record, well, now what? We still have 3.5 hours left in the day. 3 hours when they complete this if they're able to one-shot it.
Something that I've been noticing about miscount across this entire weekend, but honestly across this entire expansion, for some reason this team I always feel like has more damage than any other team. No matter whether you're comparing them to Holy Method, Mandatory, even the Liquid team, for some reason miscount, I just remember like in Dark Flame Cleft last season as well, they just had so much damage. And even throughout the course of this entire weekend, it seems like that's kind of been a similar trend where miscount just has unlimited damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the case. Another good example of what that was the Motherload, right? From last season. They didn't even know the key was timeable. They had a not clean run with 4 deaths and still had plenty of time left on the timer, where the team before that had attempted it in the form of Wunderbar had to, like, reset the key several times because they weren't making the timer. Yeah, it's just been, like, a steady case of them just getting better output on their characters. And that might not necessarily be the players pressing their buttons a little bit more correctly. That might have something to do with it. But, like, pull cadence and pulling specifically around cooldowns is very likely the majority of that. Like, if you can pull trash on top of a boss the second someone's cooldowns are up, you're going to get more usage out of that and more overall DPS than if you're a little bit offset.
I will say, if this was the main comp that you're seeing right on screen here, Beast Mastery, Hunter Arcade Mage, Frost Death Knight, I don't know if there would be a team that could do missed count level damage, given the fact that these are like basically these players' mains. So this is kind of the optimal comp. What do you think about the Arcane Mage just in this dungeon in general? So more often than not in that third DPS slot, it's a Havoc Demon Hunter or it's an Elemental Shaman. What are your thoughts on the Arcane Mage, though?
I think it actually could just be like complete plug and play 1-for-1 for the Havoc Demon Hunter here. Although there are, like, in terms of just raw damage, right? Mm-hmm. It does the same funnel as Havoc roughly. It does good damage. The buff is, like, not necessarily that good in particular for this comp, right? The only other person that's really benefiting from it is AJ.
Oh, it's useless.
A little bit slower. A little bit slower on the first boss split, but the 6 deaths is really what we're trying to get rid of here. The main thing is the utility of the class. Not only are, Mass Barrier really, really powerful for a lot of abilities, but the blink in this dungeon, right? They can get rid of the containment cell on the first boss however many times. If the hunter ever gets targeted, they just feign death. It goes on the DK who can AMS it or Icebound Fortitude it. It goes on the mage who can blink it. So that containment cell, like, never is actually a mechanic on the first boss for them. And of course, you can also blink out of the mechanic on this next boss in the Grand Menagerie as well. So when you factor that in, it's just in general like a really good tech pick for this key.
Something that you pointed out as well that we were seeing on the screen here, finally, we now have the technology where any team that goes back and reruns a key for timer, we have their previous splits on that dungeon level in that dungeon. So you can see miscount splits. They completed this 34-minute dungeon in 33:12. That was with 6 deaths. So I think we're going to be able to see where they can make up some of that time. And I think it's going to be Mailroom and Mize's Oasis to be those huge points where they can actually make up a lot of time.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if they're able to keep it clean. That's the main thing here. It was really weird the way that they actually had this wipe occur in their previous 22. They had tons of time left on the board, and on their way up to Sawasmi, they accidentally snapped trash up to the boss with them.
Yeah.
And it was like evade bugging out, killing people, and they ended up just full wiping. I think -1. I think Yargi was able to feign death off aggro. But still, like, that's just a really weird way to have that occur. So if they can avoid that and just have as clean of a run as they had last time around, I think they should be good to go here. I do like seeing them. This is
aggressive
really kind of
snap.
weird. Dude, they pulled the core hounds down here. You normally see those dealt with upstairs, but they're like, nah, we can just cleave those down here. I feel like there could be some really weird occurrences where, like, they flame breath as they snap and could just easily take your players out. So cool to see them figure that out.
I mean, unlimited attempts. Go for it. You may as well go for the big time save. You're already going for it. But yeah, one of the enforcers snapped up, which seemed like it wasn't intended, right? It was probably supposed to be just like a Sparklight and 2 Peacekeepers. Is what I was assuming, but yeah, I mean, if you get the wrong mob and it doesn't snap fast enough and then that patrol accidentally gets snapped up, it could be completely over. Although, you know, whenever we saw this dungeon back in Shadowlands, people did snap that Enforcer into the last boss. The Enraged did give the boss a damage taken increase, so you know, it's a little bit different now because it doesn't do that anymore. But, you know, I've seen worse. You know, I've seen some crazy snaps in this place before.
Well, we're going to have to see if maybe they can pull any of those off, but we're also going to be doing a little game of our own here. While they play World of Warcraft, we are going to play a spell guesser. We've got a whose spell is it anyway coming in. We've got a few teams on break, so while they are, we're going to toss one of these. And I've heard that this could really be from just about anything, including possibly newer content. Wink, wink. So,
All right, lock in titles.
we'll
Lock in
see.
chat.
Lock
Let's
in.
go. No Dratnos. We got to work hard here.
Dude,
okay.
you and no Dratnos is like we are playing this severely overmatched rather. I was gonna say undermatched.
Command your oldest.
Commander oldest something.
Shadow damage. Okay, so we're thinking Sub Rogue. We're thinking Shadow Priest.
Yeah.
Affliction Warlock maybe.
Is this Corpse
Emo.
Explosion?
What is it?
Ooh.
What's
Corpse Explosion was Zyra's guess?
Oh, an Unholy Death Knight ability maybe? I don't even know what.
I don't
I
even
saw
think
shadow
that's...
damage.
What's a Corpse
Is that
Explosion?
even in
I was
the
about
game,
to
right?
Google
Oh
it,
my
but-
god.
Okay, Corpse Explosion's on here. I'm siding with you, Zyro. You seemed confident in that moment. It seemed like it clicked, so...
That's like the only thing that makes sense. You send Commander oldest. It has to be like a pet or something, right?
It's not Implosion, right? Because Implosion
It's
is
not
good.
Implosion.
It just destroys all your imps.
That would be.
Yeah,
that would
yeah,
also
yeah.
be spell damage too, not attack power. I think it has to be Corpse Explosion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw Shadow and I thought Shadow Priest too, but then reading the whole thing, I was like, no, for sure not. So, I think you're right. I think it's Corpse Explosion on this.
What's the Putrefy? What is C? What is that ability?
Is it even a real ability? That's the next real question.
I don't know.
So Epidemics, the Unholy Death Knight AoE, it has nothing to do with pets. So it's B and D are off the table. I don't know what Corpse Explosion or Putrefy are. And so
we don't know what Putrefy is. It could be that too.
It's true. Okay, I think we're gonna do final call. You know, maybe some of these things are new stuff with talents, but I think we're gonna go for. I'm saying Corpse Explosion. How about you, Zyra?
I'm gonna lock it in.
We'll
Corpse
Okay.
Explosion.
Yeah, sure, we'll lock it.
Tunnels?
I don't know what either of the abilities
okay.
are.
All right, let's see. Oh gosh, I see chat saying that I'm totally wrong, but we'll see.
Oh, it is Putrefy. Okay.
What?
I'm not even mad about that.
Ah.
Cool.
Okay, very nice. All right, so possibly something new there. Cool.
Yeah, these are. I
Interesting.
think these are both new talents for Midnight. So it would make
Yeah,
sense
I
that
think so too.
none of us are
Oh,
DK
well,
players,
yeah.
so we wouldn't know that.
We're the DK players on desk when you need them.
Yeah, we need-
Okay, now
Gonna get Makes back.
pictures. Yeah, where's Makes? Makes, she's gone this weekend. They
Okay.
waited to put this one in until then. Putrefy. Which one looks the most putrescent to either of you?
Lesser
Well,
Ghoul A maybe.
The most putrescent would be the top left, Professor Putricide. I don't know. I think B.
I would be between like A and D. I feel like that you're summoning, you're commanding your lesser ghoul to do something. So surely they put the ghoul on the icon, yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe. A kind of looks like a gentleman, though. He's got a nice little, some glasses happening. He doesn't look very putrescent to me, so I'm going to say D. That kind of looks like somebody exploding.
Okay.
That's going to be my guess. All right.
So
Zyra?
we picked what, A, B, and D between us?
Oh, have we? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Surely it's
Well,
not the
it's not
bomb.
B. I'm
Oh
wrong.
my god.
Oh, well.
D.
Oh, it is D.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, okay. There we go, D. And everybody, reminder, if you want to try this out, if you want to get in there, try out some of these new talents, see things with the specs, how they've been evolving, how they're changing, you can also participate in the Midnight Beta. So that beta test is going to go live on November 11th, and players who have opted in can be selected to be testers, while players who have upgraded to the Epic Edition of Midnight will automatically gain access to the beta. More details can be found at Blizzly/Midnight Beta. So get in there, figure it out, and then maybe you can get the next Who spell over all of us in the chat. But Zyra, we'll look back at what's happening with Miscount.
I almost need to like recover there a little bit because
Beta abilities are diabolical. Who picked
Yeah, dude,
that?
that's crazy. Like, obviously, like I've played a bunch of classes on beta, but I don't think I've ever actually played a DK in the history of the game. It was my first alt just because it started at a higher level, so I could level it faster. But then I never played it after leveling it. Either way, we just did see Scaffolding wipe at the start of their Gambit. That's something we expect to see, though, right? We saw that a lot from Miscount yesterday when they were attempting their 23 Gambit. The first section of the dungeon is just diabolical.
Yeah, I mean, the first section of the dungeon, especially if you're pulling a bunch of those giants, once you're onto that 23 key level, the title stomp just is insane. Miscount, they didn't really have many problems in the 22, but it's about making sure that you line up your defensive cooldowns in a manner that is perfect. And it took Miscount probably 5 to 10 attempts to be able to get through this first section. Whenever they made it through the first section, they were like 5.5 minutes under, or 4.5 minutes under on the timer. But again, like I said, the first area of trash that you see in the top right with those giants, they're going to have a bunch of wipes. That is to be expected, and it's not a bad thing. It's just par for the course for what that dungeon is supposed to be, and that's going to leapfrog them 2 points if they're able to time the dungeon all the way up to 131 points. Building the gap a bit larger between them and 07.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the main thing we're focusing on here. Just take a step back and refresh everyone on what the teams are playing for today. These are our final 4 teams, all playing for the top 2 positions today. The top 2 spots qualify for the global finals later this month now. We are in November. Miscount kind of playing a game of their own right now. You can see they've collected 5 of the 6 world record Infinity Stones there on the right side, going for the 6th and final one right now, rerunning the streets. Scaffolding in 07 vying for the 2nd slot right now. Scaffolding does have a slight advantage over 07 right now in the form of 1 point and potentially 2 more points if they're able to capitalize on this 23 Gambit. 07 have the 23 Gambit, the 21 Priory, and also on top of that, they also still need to do the 22 Ecodome. So they have a lot of work to do to catch up to where Scaffolding would be if they're able to time the 23 Gambit. But Scaffolding, I mean, the way that they've played this weekend, this Gambit could either be like a one-shot for them, or they could be in here for the rest of the day, right? They've really been that volatile.
I mean, the volatility is kind of to be expected in the Gambit itself. I mean, you see it in the top right. Gambit is known as a 3-boss instance where you have Coastwalker, Goliath 1, 2, and 3 as the 3 main bosses. And so your ability to be able to get those killed off, it's going to be hard. Scaffolding right here, they are on to Coastwalker, Goliath number 2 on this trash pack. If they end up having any of those Fishmancer Waterbolt casts go through ever, or, even within like 5 or 6 seconds of that Goliath stomp going off, players are going to die. The Shell Crusher, the Cry going off, you see that's enraging the entire trash pack. The Goliath is not the mob that is enraged, but now we're in a situation where the water bolts, if any of those go off, you wouldn't get hit to 50% HP, you're getting 100 to 0'd. And so, we're going to have mobs fleeing. You see the Piercing Howl slow coming out. I really like how Scaffolding are dealing with this, but every single time that slam happens, it is 27 million health off of these players. And so they need at least minimum a 50% DR to be able to survive that, because they have around 15 million health. And so, that can be over the form of Lumithar's Living Silk plus a DR, or just like very powerful DR effects. But it's a lot of DRs and a very coordinated check that has to happen for Scaffolding to get through there. Yeah,
it's important to mention that's 27 million damage, already factoring in the avoidance that they have on their gear on the tournament realm, right? So
yes.
They still have to figure out how to mitigate every single title stomp by like 50% on top of the avoidance they already have. Now, talking about this Gambit specifically, one of the real improvements to the run that we saw this weekend from Miscount was the strategy of really only pulling 2 Scalebinders in this first section of the dungeon. Have we seen other teams adapt that routing into their gameplay? Is Scaffolding trying to go for it right here? This is the third giant they're pulling.
This looks to be the exact same route that we saw from Miscount. Where they're going 3 giants, they're only playing 2 of those Scalebinders with the Invigorating Fish Stick. A very fast route, not a safe route though. I mean, whenever we saw Holy Method playing last weekend, Holy Method did a route in this dungeon that I would describe as safe, but definitely slower. Which, I think it's a little bit atypical for them, but, Scaffolding going from day 2 to day 3 and now completely ripping this route for miscount because they know it's so much faster. And if they're able to get through this first area, they know it's going to allow them to be afforded a lot of time opportunities later on in the dungeon is a huge deal. And I mean, Scaffolding, they're already 75% of the way through the hardest part. It's just 50% health on this Goliath left, a little bit of trash that they have to kill off. This is that last trash pack that they need to deal with. It's just an invigorating fish stick. Ooh, we're getting some Murlocs fleeing. A nice grip there on by the DK.
I was wondering.
Chrono going down to a water bolt here, though.
This was weird because earlier on in the poll, when there were only a couple of mobs left, one of the remaining Scalebinders ran off and aggroed the pack to the exact opposite side of where Speed is right now before they had dealt with the previous pack. So right now they have 3 Fishmancers in this pack. At some point, you're going to run out of interrupts if you decide to, you have to use an interrupt on like a Cry, like we're seeing.
They're just not kicking those. Yeah, they're just letting those go off, and the required kick is the Fishmancer Bolt because we saw it kill off Krona earlier. But now you're having to start, overlaying CC, and that's CC that could have been valuable to stop these mobs from fleeing. And it just becomes very difficult. I mean, that Fishmancer's running away. Great grips here coming out from Scaffolding. Oh, please, God, don't pull that trash pack.
Okay, we're good. That's scary. The hunter pets are over there. That's what pulled the pack the other time as well. Looks like we're going to get away with just the one single death, and the fact that they were able to save the battle res too is really nice as well. Krona, of course, does lose a lot of damage, loses any progress towards his next Ascendance proc from that death as well, but I think you're okay with that in this situation. There is time to give, not a lot, but there is time to give in this 23 Gambit, so 15-second time lost there going to be totally okay. And 6 minutes heading down to the first boss. What are we looking for a good Hilbrand split on the 23 here, Tettles?
That is a good question. Let me go and see what I can dig up from Miscount's Hilbrand split. Again, of course, they had a completely deathless run of this dungeon, so they were very, very quick.
It's going to be really good timing for them, right? Looking at the cooldowns, everything is essentially going to be up in this first phase. The only thing they're missing out on is that breath. That'll be up at the start after the first intermission. But all the while coming up for speed, Ascendance for Krona, so they can burn down these Guardians as well with the boss. Is really good timing. And I mean, at this higher key level, you can get good lineups like this a lot easier because the trash takes so much longer to deal with. You find a split number yet, Tettles?
Yeah, I found a split. So the split for Miscount was 942. I think the split that you probably want here is like sub 11. Like if you get an 11-minute first boss split here, you're probably chilling. Because Miscount, while they did have a 942, or you see 944 on the screen right here, they were under by 4 minutes and 28 seconds. So, 11-minute first boss split is probably acceptable. And I think for Scaffolding, they're going to be well under that. So they're going to be afforded similar opportunities to where Miscount were. Now, I think they're going to be slower than Miscount because it looked like they pulled the boss like 6 minutes or something like that, 6:30 even. But a 10-15 first boss split, you can never be mad about that. And they have these Stormforge Guardians on it. Maybe not the greatest thing in the world for the DK, but you're playing double ranged, and as long as the DK can get some damage out on the boss, that's all that matters here.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of your comp doesn't care that these are alive. I think the person that's most annoyed about this is probably your tank, right? Having to kite these around, dodge the frontals, move for the AoE circles. Life is kind of miserable until these go down. Yeah, keep threat. Don't let someone rip aggro and die. And then on top of that, we saw, while these Stormforge Guardians were alive, one of the problems last weekend is when the Vault Purifiers jump down, sometimes it's hard to also get aggro on the new mobs. But I mean, going back to the damage that a key of this level does, we were talking about the tidal stomps from each of those Guardians. It doesn't really end there, right? The Purifying Burst on this boss does a similar amount of damage to the Tidal Stomp, and that's like a rotational ability the boss does, like every 20 seconds. In addition to that, when you get to Celia, the Hyperblade Jolt also does like 10% more damage still, so like, it's so difficult to live on this key level.
All three of those abilities, the Tidal Stomp, the Purifying Burst, and the Hyperlight Jolt, are affected by things like Avoidance, and on the Tournament Realm, these players have 20% Avoidance. So, in situations in which this is unlivable, now we've kind of turned it into a situation where it is livable, but you're still going to have to rotate defensives like you would otherwise be doing. You're just afforded a little bit more survivability opportunities with having that avoidance from the Tournament Realm here. Because how this format is set up is like, okay, we provide the players with the best gear and repeatable keys to see how high you can possibly push if given the perfect circumstances. And that's kind of the beauty of this style format, and that's why I love the MDI.
100%. It's just the perfect it's the perfect way for these players to show off mastery of the game. And it's why it's gotten so competitive in the most recent years, as more players have reached that pinnacle of gameplay. Coming down to mere seconds last season, what does this season have in store? Missed count showing us that Holy Method is not quite out of reach as we might have initially thought after seeing Group A this weekend. Missed count. Let's check back in with them and look at how this run is going. It looks like not only are they keeping it low on the deaths, but we're seeing, green splits. They're also just going faster than their previous run as well.
Yeah, so Mize's Oasis, 12 seconds under. Mailroom, the split that we're looking to beat is 26-22, but they had a 6-minute split between Mailroom and Soasmi due to accumulating 6 deaths and having to have a full reset. So that's where we can actually get probably around a 3-minute time reduction if you're on the side of miscount, on top of what we might get from Mailroom Mayhem here.
Well, looks like they're on good pace for that. Again, the thing we're trying to keep an eye on for them is not necessarily like the time splits. We expect them to be able to at least match or beat most of their times, obviously with a little bit of RNG. But it's the deaths, right? A minute and a half lost in their previous 22 streets that they can make up for here. It's actually going to be a minute 15 because they already have the 1 death, but still, that's a lot of time to gain. And I believe that should be enough for them to overtake that 6th and final world record that they don't currently hold. So
this is an ego play, right? Like this is the 100% ego play. We're doing 6 out of 6 world records just for the vibes. Like Miscount are looking phenomenal, and like they didn't need a rerun. Realistically, they could do this dungeon on a 23. We're speculating that they're going to be 4 minutes under on the timer or something like that, something crazy. And so they definitely didn't need to rerun this, and they could probably have done it a key level higher if they absolutely needed to.
Yeah, I mean, just absolute masterclass from Miscount this weekend. And I think at this point, you have to just kind of say, yeah, they're going to be one of our 2 teams going for it. There's not really enough time left in the day for Scaffolding and 07 to both perfectly play throughout the rest of the day and catch up to Miscount, and then also go faster than them to force the time breaks. I think the only way that Miscount could be like eliminated is if they stopped playing right here, right now. Scaffolding and 07 both had perfect days, and both of them also went for a 24 Gambit afterwards and timed it. And then actually beat Miscount on tiebreaker from high key.
Hear me out. The ultimate ego play. Miscount doesn't take all their break timer. They take a 5-point penalty. Then, there is a chance. Okay, so Miscount, we're seeing another green split here. Minus 23 seconds on Mailroom Mayhem. Zyro, what happened in the previous 22 that, costed them 6 minutes here? Because we're looking at this, they were only 23 seconds under the Mailroom Mayhem. Why did Soasmi die at 33-12 last time?
So last time around, I didn't see exactly what it was that caused mobs to snap up. It might have been something to do with the way they skipped past that Peacekeeper. They might have accidentally stayed in combat with it and not feigned off aggro properly. But at this point in the dungeon last time around, they realized, wait a minute, we're still in combat, and then mobs started snapping up to them. And they already had 100% count. And that's not ideal. Now, the funnier thing is that they still popped their Bloodlust and tried to just cleave the trash down with the boss, and then they wiped afterwards. So, looking at their previous timer, it's a lot faster than you would initially suspect based off of it. They were only 2 minutes under with 6 deaths, so you'd think, oh yeah, they can probably go 3.5 minutes under. I think they have the potential to be closer to 4.5 or 5 minutes under, because they had to kill the boss 100-0 again without the Bloodlust last time.
I think there's a world where this is a 3:30 boss, and we see a 30-minute run. They'd be 4 minutes under. That would be gross.
Yeah, that'd be nuts. But I mean, for them, I think it's closer to par for the course for the way they've been playing, to be honest.
Hearthjack 6 million DPS right now. This is absolutely insane, and he's going to be getting another
execute.
Yeah, he's going to get another Arcane Surge here in 35 seconds. Arcane Mage is really interesting. I mean, I remember we were casting the Race World First together back a few months ago, and Arcane Mage didn't look that great on the meter, and then they get into Execute, and then they're randomly in 4th place, and you're like, oh, hold on, maybe that spec is kind of OP.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the class, it's completely terrible if you ever have to target swap. Yeah, I have no idea what Kara was doing, but I'm not really going to question it. It's really bad at target swapping or cleaving apart targets, but if you ever get a boss below 35%, or if you ever get 1 or 2 extra targets on top of the boss, they're going to destroy everyone else. And on top of that, their single target damage is pretty solid as well. So yeah, Surge going to come out for Hearthjacks here, probably catch him up close to Reverb and Yargiar. But that Surge that he'll get right at the end of the boss and execute, that's going to be where the real damage comes in.
And it's been very consistent. I mean, Kira talks about it on stream all the time that he thinks Hearthjacks is just the best mage in the world. Like, any season that mage is very good, it is always stated by this team that they believe that Hearthjacks is the best mage in the world. And anytime that you can get him onto mage, it always looks really good.
I think I would agree that he is 100% the best dungeon mage in the world. I think there might be a couple mages that might have a claim to the best raid mage in the world, but 100% the best dungeon mage in the world, and that's really important for the purposes of our show here. The fact that he's able to pull out this pocket pick, his main pick in the MDI, and make it work perfectly is fantastic. Boss now and execute for him. We're going to get that surge available in 25%. They're going to get one last double technique. It might actually overlap with this Sherry. This could be a little annoying.
Yeah.
We have to do a double move here as well? No, they have enough room. This is fine.
The boss might just start teleporting right now, which could get a little bit awkward. Okay, so the boss's teleporting is going to be a little bit delayed on. Oh, we got another Shuri right here. Okay, now things might get a little bit hairy.
This one's a little bit easier. If this overlaps with a double technique, this could be a problem, though. They'll have to, like, perfectly figure out... Yeah, there's the double technique cast. Oh, it's an easy one, though.
1 point of movement, it's over. Okay.
And with the surge here and execute, the boss is not long for this world. Watch Hearthjacks start to blast up the meters. Actually, he's not even going to get into his Arcane Soul. This boss is going to be very, very dead beforehand. Only just now into the Arcane Soul we can start spamming out those execute barrages. But it's really... The overall group, so much single target damage. Dude, 445 under the timer. Look at the time increase on Soasmi there. Oh, you know, +1 Zofex, -7 Grand Menagerie, -23 Mayhem, -258 Soasmi. Yeah, this team is real. Now, the question, 3 hours left in the day, 6 world records, 4 missed count. What do they want to show off now? I mean, there's so many of these dungeons, they could potentially still get a +1 in, right?
Okay, I have an idea. What if they go to Floodgate and they get the 7th world record?
Wait, admin check, are they allowed to do that?
I don't know.
You said that was an ego play. Do they want to go for the true ego play? No points for competition, just stick it to Holy Method?
That would be gross to do, but it looks like they're back inside of Tazavesh. What's more likely, 30 or 24 Gambit or 23 Streets? They're still in the Mage, so it has to be the Streets, right?
It has to be Streets if they're still on Mage, yeah. Or, you know, we could swap to Fire and go in Gambit. Fire is surprisingly a very good spec right now. It's not like... It doesn't have the same qualities as Arcane for Mythic Plus, but, like, there's a ton of overall damage.
Havoc and Ellie surely have to be better in Gambit than Fire, right?
Yeah, of course they do, but, you know, what if he wants to just play his main for a little bit? You know, a little reward for a weekend well played?
These players are not vibes-based players. They are... They start on the PTR, and they start 2 months before the season starts, and they're playing 12 hours a day with the intention in mind to try to win the MDI. These players are not playing for fun. They are playing to try to win.
Yeah, no, you're right. I guess I'm thinking from the perspective that they've already won at this point. But yeah, it's going to be the 23 Streets. Here we go for missed count, showing us a little something we haven't seen before, and they really don't need to do this, right? Technically, they're pretty much in a position where they could say, yeah, we don't need to show anything off, we don't want to this weekend. But I guess Streets is not really a dungeon where there's a lot of secret tech to show off, not yet anyways. Yeah. So yeah, they can just play the same strategy they played in the 22 and just do more damage.
One of the questions that we were asked prior to this season starting was like, what dungeon do you think might have some of the most interesting route innovation? I said that I thought that Streets was going to be a little bit more interesting in terms of route innovation. I thought that teams were going to do like pretty aggressive snapping in here. Snapping trash into the last boss and snapping trash into Mize's Oasis. We did see Scaffolding snapping Commander Zofar into Oasis, which, you know, snapping that many bosses into that guy into Mize's Oasis is a little bit weird. But I'm surprised that we haven't seen more aggressive snapping into the last boss.
I think they would have to do a complete rerouting of the dungeon in order to make snapping effective, right? Because there's so much mandatory trash count that you have to get based off of, like, this making this skip to the last boss be... It's not as efficient as it was before. It's a lot tighter of a skip to actually skip Commander so far. Yeah, I think they'd have to do, like, a right-side skip and use invis pods or meld skips or something in order to actually...
Maybe portals?
They could do some Portal Nexus stuff in that dungeon as well. Again, I think that's going to be something the teams will definitely want to keep in the back pocket for global finals. I 100% agree. I think Streets is one of the dungeons where there's a lot of tech being held that they don't need to show off during group stages. That could easily be like an insane pick for finals.
Yeah. Right now we have Scaffolding on the big screen. 1 death in this 23 Gambit. And whenever we saw missed count time this earlier, they were 4 minutes and 30 seconds under. They had a 17-13 time captain hooktail. You tend to want to be sub 20 on time captain hooktail to give this final boss a really good shot. You see Scaffolding a 1908 time captain hooktail split. This is more than acceptable. Their timer is going to be a little bit tighter than what we saw from missed count, but that's kind of be expected. We talked about how missed count has insane damage. They always look super solid. You know, they never really have any mistakes. I think that Scaffolding, while missed count was 4 minutes and 30 seconds under, I think Scaffolding was probably going to be somewhere around a minute to a minute 30 looking at the current timer here.
Yeah, but again, I don't think Scaffolding at this point are trying to compete with missed count on this weekend, essentially. You know, obviously the goal whenever you get to globals is to try to compete with the best and put pressure on the best so you can, you know, compete for those top spots. But right now, I think it's just survival. They need to keep 07 as far away as possible, and they've put themselves in a very good spot in this run to do that.
Yeah, and the teams are going to have another month to practice. They're going to have, you know, one more group weekend to see what the Group C teams do, and they're going to be able to kind of, you know, wipe away all the strategies that they decided for the group weekend, come up with what they believe to be the best strats, and show up during global finals play as almost a brand new team. Like, I think that, you know, while the practice prior to group stage is important, the practice after your group stage weekend is almost twice as important.
Right, yeah, you definitely have the foundation to work off of, right? But after group stages, you get a whole bunch of extra information from what the other teams have shown off. You know, maybe they have something extra that those teams are saving for global finals, but, you know, you have your own time to figure out extra strategies as well. I think it's a very important point that you made there. I mean, yeah, right now, it's literally just about survival, and I think they're in a good spot to do that. Timing this key will put them up 3 points on 07, with still potential to gain extra score, right? They could still go to the 23 Ecodome, 22 Halls, maybe 23 Streets if that's something that we can see from missed count. I'm not sure if that's going to be the first choice for a 23 for them to go to, but I mean, yeah, there's a lot of options for Scaffolding after the fact to try to put even more points between them and 07. 22
Aura, I think, is the most likely candidate.
Okay.
And then they, like, 132. I don't want to say it's safe, but like it that number feels good in my mind for Scaffolding. So they're going to get up all the way up to 131 out of this Gambit, and if they can time that Aura and get up to 132, again, they're not safe from 07, but that's like, okay, I don't think that the 23 Ecodome Aldani is just something that you're going to walk in and be like, yep, this was our place. You're going to be timing this. And so, like, I think that that's the dungeon that I'm like, maybe not. But I think that the Aura is certainly on the table here.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot to be in, right? Because neither of those dungeons is particularly good as, like...
God,
whoa, Blitz! A Blitz goes off?
No! What?
We talk about these casts on this poll.
No way! We just lost to not getting a CC or a kick on the Shuriken Blitz. Are you kidding me?
We, like, offhandedly... Sometimes as casters will say, oh man, gotta watch out for that Shuriken Blitz cast, gotta watch out for that Unstable Rift. If that goes off, it'll wipe you. You know, kind of trying to allude to it maybe potentially happening someday. We don't ever think it'll actually happen, but it's nice to get a show off of what happens when that cast does go off.
He throws the trap.
Is just too slow. It was a nice try on a heads-up play. Man. It's just a full team one-shot when that happens. You cannot let those casts go off.
Can we go back? Can we run the replay again? Does anyone have kick? So the first one gets gripped in. Krona has kick. Speed has his interrupt.
He misses kick. He kicks something else.
Oh, no. Krona kicked one of the caster mobs that was in the pack, the Ritualist. So he might not have even been the person that was supposed to stop that. I don't know what CC we had available. It looks like we have Blinding Sleet. Binding Shot looks like it's available too. That could have been
That wouldn't have been the
usable
play
there.
here with him soaking at the same time. I think the best thing would have been in Tim if he had it, but that
Well, no,
could have
you
also been on...
You drop the binding on top of the pack, and then when the assassin ports out, it immediately gets stunned, right? Like, I mean, God, it's
That
so
only
easy to
happens
do
with-
this in hindsight, but like, oh my God, that is brutal.
I think that only happens with pack leader. I think that's a pack leader talent that makes it jump back.
I'm not talking about them jumping back. I'm talking about just it getting stunned.
Oh,
and
just the
canceling
stun. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, okay, sure. Like, would I like it to come back? Yeah, maybe, but I prefer it to just not have its cast go off.
Man, that is either way. That's just a brutal way to wipe there, and we were already kind of talking about it from the perspective of wow, this key is timed, and you would expect it to, right? Pulling Celia with 8.5 minutes left in the key, that should be a timed key. But again, another run for Scaffolding where they get 25 minutes into a key, and it's a full wipe, and now they have to go all the way back through all 6 bosses of the dungeon, the 3 Goliaths in addition to the 3 normal bosses. Man, we already saw that they kind of got through that first room on that attempt by the skin of their teeth, right? They had a pack chain accidentally for them. Their only mistake from that was a death on their Ellie Shaman who onked. It could be so much worse than that. So, man, I mean, look at this right now. First pull in the next attempt for Scaffolding. It's a reset on the first pull.
The freezing trap. I mean, the freezing trap. If he hit that trap, by the way, that's the most clutch freezing trap ever.
That would have been
But
insane.
He was trying to get the soak, the star soak, at the exact same time that he was. Like, I don't even know if that's his. Okay, watching him throw a freezing trap, I feel like that was like a Hail Mary kind of situation. Not like the intended strat is for me to figure out where this assassin's going and freezing trap it. How do you feel about 07 now? Like, that is a huge loss for Scaffolding. Is 07 now going to be in a better position going all the way up to 129 points after this priority of the Sacred Flame?
Absolutely, they're in a better position, right? That +2 would have put them nearly out of reach for the day if Scaffolding was able to pull it off. But 07 now, with 2 minutes left on this boss, are positioning themselves to tie up. I don't want to say it's over just yet because we just saw a run end in the final moments for Scaffolding here. You know, one blinding light with with no personal up and everyone facing the boss could still potentially wipe you here. So, gotta keep it clean. But it's looking good for them in this run, and we know 21 is probably the cap for this key. Doesn't look like 22 really is possible for any team not named Miscount. So, if they're able to pull this off, it'll be fantastic for them. The question for me is, where do you think they go next? They have a lot of good options available to them. Is it the 23 Gambit, or is the 22 Eco a little easier for this squad?
So they wiped to the Dune Crawler at the end of the dungeon, the 22 Eco yesterday. I mean, I think that to qualify as the second team coming out of this group, you need 22 Arakara, 22 Ecodome, 23 Gambit. That is what I believe to be the dungeons that are going to be required to get the second place qualifier out of here. So I don't really care where 07 goes next as long as it's one of those 3 options.
Yeah, another wipe, by the way, for Scaffolding on the first pull.
Well, okay,
it can't
I
be
don't
overstated.
mind the wipes. I don't mind the wipes at the beginning, but losing a run that they had 1 death on, like after they made it through the hardest part of the dungeon, feels terrible.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be overstated. Like, the level of difficulty of this dungeon, obviously incredibly high overall, but like the first 5 minutes of this Gambit, probably some of the hardest just 5 minutes of any gameplay in any dungeon ever. That's kind of why we saw a missed count. Their first 5 attempts were wipes in the first 5 minutes. The first attempt that they got past that was a timed key. So, like, it's all about getting through these giants. If Scaffolding can pull it off, I think they're going to be okay still. But, man, I mean, the question is, like, obviously it's okay to have these wipes, but how much of a pressure is it on you mentally, knowing you had that key timed, and now without those points on the board, you're just back here wiping in the first 30 seconds of the key over and over again. I'd be on tilt like crazy.
It's such a tilter. I mean, like, that's hard to be. You have to be able to clear your mental in moments like that.
I mean, have Scaffolding have they taken a break already today? If they
another
wipe a
10
couple
minute
more times, it might be time for another break, honestly.
Yeah. What do you think about like tanking this boss near the safe spot in this room? So there's a safe spot in the entrance where you actually can't get hit by these large blue orbs that come out of the sky. This mechanic right here, there are safe spots that are in the corners of the room. What do you think about teams utilizing that, or do you think that you'd rather just continue to move the boss around make sure that you get Ashlight dealt with, make sure that you're getting these stops on these Peacekeepers. What's your kind of read on it?
I think it's an easy enough mechanic where I'm not necessarily too worried about putting the boss in a spot that it's easier.
Okay.
Like maybe it's a DPS increase, but like I think the majority of your damage on this boss comes after this first boss goes down and you start getting those damage buffs out on players.
You
right?
lost
You start
here?
soaking up balls. That's a good question. I'm not sure what the fastest strategy is. I don't think they did it on the 22, but over the course of this dungeon, especially when you're pushing it at the highest key level, right? It's a 35-minute dungeon, so it would make sense to try to lust as close to cooldown as possible to get 4 lusts in the key, right? I'd be surprised if they didn't just press it instantly here.
Because the alternative is like, where are we pressing the lust regardless? Because you could just eat it, and you know it's a 3 lust dungeon as opposed to a 4 lust dungeon. Totally reasonable.
Yeah.
At the same time, it is really hard. In Scaffolding, you saw, speaking of things that are very difficult, we're talking about the first section of Gambit again. Very difficult. They did end up having a death, and somebody ended up releasing and running back. I'm not 100% sure who that was that died. I think it was Krona. But it could have been Pillow in theory. We saw Miscount have a similar situation where anytime they actually had 1 death in this first area, they immediately reset it. They didn't even care. Like, oh, you know, you could run back, but it doesn't matter. We're resetting the dungeon.
I mean, that is an insane headspace to be in. I don't know if Scaffolding is in that slot right now. They've already got one of the Giants down. They've got one of them at half HP. I don't think they want to reset right now. I think they want to try to get any run they can to the first boss. And if it costs them 15 seconds and a little bit of damage, I think you just got to go with it. We saw they had the timer by like at least a couple of minutes left on the key there. So I think they're okay with a little bit of a time loss here in the 23. That's the second Giant down, the second of 6 bosses in this key that the team has to deal with. The next section is where they had their mistake before. Let's see if they can keep it clean. They're very close. I think
they dropped their
Chrono
Path
was
of Frost. That's got
just in range, but I think they're okay. This pack right here, the last 2 mobs in the pack were alive. It was 1 Shell Crusher and 1 Fishmancer. The Shell Crusher ran over to the pack on the top right of the screen here, pulled that because the Hunter pets were on it. And they ended up having a death because they had 3 Fishmancers in the pack and 1 bolt ended up going off. Missed a CC or something. So
nice.
See if they can keep it a little cleaner this time around. That fish stick went down instantly.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, we got the Ascendants back up as well. So the second pull of this dungeon is always the one that is the most dicey because you are playing it like no Elemental Shaman CDs. That guy is potentially weaker than your tank. Like actual tank damage on the second pull, which is why the pathing in here is so tough. But the advantage of it is the first and the third pull, you do have your Ascendants available. You're able to absolutely slam down insane amounts of DPS, including killing off those fish sticks as fast as possible, like we saw on screen right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one. I also love the chat earlier was saying they don't know how we managed to say fish stick so much with just like a straight face, but that's literally the ability, you know? We've practiced, we put a lot of time in before, we give it our best shot, but we'll hope that in the meantime they won't die to any of these fish sticks that are being thrown around by our Murlocs, as we have a swap here on the desk. We've got Nagura coming in, which means Zyro will be seeing you out at least for now.
Bye.
Later, boss.
Bye. All right, Nagura, we're keeping an eye on these polls, obviously, but we were talking a little bit there about some of the kind of opportunity that 07 has right now while Scaffolding's working on this plus 23 and how close they've sort of been. And I know that a lot of us, chat included, were interested in the fact that particularly this season for 07, there have been some switch arounds with players. We're seeing Roybin playing DPS instead of healer. And so I wanted to ask as we kind of come in, how do you think that 07 has sort of been managing those changes? And do you think it's hard to swap between roles with some of your experience in healing?
Yeah, I mean, of course, 07 having those 2 healer mains is, like... This is not something that it was 100% planned by them, right? Like, some things happened and they ended up with this setup, right? This is not, like, they didn't intend on having 2 healer mains on their roster. They did know that it's going to happen, and they did practice with those players already, so it's not that that it was, like, a last-second kind of change, so they were aware of it. But yeah, it wasn't initially the plan as they were signing up for the time trials. So it is very impressive that they managed to get... Well, I guess I think they just wanted to switch some players around and have like other people join. I don't know. There's a certain amount of switches you can make between the time trials and the actual tournament day. And I think their plan was to have Big Man be like sort of backup for Royben, and then Bigman would leave, and then another one would join, something like that. Please don't quote me on this, but it's complicated apparently.
Okay.
Either way, they ended up with this kind of situation, and they are making the best of it, which, considering that they're in contention of making it to global finals, it's going pretty well for them, right? So they're doing pretty great.
Yeah, and I mean, for Scaffolding here, it's kind of like we talked about at the top of the show, a team with really high potential, but consistency was always going to be the question for them. What did you think about the end of the Gambit there, where they ended up missing the Shuriken Blitz cast that Dreadnoughts always seems to try to curse teams on, but now it finally happened?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, first of all, it's absolutely heartbreaking that that happened to them after having such a clean run up until this point, right? But honestly, stuff like this can happen so easily when you're constantly pulling trash onto a boss, right? Obviously, having one of those assassins jump around and cast a blitz, this doesn't usually happen when you only pull a boss. But all of a sudden, you have like maybe even like a pulsar up still from the previous pack as the boss is up. You have all of these casters that you have to interrupt, mobs that are jumping around all over the place, and you also have to trigger Collapsing Star as the hunter, right? So I feel like things like this can happen so easily. It's just like they're just so practiced that it usually doesn't happen. Obviously, I don't know what it went wrong exactly. Like, I'm not sure if there's like a call that was missed, or if there was supposed to be an interrupt or a disorient or whatever that was just not going out. It's hard to tell from our perspective.
I mean, it's always something that we're gonna have to maybe if we get an interview with them later, we're gonna have to ask, and maybe we'll be able to hear insight as to what happened, because obviously there was a breakdown in communication. The ability is 100% supposed to be CC'd or interrupted. We don't know where that kind of mistake ends up happening. Oh, we have a death on the side of Scaffolding. We have a DK down, 2 deaths now on them. They did ended up killing off Hillbrand at like the 11-minute mark in the previous 23, and Zyro and I were expecting them to be around 1:30 to maybe 2 minutes under on their timer, and so they are afforded some time loss here in this dungeon, and it's still timeable. At the same time, they don't have any more battle reses and any more mistakes, and it's going to be a forced reset, and they're already through the hardest part of the dungeon, so it would feel terrible to have to reset the dungeon from here.
Yeah, definitely not be great. Definitely want to make sure they're gonna be able to time this one this time around. As 07 though, they decided to go to this Ecodome Aldani, right? And I'm sure you talked about this, and it does make sense that they're catching up that point there that Scaffolding already has on their scoreboard. But at the same time, I think, especially with Scaffolding being in the Gambit, 07 will also have to go to Gambit afterwards, right?
Yeah, Zyra and I were talking about this earlier. I think that the team that's going to be coming in second out of this group has to put up 22 Arakara, 23 Gambit, and 22 Ecodome Aldani. Like, I think that you're going to have to put up all of those points to be able to get second, because the spot for second is going to be so hotly contested by both 07 and Miscount. And for Coinflip, Muko, Heelan in the bottom right, it seems like they've just been a little bit slow to start out in this Halls of Atonement. It seems like the day is kind of getting away from them. Coming into today, we thought that they were going to need basically a perfect day to be able to catch up with either 07 or Scaffolding, and it seems like they've been a little bit slow to try to get this Halls of Atonement time. But I mean, these dungeons are so hard. I think that is just like a testament to just how difficult these dungeons are. And Coinflip Muko Heelan has honestly played great this weekend. There's nothing to really scoff at. It's like, okay, we just have two other equally, actually slightly greater teams with 07 and Scaffolding.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think Coinflip Muko Heelan has been playing amazingly. And again, like I said this yesterday already once, but I think the fact that they come in here as like a new team and not like one of the highest seeds either, right? But they still play the tournament quote unquote properly, right? Like, so they don't go all out and get their prod warrior and their, like, I don't know, Frosty K band on the first day, right? They play around the Spec variety rule properly. They make it to the second day. They even then still played around the rule properly, made it to Sunday with their comp, right? So, because that is something we sometimes see, right? Especially with the Spec variety rule, where teams, they make it to the next few days, but with like a lot of those like important specs banned. So yeah, I think Coinflip Muko Heelan has been doing incredibly well.
Miscount on the right-hand side, they're the first team that's ever tried this 23 streets this season so far, and they've kind of quietly just been owning this dungeon. They have had 2 deaths. I saw Hearthjacks just go down there, but they're almost done with the remainder of the trash count that they need for this dungeon. I saw they ended up snapping some mobs into the Mises Oasis room. I also saw that they, with one of the big enforcer-style mobs that is in this Oasis area, they ended up sending Yargi to go grab some smuggler pack. I couldn't tell exactly where he ended up getting it from, but I mean, Miscount is doing a different route than what we've been seeing from most teams in this dungeon so far. They're minimizing the amount of peacekeepers that put up that reflective shield, and they're actually minimizing the amount of sparkcasters. And it seems like they're actually pulling more smugglers and muscles than other teams.
Yeah. Did you see what they snapped here to this boss? Was it only like a smuggler pack, or was it also something else?
It was like, I think it was a 3-pack of smugglers and muscles is what it looked like. It was hard to see in the picture-in-picture, but that's what it appeared to be.
Yeah, because I think it was Scaffolding, right? That pulled the mini-boss?
Yeah, they did. They did snap Commander so far into here. I remember you and I were casting that, and we're like, oh!
Yes. I was like, wait, is this a mistake? Like, oh. But yeah, it's very cool to see the different teams still innovating stuff, especially in like a dungeon like Streets, right? Where it's so linear in a sense that the amount of trash that you have to play makes up such a big portion of the enemy force already that the trash that you're flexible with is not very much, right? So it ends up just a little bit more lenient. But especially in those dungeons, I feel like the dungeons where it feels like there's barely anything to figure out anymore, those are the dungeons where the teams are cooking the most in, I feel like. So it's very cool to see the differences in routes.
This weekend, I know that we saw Holy Method last weekend, and they put up the Infinity Stones of world records and everything. I feel like Miscount have played absolutely phenomenal. And this is way too early to say, but I think that Miscount played better than Holy Method did last weekend.
You said that earlier too. I think so too, yeah.
Dude, they're
hard
just
to
so
compare,
good.
though, but yeah.
Miscount are also so fast. Zyro and I were talking about this earlier. For some reason, Miscount always just has passion damage. Like, even all these teams are fantastic, and then somehow Miscount has way more damage than the rest of them. I don't even understand how that happens.
Me neither, right? You would think all of these players know how to press their buttons in the correct order, right? So I have a feeling it's not necessarily like how they do their damage, but rather like smaller things just adding up, right? Like just optimizing certain movements, just generally being able to use their offensive cooldowns in like a better way, or like, I don't know, focusing certain targets better. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Yargi might be one of the best multiclassers like in the game.
That's
too.
true. Yeah.
I know that, like, you know, every person who's playing in the MDI has some ability to be able to multiclass. Yargi, I don't know what it is about him. He shows up every single season. He's playing something new. It could be a Moonkin. It could be a Hunter. He'll randomly flex to melee. And he's just top DPS on everything he plays. Like that guy is insane.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Yargi,
remember,
and obviously also everyone else. Just the level of play, because I mean the speed in the runs is one thing, right? Because you can argue, okay, Holy Method, they had a week less to practice, and they didn't have any like other team strategies to go off. So of course, Miscount has the advantage of being able to look at another strat, combine all the things they already knew with the things they saw, and then make it faster, right? Like that, of course, is something you can argue. But one thing that, in my opinion, you cannot really argue that much is the consistency, right? Like, we've seen Holy Method wipe quite a few times in some of these high levels. Well, Miscount, they go into almost all of these high keys and just like one-shot them. Like it's
only the Gambit. Like
crazy.
I think the only dungeon we've seen them reset was Gambit. They reset Gambit probably 6 times, and then it was like, oh, okay, once we're through the first area, this Gambit's over. Oh, we've won.
Yeah, insane. And it was so uncharacteristic for them too that they reset quite many times at the start that we casters were like, oh, is everything okay with them? Like, they reset the dungeon 3 times? Like, do they need a break? Oh my god.
I mean, looking at their timers right here, they killed Mises Oasis at 24:30. Mailroom and Soasmi are both, on the shorter end in terms of just how long they take as bosses to be able to kill off. And Miscount here, I mean, they are looking like they are going to be the first team to be able to put up a 23 in this Tazavesh Streets. Things are going great for them. They are only at 2 deaths. They do have 1 battle res, and the Bloodlust, it looks like it's being saved for Soasmi, not even maximizing the amount of lust that they're able to get in this dungeon. Instead, that they would rather stating that they would rather have the bloodlusts at their version of an optimal time as opposed to the most number of bloodlusts in the dungeon.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense if the main thing that is holding them back here is the actual incoming damage and the difficulty of the dungeon rather than the time. Yeah, Mob is still alive.
Is this just our mage's funnel? Like, we just keeping that guy alive forever for funnel?
Honestly, could be.
Kind of funny. I mean, we saw it a lot last season.
That was the last surge coming up in like just a couple of seconds ago, so...
Ooh, 07 having a death on the right-hand side of the screen there. It looks like the Binding Javelin on the second boss here, taking out Royben. Oh, no battle res available for 07 either. I think this is going to end up being a reset for them.
Ah, that is very bad for them. Ah, this 22 looked pretty good for them too, right? But yeah, having the Hunter go down here, getting the Javelin, maybe they were a little bit unlucky as well, getting it on her multiple times maybe, because you can see her turtle was still on cooldown. So not able to use that to immune. And I guess hunters in general, if they get the Javelin on them without any like major cooldowns, they can end up being pretty squishy, at least in comparison to the other classes in that group. So yeah, maybe a little bit unfortunate there. This 22.
Yeah, Scaffolding, actually similar Hillbrand split to what they had in their previous 23 at 11 minutes, 11 seconds. They do have 2 deaths currently, which was 2 more than they had in their last attempt in that first area, but on a similar pace, so they are pacing quite nicely to give another solid attempt at the end of the dungeon. Now, of course, we saw the trash mobs and the casters at the end of the dungeon cause Scaffolding a full wipe, so they're not out of the woods yet, but at the same time, I think that they're in a promising position to be able to gain 2 points here and be able to go all the way up to 131 score.
I think Scaffolding is looking pretty good so far in this 23. I think the 2 deaths shouldn't be the end for them, for sure. But miscount, I'm kind of wondering, like, looking at how long it takes them to finish up this boss. And yeah, they still have 6 minutes, right? But they have to walk to the last boss. How long do you think Suasmi takes in a 23? Like 4 minutes at least, right?
3:30, maybe with Lust
you
here.
think 3:30? Oh yeah,
she's really short. She has like no health.
It is a very short fight, yes.
She has no health, but like the expectations that you get like cut off by the Shuris and the divide fairly frequently, and the double technique can cause problems. It has a lot of variance. That is a fight that you can actually lose a ton of time on if you get bad RNG.
Oh, there's the replay. Yeah, it's just the Javelin, yeah. It looked like Royben did drop low right before the Javelin as well. I don't know if it was faceplates jumping or whatever it was that dropped her to 50% here, but yeah, very unfortunate. I'll have to go again. Try this once more.
Having to go again. I mean, especially as the keys get higher, it's something that we just see more and more of. But I have to say, I am loving that missed count. They were like, you know what? We're not done yet. We're going to keep bringing the entertainment. We're going to go for this plus 23 in streets. And man, they are so fast. It's incredible to see. Earlier in chat, we actually had a question that kind of came in from Darth that Tettles I want to toss to you. So it was Darth's opinion. They think missed count is being too fast. They're giving the other teams too much time to adjust to this new speed, and that they should have done things slower this weekend to kind of fake people out because they're showing too much. So Tettles, do you agree? Do you think that this is them showing too much, or do you think this is just them kind of throwing down the gauntlet?
I mean, I don't think that... Okay, so like showing too much would be like, okay, if they showed insanely innovative routing that no team had ever seen before that gives you like 1 or 2 minutes in a dungeon. Think like Theater of Pain from last season, where once teams started jumping from platform to platform in Theater of Pain and like doing weird stuff with snaps and skips in the Cult Rockwing, that was such innovative routing that those are things that you would want to hold back. I feel like missed count has just been like, yep, this was our game plan. Our game plan was to go fast in every single dungeon. We have played to our game plan, and we have been fast in every single dungeon. And it's like, they're just so good that it makes the competition just like really hard to compete. Because right now, we're looking at their timer here. They might have the timer for Streets on a 24 even, just trying to give them the time going up there. Now, there is huge scaling concerns with the 24, just in general, and keeping players alive. There's a lot that's going on with that dungeon, so speculating that they could do a 24 is crazy. But timer-wise, the time is there for missed count, and it's not like they did anything insane. There was no crazy snaps like Nagura and I were talking about earlier. They weren't snapping mini bosses or doing anything that was wild. They just, all right, there's this muscle here. All right, grab the smuggler. And it's like, okay, we're just going to have more damage than everybody else.
Yeah, I think it goes back to, but there's a time when Holy Method, or I guess formerly Echo, they were able to just kind of be faster. And like, I remember when we saw some of their time trial times, and then they came into the tournament, and we were like, oh my god, I can't wait to see this dungeon, because in the time trials, they were so much faster than everyone else. And then we kind of like thought, you know what, they must be doing this crazy thing, or this crazy pull, or this like incredible whatever. And then you look at what they do, and they just play a normal route, but like pull efficient mobs
better,
and do things like, it's not like something super, super flashy. It's just, they pull the correct mobs that are the most efficient, and they're doing it incredibly fast, and just don't have mistakes, right? And I feel like Viscount is in this boat where none of their strats are insanely innovative, right? Like, they definitely changed some stuff compared to what we've seen last week, but it's nothing like absolutely crazy, right? So they're just really good at executing this, and very fast as well. So yeah, Miscount, that is just a very impressive gameplay by them.
I think one of the things that they do really well that some of the other top MDI teams don't do is, first off, they know who their 5-stack is coming into each and every single season, because they've been playing together for each and every single season, so it's not something that's like completely new. But they start so much earlier than the other teams in terms of play. They start on the PTR, and they're playing 8 hours a day on the PTR. No other team is practicing dungeons on the PTR. That's like not really a thing. Most players who tasked on the PTR, they're trying to see the mechanics. They're trying to get a vibe for the dungeons. But for Miscount, it's about, okay, that for them is practice at the beginning of the season. Then the season starts, and what they're trying to do is become the rank 1 team on live. Now, normally does like live key pushing affect your ability to be able to do the dungeon on Tournament Realm? Not normally, no. But now they've just built up hundreds of hours over the rest of the competition, and they've seen everything going into practice, and that allows them to have this kind of extra leg up going into the season whenever the MDI starts, because they've already seen everything, and they've already tested all the comps that they ever could want to test. They already know what all the possibilities are, and then Hearthjax just busts out this Arcane Mage kind of, out of nowhere, because he knew it was going to be good in the streets, and Miscount are playing all the Goliaths in the Gambit when other teams weren't, because that they knew that they were going to be better, because they played them back 3 months ago on the PTR.
Yeah, and that is it. Miscount finishing off this 23 streets for the world record 23. Now having a world record in every single dungeon of this group, of this weekend. Absolutely incredible by Miscount as they finish up the dungeon with still a minute left, one-shotting it. Yeah, absolutely insane.
Wow.
Well, I don't think that it's going to be very possible for 2 of the other 3 teams that are still in the competition today to overtake Miscount's score here and throw them off the top 2. So I have a feeling Miscount pretty much did qualify for the globals with setting this 23 streets here on the board.
I mean, dude, they are so good. I mean, they're the first team that actually even attempted the 23 streets, and they one-shot it. Is that not? Yeah. Is that not wild? Like,
that's absolutely
the world record level of streets was one shot. Okay, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, this is just crazy. But to go back with like people saying, you know what, they're showing too much and stuff. Like, I think, like, yes, they could have just potentially they could have even saved this 23 run and not show it. But we kind of knew their, like, if you look at the timer from the lower key level and you see how much time they have left, you can kind of just assume, it's like they could probably do it, right? So I think the competition, especially like the global final competition, they know this, right? They don't have to like show it on broadcast for them to be able to know that with this strategy, with this route that Miscount is playing in some of these dungeons, they have the time to do it on the higher key level. So they will have to be scared of it anyway, no matter if Miscount is showing it or not.
I mean, dude, they're just so good. I mean, it's really just hard to quantify how like it is a key level gap between them and the rest of the competition. We're talking about teams that are also going to be qualifying to global finals with them, and they are just absolutely gapping the competition. They are 5 points ahead right now. They could mess up their break timer and still be in second place. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. They are currently taking their 10-minute break, right? And they're going to be discussing what they will do. Of course, there's really not that much point in going even higher on the key levels, even if they were able to, which I believe they are. Like, looking at what we saw from them, they definitely do have some higher keys still in store. But yeah, maybe they give us some other content. Honestly, I would like them to do like the same key levels that they've already done in some of these dungeons, but it would be like an off-meta com. Come on, that'd be fun.
So,
Can I do that?
timer-wise, I think, 23 Arakara looks like it could potentially be doable. 24 Gambit looks like it's, a little bit on the table here. Maybe 23 Halls of Atonement. I don't think, actually, I don't know about that one. Maybe 22 Halls of Atonement's good enough. But, like, those kind of dungeons are possible. Those are the dungeons that if Miscount needed to do them, like you're saying, I think that they could. But those are the dungeons that Miscount would have to show their hand a lot for, like, absolute top tier level strategies, and that would give away a decent amount of information, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely something they'll have to think about and discuss. As we are, though, reaching the end of this 23 Gambit for Scaffolding that unfortunately they had to reset earlier at the very, very end, as they did have a Shuriken cast go off in phase 1 of Celia. This time around, no Assassin cast going off. They just have to deal with one more Hyperlight Jolt, which does do an insane amount of damage, so you do need to make sure that you're using defensives properly here. But bosses on 10%, they have more than enough time left on the board as well. So if they time this here, they will get 2 extra points and a 23 as well, which is going to be very, very good for Scaffolding, and it's definitely going to move them quite a lot closer to the potential qualification to the globals. And here it is, Scaffolding getting the 131 score and the plus 23.
I feel pretty good about... I think... what are the odds that Scaffolding makes it to global finals now, do you think?
Honestly, I think it's still not super easy to say, because 07 is basically just one... Like, if they time this now...
Yeah.
They don't even have to time this. They're 1 dungeon behind. Like, actually, they're 2 dungeons behind. Yeah, because they don't have any plus 2s. Yeah, they have to time this, and they have to time again with 23 right afterwards, which is... So they're 1.5 dungeons behind, right?
Okay.
Which, the closer we get to the end of the tournament day, the harder that's going to be for them to catch up, right? Yeah, 1.5 dungeons behind is not the best case scenario to be in. But of course, still possible for them to catch up. I don't know. What do you think?
I think I would give it like a 75% chance to an 80% chance for Scaffolding right now. I heavily prefer their position. We're already halfway through the day, but I do still think that there is a chance that 07 can come back. But I think that for 07 to come back, now we're in a situation where Scaffolding, they have to not put any more points on the board. Like, if you're an 07 fan, you were hoping that Scaffolding just like runs it down in this 22 Arakara.
Yeah.
I guess I'm assuming that's what's about to be done. I guess I don't know for certain.
Yeah, I think so too. I guess that the likelihood of Scaffolding wiping quite a lot in an Arakara 22 is high, though. Like, not because I'm not trusting them to be able to time the key, but because I've seen what happened last week with the teams and wiping in a 22 Arakara quite a lot. And Scaffolding also, like, not being incredibly consistent with some of the high key levels. So I think the likelihood of Scaffolding not getting this point here is decently high. So 07 does have the opportunity to catch up. The problem is just, like, I'm just wondering, how good is 07 going to be at this 23 Gambit? Like, how easy is it for them? Because I'm not sure that they did super well in a 22 Gambit.
That is...
I'm not sure I remember.
It's a good question. I think that the 23 should be on the table, even if you play like a slow and steady route. We saw that from Holy Method last weekend, where a slower route, oh my god, Casual Addict going down by the Unstable Core from the Overcharged Sentinel, and the Overcharged Sentinel at 25% HP. Oh my god, Vikman going down now for 07 as well. He gets battle res by Casual Addict, does not get battle res at 100% HP. The Overcharged Sentinel still at 15% health, still alive, and he's starting to run out of cooldowns. He has Iron Bark that's fading off of himself, and now it's only the last stand. Vikman dying again. Are they going to be wiping the Overcharged Sentinel? Yep, Royman going down, and this is going to be a full wipe by 07. 15 minutes into the Eco Dome Aldani. This is their 5th reset of this dungeon on the 22 key level, and a huge time lost there for them. And this is a great news for Scaffolding.
They're not. They're not. Yeah, this is absolutely great news for Scaffolding, as they are already on that 131 score, so 2 points ahead of 07. Now they're not 1.5 dungeons behind anymore. Now they're 2 full dungeons behind. And not only that, like if they get to even out the score with Scaffolding, then it's still just that. It's even, right? So we still would go 2 tiebreakers, where Scaffolding potentially would even be faster. So yeah, not only do they have to meet their score, they're somehow gonna have to beat the tiebreakers, which I guess I'm not really sure yet who would be better with the tiebreakers. But Scaffolding generally looked a little bit faster overall with their routes.
Yeah. Tend to agree with that. Something that's interesting for Scaffolding here is I actually really like their Arakara routes earlier in the weekend whenever we saw those. Those actually ended up making one of the top 5 highlights, where they end up doing a really unique route where they skip one of the hulking blood guards in that second section that most teams ended up playing. And that actually allowed Scaffolding, especially in some of their builder keys, to have a faster run, even than missed count in the aura. I wonder if that's going to translate into this higher level. Ooh, interesting. They're pulling this middle platform. Ooh, very, very unique routing, I think. It's not... Basically, most of the teams in this dungeon so far have been playing similar routes to what we saw in Season 1 of the War Within, but Scaffolding, they're grabbing that middle trash pack instead, and then grabbing a bunch of jabbing flyers and caster mobs on top of it. Very unique way of routing through this area.
Very interesting. Scaffolding is the team that in the survey, in the questions that we asked them before the tournament, said that they have quite a lot of cool strategies to show, but they potentially might be saving them for the globals. Which, it's 2 things. Like, number one, it's exciting that they might have, like, very cool strategies to show, but also, like, I thought it was very interesting that they're so confident to make it to the global finals. As a team that isn't, obviously they have very experienced players individually, but they haven't really played together with this constellation just yet in MDI. So that is very cool to see that they have such confidence coming in here.
I think that this is a team that the expectation should be high for, and I think that the problems that have faced this team have made sense. The problems that they have aren't related towards, what is their key cap, how fast are they in the dungeons, it's what does their consistency look like, and whenever you're talking about like a brand new team with a new composition of different players that have never played together, that's always something that's going to kind of be a problem, is just the consistency, and we've seen it time and time again with these newly formed teams. It's like, you remember like what does Gargoyle stream before they became mandatory? They showed up and they weren't that consistent. They had insane key cap, but okay, they're gonna wipe over and over again to inconsistencies, and then once everything kind of slots into place, they're gonna eventually be able to time some of the highest dungeons in the world. Kind of the same thing with Scaffolding. I see, like, maybe the first season's gonna be a bit tough for them. Hopefully the time, like if they do end up qualifying for global finals, the time that they take between now and global finals really affords them the opportunity to get more consistent.
Yeah, I do hope so as well. They're definitely looking very, very promising for sure overall. And looks like they are trying to deal with Next here, which can be dangerous. I mean, all of these mini bosses can be dangerous, but especially the Call of the Brute here that we just saw that AoE take coming through. With all of this trash on top as well, can be incredibly deadly with the poisons and whatnot.
Does this boss spawn more crawlers than he did in Season 1? Like, I swear it...
Yeah.
I don't remember, like, my melee DPS immediately getting meleeed to death by these mobs if the tank isn't in the right spot to be able to get threat on all of them. But also, we killed him way faster in Season 1 and had tailoring stun on him.
Yeah. Maybe it's just like a whole thing where it's like they're just doing ethical damage to get more funnel. So they're like, you know what? We're just going to leave these crawlers alone.
Yeah, maybe.
But I'm not sure.
Like, AUG Enhancement Shaman Season 1, I remember we just immediately killed that guy. with the Ascendants and like the Breath of Eons. But
Yeah.
those flyers or the crawlers that spawn off of that guy, I feel like every Death Knight has had a moment where their Breath of Syndragos is up, and those mobs come flying out of the boss, and they just immediately get meleeed to death.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate, especially if you're running all of your cooldowns, which is part of the reason why you get aggro and die. But yeah, especially like the tanks there's not really that much the tanks can do with those random kind of spawn timers from these crawlers, and of course these damage dealers are doing an insane amount of damage as well as they spawn. So yeah, there it is, Scaffolding now on that last mini boss. We talked about this multiple times already, but I'm just going to repeat myself once more, that the start of this Arakara usually the most difficult part of the dungeon. So most teams, not all teams, but most teams, once they're past Avanox, then the likelihood of them timing the key is quite a lot higher. So far so good for Scaffolding.
I think like the first pull of this dungeon is always brutal, but then yeah, Avanox, just the boss itself. I feel like I remember speed on a rogue on ESC Gaming in season 1, and ESC Gaming just ended up having to reset the first 10 minutes of Aura 21 or 22 just over and over and over again. Like this dungeon is brutally hard, and this boss is the main contributor to why it's so difficult. And Scaffolding, they've just grabbed so many flyers, and they're still engorged crawlers. Look at the bleeds that on the party. The alarm shrill is going to be going off here in just a couple of seconds, and Pillow's going to have to heal through the bleeds, but the massive AoE and the alerting shrill right on time, as I was talking about it, taking out Pillow because of that bleed from the flyers.
Yeah, and of course druids actually can't be dwarves, right? So they don't have this dwarf racial that we see on the other classes. Everyone that can be a dwarf is the dwarf because of that very reason, right? Getting rid of this bleed whenever there's other major AoEs coming through. Looks like for this onslaught, they are fine this time around. No bleeds, no poisons, nothing on the player, so they might be able to recover from this early death here from Pillow. But yeah, that is something that, of course, is also a little bit of an advantage of having the Resto Shaman here. Some teams actually just playing the Resto Shaman on the highest Arakaras to be able to get maybe also just the Dwarf racial on the Shaman, on top of also having a Poison Dispel, of course.
I'm going to sneak in for just a second here, just to give a little update to everybody. Of course, keeping an eye on Scaffolding, but just to let everyone know, Mistcount have officially decided that they have accomplished everything that they want to today. I mean, I don't know, as we were saying, what much else they could accomplish right now. And although there were some kind of possible meme runs or the things that they could do to, keep an eye and to do honor to the other competitors who are still currently trying to get their scores sorted, as well as to, honestly just keep some of their strats hidden as well. They've decided to go ahead and they are going to stop for now. But a huge thank you to Mist Count in that regard. It was great seeing them compete today. And of course, we will be keeping an eye on all of the fierce competition that's still happening right now for other teams as they look to see where they're going to end up. All right, back to you, Tettles.
I'm so hungry to see some global finals competition. I feel like that 24 Gambits in the bag. Obviously, you don't want to show your competition, like, what does it take to time a 24 Gambit? But looking at their timer and that 23, I can't prove it, but I think that they've timed the 24.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, I can't wait to see what they have in store for us for the globals, and especially also the other teams seeing what miscounted. They are going to be able to potentially replicate this or even go higher, so the global finals are just going to be amazing. But yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for Miscount to just step away for now and be like, you know what, I think we accomplished everything that we wanted to, and yes, there was like some memes and some like potential like ideas thrown around that they should play an off-comp and do the high keys, or they should do floodgate or whatever. But
I was kidding about the floodgate. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it was mainly joking, but I think it makes sense that obviously there's another close battle going on that we still should be paying attention to, because there's not just one spot for the global finals, there's two coming out of this group. So we're still going to have to see who is going to be qualifying for that second spot from Group B here, and so far, Scaffolding is looking very strong.
Is this kind of what you expected to see out of Miscount, though? I mean, they were the number 2 seed from time trials.
No.
Like elaborate.
So, obviously, I knew that Miscount is a very good team, right? But looking at like previous seasons and previous MDIs, Miscount did perform really well, but then they were always kind of falling a little bit short in comparison to like the highest performing teams, like a team like Holy Method or a team like Mandatory, right? So they always like fell a little bit short. So it's not that I didn't expect them to play well. I did assume that they would make it out of groups, of course, and make it to global finals. But I did not expect them to play as well as they did today, honestly. Like they completely like exceeded all of my wildest expectations. Like absolutely incredible gameplay by them. What do you think?
I mean, I feel very similar to you. But we have 07 here on the screen wiping again in the 22 Ecodome Aldani. It looked like Vickman ended up getting meleeed to death by a Phase Blade. Something ends up happening with the Sentinel pull. This is definitely not supposed to be in combat, and that is going to be a cause for a reset. Arcing Sap going off, going to be dying to the warp, and 07 are going to have to reset this dungeon once more. We needed to see them timing this dungeon, honestly, yesterday. Like, they wiped at the very end of the dungeon, accidentally body pulling the Dune Crawler, that wastes Creeper mob that does the unspeakable amounts of damage and AoE. That accidentally ended up getting pulled by 07, and so they could have had this dungeon done in 3 previous hours worth of gameplay. Unfortunately, they're still in this 22 Ecodome Aldani, falling further and further behind, and seeing their odds of being able to qualify for globals slipping further and further away, as Scaffolding have made it through Avanox with a 10-minute first boss split. You tend to want to see sub 11, and they're looking pretty solid here.
Yeah, they definitely are. And yeah, I want to say I've been talking about Scaffolding maybe not performing too well on some of the higher ski levels, but I think the reason why I said this so much was because they struggled so much in the 21 Priory on the very first day, right? We saw them struggle quite a lot to be able to time the 21, and as I saw that, I was like, oh wow, Scaffolding, they did so well on low key levels, but as soon as they come to high key levels, they struggle and they're not as consistent, right? But I think they've been proving me wrong ever since that happened, and they did actually perform really well, especially today. I think if you just look at their performance individually from Friday to yesterday to today, I think today they're doing really, really well. And 07, on the other hand, maybe a little bit the opposite even.
Yeah. I'm not really that surprised, though, that Scaffolding is still performing quite well. Lizelle, the tank on Scaffolding, he was the rank 1 player last season. Mm-hmm. Like, he got rank 1 on live. So I think that them showing up, even as like a brand new team, they have a lot of competition experience with Krona and Speed. I think that those 2 players are heavy veterans of the tournament circuit. I'm not super shocked, though, that Scaffolding, while inconsistent, like you said, and struggling once they make it to the higher keys, they have the possibility that whenever things start to kind of click into gear, they look great.
Yeah, 100%. They are indeed, as they are now moving to Anupsakt here. And this is another area where I've definitely seen teams have quite a lot of issues with, just because these Blood Guards and generally just moving around with all of these workers can be so dangerous, and things can fall apart very, very quickly here. But Scaffolding doing a pretty good job dealing with these packs so far.
I like the fact that they're skipping that Blood Guard that you kind of called out. Mm-hmm. At the top of the screen, you saw that Blood Guard. He's just walking on by, Scaffolding, hugging up against the wall, using things like the Bursting Shot and the Typhoon and DK grips to get the mobs away to where that Blood Guard doesn't end up pulling. You see him in the top right-hand corner of the screen. He's just walking away. Scaffolding is going to be just taking out some of the additional trash. And that's where that middle pack came in. We kind of called it out earlier, where Scaffolding grabbed a pack that I had never actually seen any other team get in Season 1 of the War Within, or in Season 2, or in Season 3 so far. And instead, Scaffolding utilized that count that they get from that mob in order to be able to skip that Blood Guard that they have determined is not efficient. Oh my god, I hate that Bursting Shot. I'm not a fan of that.
Well, that is definitely like a last-second ability you press to use as an interrupt. Yes. Yeah, you saw how far spread out everything was. Thankfully, they have tools to get the mobs back in, so they were able to recover. Yeah, Speed definitely used this as a last resort.
It's like thunderstorming the mobs. Like, not the Thunderstorm knockup, just like the Thunderstorm knockup, or like old Shining Force. And you're just like, why did you press that? Like, there has to be another button.
Yeah. I do feel the same way sometimes when I press Typhoon, but I'm like a bad spot to press it. And
yes,
you you only have to press it like last second because nobody else is doing anything. But then you're just knocking them apart. And it's like, was this better? Like, maybe we should have just wiped.
Do you get yelled at by tanks frequently for knocking mobs behind them? Because I am bad about that.
Okay. I'm actually bad about that too. Like, I think that is something that you would have to like preemptively think about before you get in a situation. They're like, oh, I should probably use Typhoon to interrupt, you know? Like, you should probably preemptively be like, oh, I'm going to position myself here to make sure that if I ever need to Typhoon, I'm not going to knock them behind. But I don't have that much foresight. Like, that's
Dude, the cast was going off. It's not my fault that you had your back turned to the mobs after I knocked them and they meleeed you to where you couldn't block them.
Right? Yeah. Goddamn tanks.
Amen. I'm glad that somebody said what I was thinking for sure. Yeah, but I mean, Scaffolding here, they had a 10-minute Avanox split. They're looking to pull a noob Zect here in just a couple seconds after this Hulking Bloodguard goes down. They drop the Darkness. They're making sure that every player is able to stay alive through this Locust Swarm cast. I think that they might want to kill off these Bloodworkers. I've had a situation where if you pull Bloodworkers in this boss, they randomly charge targets. And if you get targeted with one of the early infestations on this fight, you can just kind of die to the Bloodworker charge.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, because on a 22, these Bloodworkers, they don't do like 0 damage, right? It's definitely annoying when you have them jump around here. You can see Pillow actually having to go bear form.
Oh my god!
To survive some of this debuff plus Bloodworker jump. It managed to survive though, but yeah, that looked very scary.
I'm glad that I brought that up because it was right on time. He almost died. That was crazy. He almost died to it, and he had to press his Iron Bark on the last Locust Swarm cast, so he was low on defensives. And Bear Form, while a powerful ability for Mythic Plus, generally speaking, not exactly the most usable thing for Restoration Druid because you're losing the opportunity to be able to heal and heal yourself potentially for the ability to be able to have just a little bit more stamina. Where it's just like, okay, so you're basically pressing Bear Form if the alternative is I am dying right here, right now.
Yeah, that's actually the worst feeling and the worst situation to be in as a Resto Druid. If you know, if you don't go Bear Form now, you will die to like the next tick of whatever is happening. But you also know that if you go Bear Form, you cannot like stop you from dying to the tick after that one that the Bear Form survives. Yeah. So it's like, wow, okay, I guess you're just delaying your death for a second.
Bear Form for Resto Druid is always, I think it's much worse than Bear Form for both Feral and Balance. Mostly because, the opportunity cost is not being able to heal yourself. You can't even throw globals into yourself. And in previous expansions, Frenzy Regeneration, especially if the Resto Druid had hots on them, would heal them for like their entire health bar, but it's way worse now for them.
Mm-hmm. It's still very good for like one shot, or generally just like high incoming damage. If it happens like very infrequently, right? If it happens like once every like, I don't know, 30 seconds, then of course Bear Form's still very strong to prevent any kind of one-shots. But yeah, outside of that, Resto Druids prefer to just be caster form or in cat form to just press their damage rotation.
I do find that a lot of times people like to push their DPS buttons. They find that very satisfying. I wouldn't know as a healer, but no, honestly, I think it's been great seeing the performances here from our teams as we have obviously had Miscount step out at least for now, and we have this intense back and forth between Scaffolding and 07. Scaffolding, though, really gaining some momentum. So while we continue to see where they're able to take this, we will actually have a switch here on the desk. So Tettles, you'll be heading out for now, but we'll see you end of day.
GG's.
Bye. And we have Dratnos coming in. Dratnos, so like we've been talking about, Scaffolding, they've been building some momentum. We've seen them, I think, really start to kind of come into their stride maybe over the course of the weekend. And Shu, Krona, Pillow, these are names that people are familiar with in the MDI. The team itself even played back in Season 1, though of course they've added some players since then. And so this team of veterans is kind of finding a new synergy. And Shu kind of said that when they were looking at how they'd improved this season, that he felt like communication, teamwork, and output, that they had kind of improved in all ways. So Dratnos, I'm going to ask you, as we've seen Scaffolding play this weekend, how do you think this configuration of MDI veterans is looking as they've built up their momentum?
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly looking pretty strong. It's premature to say that they're in just yet, but they're 2 points ahead of 07, and 07 have been struggling so much to put this Ecodome on the board for themselves. So Scaffolding, especially with the performance in that Gambit, putting that 23 on the board for them, have been looking absolutely great. I do think it's worth taking a quick look at our leaderboard right now as we are moving into the final 2 hours of the day. 2 hours is a long time. It's enough to do maybe 4 or 5 dungeon runs on paper. At this level of key, it's not enough time to do that. None of the keys left for teams to do have a 100% success rate at this point. So we can see that Scaffolding and 07 are just 2 points separating them for the second spot out of this group. 3 points then are between Scaffolding and Missed Count, which sounds possible, but you have to remember Missed Count also have the time tiebreak just across the board. They have the fastest run in every single dungeon that they've done. So it's pretty much impossible to catch Missed Count. I do say pretty much, it's not technically impossible right now, but for now, Missed Count have assessed that they're probably safe in first place, and Coin Flip 5 points behind. They can pick up 2 in this Halls, but then they'll still be 3 points behind 07, still 5 points behind Scaffolding. So first and fourth place are pretty close to locked in at this point out of this group. Coin Flip, of course, still in it with a chance. But Scaffolding and 07 are by no means locking which one is second and which one is third. The last 2 hours of the day are going to be intense for both of these teams. They cannot afford for Keystones to go wrong. In particular, 07. They need to get this Eco Dome handled. It's been taking them way too long to finally put this dungeon on the board.
Yeah, 07 definitely has to lock in, and they need to get this Eco Dome done in this run, in my opinion. Because the problem is, not only are they 2 points behind, Scaffolding looks like they are on a pretty good run here on this 22 Arakara. And if Scaffolding times this, then all of a sudden, 07 is going to be even further behind. But as I say that, they actually do have mistakes, and we do see 2 deaths on the board, which I'm not sure if they can recover from this. It looks like Andy had already started gathering a pull here. Andy going down 2. I'm not sure. They're currently thinking, and it's a town portal.
No,
that's
07
reset.
needs to have this stop happening. There's only now 1 hour and 55 minutes left in the day. That's still a long time, but it's not that long of a time because 07 need to get this point, and then they need to go and get another point somewhere else. It probably has to be the Gambit so that they can compete with that highest key tiebreaker, because otherwise Scaffolding will have that. And then if Scaffolding finish this Arakara, which they're threatening to do so, if Scaffolding look great in this Arakara, they'll still be a point behind after doing all of that. The possibility space for 07 is narrowing so quickly if they can't get this Eco Dome finally completed. This is the dungeon that is breaking them right now.
Yeah, this Eco Dome is just so rough for them, but it looks like they are going back in there. They are trying to time this one. I was thinking maybe they could try a different key for now, because obviously they still have to do other things, but yeah, they really need this 22 Eco Dome on the board, so they're just going to do it until it's fresh in their mind. It looks like this was supposed to be a skip, so I think it was supposed to be just Vicman pulling this trash onto the side, the Sentinel, then using Shadow Meld to drop combat and have the other group run around. But I believe these Runestalkers were not properly picked up.
Combat from the dash was the source of the wipe here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. It's probably not something they've run into all that much. At least they didn't, mess up a pull mid-combat. Ooh, speaking of a team that's doing that, though, Scaffolding having a Demon Hunter death from a Blood Overseer, a threat issue here as the pull is getting started. And that is tragic for the damage, because he's going to lose a lot of his Eldrachi Reaver DPS. I mean, presumably that burst was part of what ripped the threat there. Didn't at least lose meta, did lose this Bloodlust. We'll see if the meta is used. No, okay. You can use meta to immune the grip there from the Cosmic Singularity, but not going to be the plan for Scaffolding. And yeah, here comes the meta now as there's going to be a window of opportunity to do some damage to the boss. So that leaves Scaffolding here. They do have the Overseer in on this pull. That is going to add them another 20 count. Do they have another Overseer, or is there just one here? I think there's just one, right?
Yeah, it looks like there's only one.
So, but there are some reinforced drones. So this is going to get them, I think this is going to get them count then. So they should be okay at least on that front. 5 minutes to deal with a plus 22 Kick It All the Harvester, but it's already at 70% health. So I think I like their timing here, even if they do have to go get a piece of trash. Oh no, Pillow! Oh, tragedy for Pillow and for Lizelle as well. Oh, Scaffolding are toast here. They don't have a B-res here. They have to reset the boss, but they can't even do that. Oh, that was absolute disaster for Scaffolding. That is the problem when you pull a Blood Overseer onto this boss. They had the Blood Overseer's webcast that overlapped with the Cosmic Singularity, which meant that they had a player that needed to be in a blood puddle, but also needed to not be where they just were because there was a web under them. And there's kind of no answer to that. The answer is to make sure that you don't get that spell queuing when you are pulling the boss like that. Otherwise, the answer is to step in last second to try and bait the webs off of it, but it's very hard to do all of that in the moment, and it ended up costing them a healer and a tank, which one of those they could have maybe recovered, both they definitely couldn't, so Scaffolding will be trying to start this one up again, which is great news for 07. 07 really they need infinite hexes to be cast upon Scaffolding's keystones.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this is horrible news for Scaffolding to have another wipe at the very end of a key, just like we saw in the 23 Gambit earlier. But this is, of course, amazing news for 07 that are still behind and trying to catch up to Scaffolding. And it looks like they did change their plans a little bit here. So while this was unfolding with Scaffolding, they ended up trying the 22 Aldani one more time, ended up depleting it on the very first pull, and then decided, you know what? We want to try something else now. They are going to have to do the 23 Gambit anyway, right? So they might as well try and change up their mindset a little bit. Go away from this 22 Atonement Aldani. Probably getting tilted by the faceplates, who knows? Now they're going to attempt the 23 Gambit in the meantime, where the water bolts are going to wipe them instead.
Yeah, would you rather be tilted by phase blades or by murlocs? I know that my answer is always anything but the murlocs, because the murlocs, the abilities are nasty on all the mobs, but only the murlocs play that annoying sound at you and just, at you. Yeah.
I think I might actually agree with you. I think I would also prefer the faceplates jumping behind me rather than the murlocs walking away and yell at me.
It is nice to get a change of pace. That is definitely a good thing here for 07, but it's actually pretty stressful because you have to go back there at some point, unless you have another point you can pick up somewhere else. Even if Scaffolding don't succeed for the rest of the day in this Arakara, you are going to need 2 points just to tie them. And even at that situation, then we're going to time tiebreakers, which is going to be another struggle for 07. So, yeah, they need this key to work out, but they also probably need that Ecodome to work out, because if it's not the Ecodome, then it's a harder keystone. It's a 22 Arakara, or one of the miracle keys that Miscount put on the board.
Yeah, there it is. 07 attempting this 23 Gambit for a second time this time around. Of course, this first pull is incredibly difficult with the Goliath coming through. I would even argue that the second pull is more difficult than the first, just because you have the Bloodlust here and you have all of your cooldowns available as you're gathering this Goliath and all of these Murlocs here. But on the second Goliath, you're kind of... obviously they're saving some stuff because they know they're pulling a second one. But still, that one is just going to be alive for a little while longer and generally requires more defensive usage because there's more sums coming through. But we need a little bit more Goliath damage. I feel like this Goliath health is dropping incredibly slowly. We do need some priority target damage here, 07.
Yeah, that's the problem with this composition compared to the Havoc Demon Hunter comps, which nobody else is using that in this dungeon this weekend either. Anti-clockwise were last weekend, and the Goliaths really melted for them. But yeah, for 07, you can see that Goliath is just still staying alive for a super long time. It might be the case that they do want to adapt a little bit the rotations that they're using, a little bit less full AoE and a little bit more priority damage, but these specs do lose some AoE if they want to do that, so have to see how they decide to continue this, because yeah, you don't want this Goliath just living forever as it is for 07. Still should be okay though. This dungeon, I think if they can keep the rest of their pathing clean, the first pull taking a little bit longer than we would have liked, is probably pretty recoverable. I think a 0-death run, it's unlikely they're going to deplete to the timer in here, although it is a 23 keystone. Despite what Miscount's timer makes you think, the timer is not easy in any dungeon at this level.
Definitely not. And I guess an interesting thing about Gambit, we talk about the early stage here being one of the most difficult ones in the whole dungeon, right? But we have seen teams wipe at any point in this Gambit, right? There's definitely No easy part in this dungeon, except, the easiest part actually is sometimes the boss fights, like Damn Captain Hooktail, which is, generally speaking, pretty hard for most teams on live servers. So that might be the easiest part because they can't do anything absolutely crazy onto the boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a remarkable phenomenon in the MDI where there are pulls that are hard on live, but they're a capped difficulty, because it's just like, oh yeah, this is a hard boss, or this is all the trash that lives in this room. And that can never get any harder unless you find a way to snap some plague borers or whatever from another dungeon onto them. But when there's pulls that are normally easy, then it's the MDI teams that are like, okay, this is a little bit too easy. Let's do some more trash here. Let's keep pulling enemies until this is almost impossible for us to handle. And that's what you have to think about. What is gating you from pulling more in any given section? You can look at 07's run right now, and it's the Goliaths, right? If you're ever in combat with 2 Goliaths, it's not workable. You're going to die to double stomps, right? Things are going to get really bad. And it's also the Murloc control, keeping them from fighting too many, keeping them from fleeing, fighting those Fishmancers as well with those totems that they spawn. Any sizable number of those will also slow down your pull. Even if it doesn't wipe you, it's going to make it inefficient to do. But there are some cases where you look at a pull and you're like, oh, the only thing that actually makes this hard is that it's just hard. But it's doable. There's no reason we can't do it. It's just really hard. And in those situations, that's when the MDI teams, you'll see Miscount, for instance, they'll just take impossible difficulty trash pulls and pull it onto the boss as well. Second boss or third boss of Halls of Atonement, I think, being a great example of this, where they just pull up and they've got the entire previous room in combat with them as well.
Yeah, that is one of the craziest things we see in this MDI environment, where all of a sudden, there's a wall and I can't pull more, so I'm just gonna bring things from the previous room and skip something that is after the wall to make up for it, and to just generally increase the efficiency. That is just really, really crazy to see. And I guess one thing that is somewhat similar to this also happens here in the Gambit, where Corona does go down to one of the flyers here in this early +22 Arakar that they're attempting again after, unfortunately, wiping on the very last boss earlier on their run. Hopefully they can recover here. This is one of the very dangerous pulls here at the very start of the dungeon, and having a death here, needing to battle rest, can snowball things very quickly. You just run out of those interrupts, run out of defensives even as well, as you're just trying to recover everything.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a scary situation. So Scaffolding here, that B-Res having been committed as well, does mean they're going to have to do the next boss fight as well without it. Avonok's a pretty scary boss, although not really a one-shotty scary boss. Usually it just kills your whole group if it's going to kill you. But the trash from here to there is still pretty scary. The good news is they will have that B-Res recovered for the trash section after Avonok's, which we don't talk about as much, but is also a very scary part of this dungeon. The thing for Scaffolding is they know they've gotten through all the hard parts of the dungeon. They just wiped on the last boss to what was maybe a mistake. I mean, that's the thing that I'm a little bit concerned about, is why did we get that overlap of the webs and the cosmic singularity on the last boss for Scaffolding? Did they not want to pull it onto the boss, but they felt pressured to because of their timer? Or did they mess up the, spell queue manipulation? Or did they just, were they planning to actually bait off of the puddles and then move into the puddles, and that messed up somehow? I'm not 100% sure what the story was there, but it is a little bit of a worrying way for a dungeon to be lost, because normally you think of the last boss as like, you're probably going to be able to kill this boss, but if you fight those overseers with it, you really need to know what you're doing before you can successfully execute that with any degree of reliability.
Yes, I think I remember them doing the same with the overseers on the previous skill level, on the 21. Now, it is a while ago, because it was a dungeon that was announced on the first day, but I think I remember them pulling these overseers. So technically, they should be aware of how to deal with this, and it was maybe just a mistake, which I think, as you said, is probably the best case scenario, that is what happened, rather than them feeling under the pressure and just not being able to do the timer, for example. But yeah, I think that is their strategy. So just do it again, and don't mess it up this time.
We've talked a little bit about this as well, where I think it was a couple hours ago, we were talking about how there are dungeons where you have the easy bit, but it's at the end of the dungeon, so it kind of becomes the hard bit. And you sometimes get this situation as well, where even though you know what you want to do there, so much of your brain power in the dungeon is devoted to the start of it, and such a high percentage of your attempts are at the start of it as well, where you just don't actually have as much muscle memory built up for the final section of the dungeon, and you don't have it as reliable as it should be as a result.
Yeah, I do also quickly want to take a look at 07 here, just because honestly it looked a little bit rough for them for the first like 2 attempts they had at this 23 Gambit. But they're now in Hillbrand here, and this is like the early difficult part where the first sanitizing cycle happens really early. You see all of these Guardians are still alive. They have to play this intermission phase and get all of these orbs into the correct consoles, while also dealing with all of these Guardians, which kill Andy! And they do have a battle res, and an Ankh. They kind of have a hard time recovering this as all of these Guardians
Does he
are
have
running
AoE
around.
taunt? Is he going to be able to AoE taunt these? Because if he does have that, then this is maybe recoverable. Casual Wraith walking away has threat on most of these, is wearing some plate armor though, and the part of these Guardians that sucks normally is that they stand still and cast Crackle and Charged Pulse. But in this case, it is going to be 07's salvation, because it gives them the time that they need to be able to get the threat back on most of these, although you can still see Andy is having a bit of a hard time gathering all these mobs. Now the boss has been in this sanitizing cycle for quite a while, but they have managed to actually get out of it as well. I think it used to be an expanding circle during that, but I think that the intensity of that has been nerfed. Oh no, the boss threat!
I knew it!
Oh!
I was just saying taunt the boss, because with all of this chaos, I'm sure that he didn't think of the boss also, of course, having lost aggro with him just standing there. And he did not think of it. The boss gets out of the cycle, immediately charges towards Roiven and just finishes her off. And I guess Roiven also did not think about it because actually maybe she didn't have Feign Death available anymore because she had to kite these Guardians. But yeah, they almost managed to recover this. And just,
Wow.
Unfortunately, the boss is just smacking Roiven in the head and no battle res available anymore. Wow, that was a valiant effort though. That was almost recovered.
Yeah, great catch as well, because absolutely what was happening there, right? But we have another thing we need to look at here, because Avanox has taken out 07's competitors. So the good news for 07, once again, is that after something bad happened to them, something bad has also happened for Scaffolding, keeping their chances alive. As what happened here was, unfortunately, one of these crawlers just got a tiny bit too close to Avanox, and that, once it enters the hitbox, Avanox munches it up and starts getting a huge damage buff. And as soon as that happened, they identified that this pull was over. So, both of our teams unable to put a point on the board now for the past 30 minutes. And Coinflip actually also wiping in their 21 disasters across the board. Daylight savings time has thrown off what was normally a 3 p.m. curse here to 120
Maybe they
somehow.
can do it, though. 3% on the boss here.
The solo from the Prop Warrior. Okay, but look at the timer. We have only 6 minutes left to deal with the mini-boss and the last boss.
Oh.
The boss has 3% health as well. That's not a lot normally, but you just have a tank. You don't have a... Okay, I guess we have Spell Reflect. Big Reflect coming in on this Animal. Bang! Down to 1%.
There it is.
A full % off the boss's health with that Spell Reflect, but less than 6 minutes on the clock
and
now.
they pressed Bloodlust. They pressed Bloodlust to be able to finish this boss off, so now they're not going to have lust for the mini-boss and not for the last boss either. I think there's still a chance for a coin flip to be able to finish this, though.
Oh no. What a disaster for Coinflip. Okay, here's the good news.
Oh, not
They
everyone has
pressed Lust
debuff.
after 2 died.
Yeah.
So, Lust debuff won't exist on their healer, which doesn't matter. But on their DH, it's nice that their DH will still have Lust available here. Although, interestingly, this comp only has one person who can actually press Bloodlust. And with the death on the healer here, the timer situation... Oh, I do not like this one bit. Less than 5 minutes, the boss is still gonna full heal here, the mini-boss rather, one more time. Yeah, this is a Depleto. I'm calling it now. Hit the town portal scrolls, don't send good time after bad.
Yeah, I also don't think this is going to be happening anymore. I mean, I do want to give a quick shout out to Coinflip Muko, though, because they've been in this 21 halls for such a long time. And they just continue, though. Like, the likelihood of them overtaking both 07 and Scaffolding to be able to make it into that second spot for the Globals is really, really slim. It's coming to a point where it might not even be possible from a pure time perspective either, right? So the fact that they're still trying here and doing their absolute best is very, very cool to see. And they'll time this 21 halls. I believe in them.
Yeah, if we can just get crits on every ability for the rest of the dungeon, they will have a chance here. Yeah, if we can just get crits on every ability for the rest of the dungeon, they will have a chance here.
I don't
less than...
In this round,
you
like
needed this,
today.
you don't mean this round. Okay. I was ready for it. I was here for it. I was ready to do some creative math to try and sell the possibility. But yeah, it's definitely not going to be this run. Hopefully they
No.
can get it today, though. That will be, I think, a good bit of defiance out of Coinflip Muko Heelan, who I've had a great time watching this team this weekend as well. So really glad that they've gotten to play, even though this 21 has completely bricked them for the past 3 hours. That it's not an easy key. It's one of the things that just goes to show the kind of gap that is opening up between teams like Mist Count and Holy Method and mere mortals, the rest of us, is such a wide gap because Mist Count kind of made the 23 look easy in here, but this is a reminder that even the 21 is really, really, really hard, even with full BIS gear, everything like that. This dungeon is just insanely difficult.
Yeah, it definitely is. And yeah, as we talked about, they do have that Bloodlust available on their healer and their DH, but I guess maybe somebody has drums? Potentially? Because the meta has been popped here by the Demon Hunter. This would be the moment where they want to use those drums to be able to get more damage onto the boss. I think at this point they also know that they're not going to have the damage, right? Okay, so let's see. So they have 240 left for the boss, and they're already 45 in combat. Yeah, it's just not quite going to work out, I don't think. But,
hear me out.
Okay, I'm listening.
In Dragonflight Season 3 or something, Season 1 maybe, I depleted an Azure Vault, and then the next week they increased the timer on Azure Vault, and retroactively I got the score from timing that key. It counted as a timed key afterwards, because it was within what was the new timer. So maybe Coinflip here are saying, you know what might happen? They might increase the timer on Halls of Atonement, and then I will get the score, in the mail with my weekly vault.
That might be the exact way they're thinking. I think you're onto something here. And considering that they are on an official Warcraft broadcast, I mean, devs could be watching and make it happen.
For instance, if there's somebody that's a big fan of Coinflip here is watching and saying, you know what, this does seem a little unfair. Let's give it a couple extra minutes. Bang! All of a sudden, +2 for Coinflip.
It is possible. Also, I guess you can give them the point that maybe they just want to try this boss a little bit, making sure that once they actually get there with enough time left, that they're not going to make any silly mistakes, not have any statues bounce on top of their heads into melee range like we've seen happen for Scaffolding earlier. So yeah, just giving it a little bit of a test here and just generally be happy that they can finish this dungeon. Well, it looks like 07 is trying to do their 23 Gambit again.
Honestly, I agree with both of you so much. I love seeing teams, especially new teams. Coinflip Muko coming in here, they were like, we're up against a bunch of our guildies, but we're gonna give it our all. We're gonna see, I think they were saying what boomers against the zoomers. They were gonna really try their hardest. And honestly, it's so fun. I think we always want to see new teams coming in and encourage folks to try it. Like, give it a shot. You don't have to be like a top tier esports professional to get in, and give it a shot on the MDI and have fun. And we actually had a question earlier that, Dratnos, I'm gonna send your way, from Demonic, who is asking in chat, if I wanted to get into Mythic Dungeons as a PvPer, how do I start? I've never done it before. So for anybody who might watch and kind of get inspired, what would be sort of your advice to them to get rolling themselves in Mythic Plus?
Yeah, I mean, Mythic Plus is great, and there's the nice thing about it compared to, say, PvP is that it's pretty easy to get into. There's a lot of people doing it, right? There's a pretty vibrant pug community that you can get into through LFG. I would say the in-game group finder, good place to try and find some people. What you want to try and do is, if you make any friends there, add them to your friends list. You can get into some community discords as well, where there's a lot of people doing keys, that kind of stuff. If you have a guild as well, if you're a PvPer, maybe you have a PvP guild, so maybe you don't have a lot of M+ers in there. But if you're in a guild that has people doing dungeons, typically they're often looking for people to do keys with, because often you've got 3 or 4 people that want to do keys. You pick up the last person from LFG. If somebody in your guild wants to do it, you can pick up them instead as well, and start getting your experience built up that way. And you want to focus on just like learning the dungeons, learning the mechanics, trying to get as much knowledge as you can, make yourself as strong of a player as possible, and then in the process of doing that, hopefully you're going to be meeting people that are better and better as you're getting better and better, and again, getting on those friends lists. Getting people on your friends list, asking people to do keystones. A lot of people who play World of Warcraft are... It's not something that afflicts all of us, but some of us have a little bit of a hard time starting conversations, so if you do some work on being somebody that's willing to do that, you'll find that goes a long way towards just getting into dungeons, getting keys going, being somebody that is actually willing to start the group, for instance. That's a big piece of advice in the group finder. If you're having a hard time getting invited, list your own keystone, and you can build it up that way. And I think the other thing as well is it's okay if it takes a little bit of time, and it's also okay if you realize it's more fun just be doing the lower keys as well. There's some really fun affixes that we don't show in the MDI that are only active in keys below level 12, but it's a blast to just play this at any level. The dungeons are beautiful. They change every season as well. It's a great game mode, so definitely much better than PvP. Do come join the M plus side. Don't tell the AWC casters I said that.
Wow, I'm messaging them right now.
I mean, I personally agree with everything you said, especially the PvP part. No, but I do think, like, especially the point you're making with like adding people, making friends, and making sure you have people to play with. I think it is a little bit like people don't understand just how important it is. I think most people understand that, of course, if you're with a group that you synergize with, you're going to be able to do better than if you're in a random pug, right? Like, I think most people know that. But one thing that is just one thing that makes a lot of sense is that getting the information about the dungeons usually is just like kind of people like telling each other stuff, right? Oh, Vickman does go down to a bolt going through here. They do have battle rest available, so they maybe can recover this, but need to get that rest out fast, as it looks like one more bolt went through here. Need to make sure they're finishing off these purifiers and the guardians that are alive for such a long time here. Another sanitizing cycle is about to come up, so maybe that's exactly what they need to finish off all of these ads here and to recover. But
wow, nice recovery. Yeah, usually that sort of thing going wrong would often be the start of the beginning of the end. But 07 have done a good job of stabilizing that.
Yep, there it is. And yeah, just to continue or finish my thoughts, I do think that sometimes when you run these dungeons, a lot of the skill level is just having the knowledge, right? Like, you can be the best player in the world, but if you don't know how a certain ability works, or that you can line of sight it, or that you can outplay it somehow, and sometimes it's not very intuitive either, right? Sometimes these abilities, it's just how they are, and you just kind of have to know that it works this way. So a lot of the knowledge is shared if you just play with other people, and if you're not in voice chat or you're just pugging, the other people might not tell you things that they would tell you if you've been playing for them for a while, or if they're your friends, and then it's just easier to acquire all of this knowledge about these dungeons.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a huge... I would say the thing, whether you're pugging or playing in a group, is you want to be approaching dungeons with a learning mindset, right? You always want to be thinking about, like, discovering something in each dungeon run, right? Learning something about, oh, what happens if I stun this, right? What happens if I kick this? What happens if this ability goes off, even, although I would say try not to figure that one out too often, but, note down what happens when it does. And you can learn these little intricacies is depending on your role as well as a tank. There's just a lot of mob behavior that you can sort of be picking up from these. And the best Mythic Plusers tends to be the people that are just always hungry for knowledge about these keys, and you seek it out from your group mates. That's a great source for it. It's one of the easiest ways to get information transferred, but also watching people's streams, right? A lot of the high-end Mythic Plusers stream, whether they're in the MDI or just people pushing live keys. You can learn so much by seeing how they approach the dungeons as well, especially if they're playing your class, but even if they're not, you can learn a lot about just the dungeon rather than your own role within it.
Yeah, 100%. I guess another nice little tip is if you just generally go through the dungeon, you want to learn something. Something that happened to me quite a lot is, like, as I go through the dungeon, something happens and I want to acquire the knowledge. It's like, okay, something happened and I'm not sure why. I want to figure this out after the run, because obviously you're currently in a run and you kind of can't go and figure it out in the moment, right? So what you can do to not forget about it afterwards is you can just kind of create your own channel, like a chat channel in game, where maybe you're the only one that is in there, and then you're just kind of noting it down in chat there real quick and be like, I don't know, you can write down the ability or write down the timer that you're currently in of the dungeon, and then afterwards you can check it out in the logs if you're logging, or maybe even if you have some sort of recording program, then you can go back and take a look.
Yeah, and of course, the other thing you want to do is just watch every second of MDI broadcast as we bring you exciting pieces of new tech, such as this is the Path of Frost setup that is being used by teams this weekend in this first area, crossing over this water to get them between these poles. This is something that it's a little bit hard to make the count work from this if you approach this dungeon from the mindset of don't pull Goliaths, because that's how a lot of teams have been approaching this. But this weekend, Miscount in particular really spearheaded this strategy of saying, you know what? Goliaths aren't that bad, actually. It's the Fishmancers that are bad. And so using that Path of Frost, getting over the water there, sets this up. If you don't have a DK, you can have a Shaman cast Water Walking on people as well. You know, there are other answers for making this happen, but this is a really nice way to maneuver through this dungeon and avoid as many of the Fishmancer and especially the double Fishmancer pulls as possible.
Yeah, very, very cool coming in here by 07. And now we're back to live, and it looks like 07 did manage to get past Hillbrand and are moving to Time Captain Hooktail's area or beach. So we'll see if they're going to be able to deal with this as well. Their Lust is ready, and we've seen different kinds of strategies when it comes to Lust, and it looks like 07 is immediately pressing this as they're gathering some of these deckhands from the previous pool into this next one here. They're slowly going to be arriving. The deckhands, of course, are not too dangerous of a mob here. It is usually the Tide Sages and the other casters in this area that they want to focus down first, and then potentially if they have these casters down, they can continue just chaining these deckhands into the next pool.
Yeah, the deckhands present a lot of danger, but only to the tank. You could see Andy there was layering both Shield Wall and Last Stand as several of them were enraged and hitting him. Look at the way he's moving his character as well. He's basically in melee, but he's a couple of steps back. And even just doing this is effectively a big shield wall on him, because these mobs are missing half of their autos because they're too far away when they're off cooldown. Look at him doing it again. These burly deckhands are just not going to be able to get onto him, and he's keeping them all inside that AoE, but also avoiding that massive incoming tank damage. That sort of movement, really important when you're handling mobs like the burly deckhand, because burly deckhand, if you're playing and you're a new tank at this, or you're playing with a new tank, they're just going to fall over dead to those burly deckhands. You're going to be like, this is the scariest mob in the dungeon. But if your tank manages them that way, then they are completely trivialized, and it's all about the Tide Sages as well. And keeping the Tide Sages easy requires keeping everything stacked up as well, right? So you need to make sure that you don't answer the deckhands by just kiting 30 yards away, because that'll make the Tide Sages super hard to interrupt and to keep controlled.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for sure, as it looks like they are wanting to play this a little bit safe here, making sure they are finishing off the Tide Sages and the whole pack here before they are engaging the boss. They also don't have any super major cooldowns available here, so they just want to play it somewhat safe. And we do know that the timer in the 23, if played perfectly, like we've seen Miscount do it, then there's a lot of time left. So I do think that 07 can take it a little bit slow here. Now to keep in mind, they have the 2 deaths on the board already, so that's of course a little bit of a time loss here. But they don't have to go incredibly fast and risk anything too major to be able to time this.
Yeah, things are looking pretty solid for 07 so far. And again, the good news for them has been, even though they haven't accomplished anything in the last hour, neither has Scaffolding, right? Scaffolding has failed to put up the plus 22 Arakara, heartbreakingly wiping near the end. The bad news for 07 is that even if they win this, they're still a point behind Scaffolding. They will need to go and get that Ecodome done. They'll have to go back to the scene of the crime and try and make that dungeon actually work for them in the final hour of the day, as we do now have 1 hour and 25 minutes left in our day. Time for at most 4 dungeons to be completed. Realistically, 2 is probably a good amount to be hopeful for. Maybe 3 best case for 07. The amount of points that these teams can get to is starting to run into a ceiling. 07, their fate is not really entirely in their own hands as well, because if Scaffolding can put this Arakara on the board, 132 is going to be a very hard total for 07 to reach. Not impossible, but it's going to require them to stop depleting keys for the rest of the day, basically, and Scaffolding will still then have another hour to get to a 133 even, which would be a very, very hard point total for 07 to match.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit rough for them. I'm currently thinking if they time this 23, would there maybe be another dungeon that makes more sense for them to do instead of the Ecodome?
So you could do the Arakara.
Yeah, they could do the Arakara, right? I guess it would make sense for them to look at the time tiebreakers to see if it makes more sense for them to do the Arakara versus
So the question
Ecodome.
is, do they feel like they overperformed or underperformed in their 21s between Arakara and Ecodome? Both?
Actually, their Arakara is pretty slow, I'm going to say. Their Arakara is 28 minutes, right?
So is their Ecodome. Their Ecodome is slower on 21 than Scaffolding's 22 and Miscount's 23. which
Okay, yeah, you have a
is an
point. I think
absolutely
their
crazy thing.
Yeah, I think their Ecodome actually is worse than their Arakara, so I guess that would be the best dungeon for them to do.
Yeah, what we'll be able to do is when they finish this dungeon and they're heading into their next dungeon, we can actually figure out what timer they would need to get the time tiebreak as well. So we can see how difficult of a task that might be, because they might be in a position where the answer is actually we do just need to win both of those keys today, because the time tiebreaker might be out of shape for them. Oh no, Vikman going down to that cannon barrage. And Hooktail, one of those bosses that can really catch anybody at any time. I think the healers in particular, they tend to be lagging behind the group a little bit. It's pretty easy for them to get caught by that, especially because they do need to be healing everybody through these nasty debuffs you can see on Royben and Shelly right now.
Yeah, hopefully they can finish this without any more issues, because of course they are not going to have a battle rest for a little while here. So hopefully this boss is going to be fine for them. But yeah, then after this key is done, we can take a look at the time tiebreaker, see what needs to be done by 07 to overtake Scaffolding here. If Scaffolding does not manage to get this 22 on the board, of course. Otherwise, it might be a little bit harder. One more thing to note, I guess, is if they somehow can do a key that would win the key tiebreaker, the highest key tiebreaker, like that would obviously be better. But I don't really think that there's anything that is like feasible, right? Like, of course, there's like a 23 streets that we've seen Miscount just do, but not sure how possible that is for 07.
That is true if they only have time for one dungeon, but they will have, if they win on this attempt, they'll have time for multiple dungeons, but they might not win on this attempt, as Casual gets taken out by that cannon barrage, and this time there's no B-res. The good news is the boss is at 10% health, so if they can get through these last 10% without any more deaths, they might still be able to recover this, but the timer will start to become an issue if they have any more things go wrong for them here. They still have a lot of time left in the dungeon, but they also have a lot of trash that they need to pull before Solia. Some of it can go into Solia, but then that'll increase the danger there as well, and they will be playing with only one battle res in the final part of this dungeon, so a lot of ways that this can go wrong for them. Such a unfortunate way for Timecap and Hooktail to go for 07, but they're definitely still alive.
Yeah, so I was talking about the timer not being incredibly tight in this 23 Gambit and how they can like go somewhat slow, they can finish the trash before pulling the boss and so on, right? But now, all of a sudden we're in a situation where, no, you cannot pull slow anymore, right? We're gonna have to see some aggressive pulls here coming into the Solia trash. We're gonna have to have a perfect skip here from Royben on the stars here, or Vikman actually, it is, that is doing the skip here for 07. But yeah, they need to make sure they're gonna be chaining some pulls here to have enough time to finish this key, because Solia is just such a long boss fight.
There's double bad news here as well, because even if they complete this key, now this means that their time tiebreaker is going to be in even more danger, because they're going to have a slow 23 Gambit. Of course, they'll just be happy to put it on the board, but realistically, that might mean that they'll have to go for either 2 more points, or the powerful plus 23 attempt that, we don't know if it's possible in Halls of Atonement, but nobody's done it. We know it's been done by one team in the world in Streets. It's Miscount, so I don't know if 07 will be able to make either of those happen. I think their best chances might still be just 22 Ecodome, and then either 22 Arakara, or maybe try and go for a time improvement if Scaffolding still haven't put any other points on the board, but that's a lot of this is assuming as well, because Scaffolding, even though they haven't put a point on the board recently, if you're 07, do you ever feel comfortable assuming Scaffolding won't succeed in the next hour and 20 minutes in this 22-hour card? They're probably going to.
Yeah, I think so as well. I do think that 07's best... Well, okay, it's hard. It sounds weird because, of course, considering how 07 performed, it's going to be really tough for them to just go and do a 23 Streets. But I honestly think, like, if they somehow think there's a chance for them to be able to do it, I think it would be the best for them to try and just win with a key tiebreaker, right? Because, yeah, obviously they still have to do the Ecodome or another key as well if Scaffolding ends up timing this Arakara, but I don't think that they win the time tiebreaker. Like, I think they literally just have to go for that higher key level. But yeah, if Scaffolding times this 22 Arakara, then they'll have to do more than just a 23 Streets So 07 is a little bit of a dire position right here. And they definitely need to time this 23 Gambit that they're currently in, as they're fighting that Starseer pack here. They need to finish off the Starseer to make sure that there's not any more Wandering Pulsars spawning, and so they can also chain in the next Starseer as well. They need to get going here for sure, as they're going to be approaching the 2-chest timer here on the 23. And as I said earlier, that dungeon is just so long. Oh, that was actually already the second Starseer. Sorry, my bad. So they don't have another one. They are engaging Solia now. And considering they don't have a second Starseer to deal with, I think their timer is looking pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely still okay on the timer. Again, the tiebreaker is not going to be perfect for them, but at this point, they'll be okay with that. They just want to get a dungeon actually timed to break this curse that has befallen them inside that Ecodome 22. Of course, the problem is that's probably where they have to go right after this, but of course they have to actually beat Solia first. So they'll have 6 minutes on the clock in 3 seconds here before their timer will expire. Solia's health drops pretty quickly, but then you gotta remember, there's a phase 2. The boss does full heal. This is a very, very long boss fight, and Vikman goes down. That's their last battle res. No more B-reses, no more safety room, and 15 fewer seconds for 07 to get this dungeon completed. This is going to be right down to the wire now, and it's going to be so tense. They have to avoid any further deaths here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play perfectly from here now. You can see one of the assassins jumping out in that binding shot, making sure that one is going to be the thing that interrupts it. But of course also means that the binding shot roots them outside, slowing the damage on them by quite a bit. So they're going to potentially jump one more time. Yeah, there is one more jump. They had to get this blitz in. Here we go, a group coming through by Casual to making sure they can interrupt that one. They still have to control this focused ritualist while also dealing with the collapsing star here. Of course, Royben on the BM Hunter are going to be taking over that job. They will get a second set of assassins while still having that ritualist alive, though.
Yeah, exactly. This collapsing star as well being nicely managed. You have to watch out to try and not overlap it with when the boss casts the hyperlight jolt, right? The raid damage. If that lines up with the dot from that collapsing star, very scary situation, especially without that B-res. It looks like 07 now have the boss below 50%. Now, I think the way this boss works is it won't summon assassins below 50%, but it will still make collapsing stars if it's at that point in the spell queue. So you get a little bit of freedom from one of the mechanics, but you still got to try and beat the next collapsing star, which 07 have managed to do. Solia enters the middle of the room inside this immune phase, and they'll need to grab the other trash here, but 4 minutes for phase 2 on this boss should be enough. It's not super comfortably enough is the problem. It's a long phase.
It's definitely not super comfortable. Looking at their cooldowns as well, it looks like they have Shell's Ascendance in a little bit more than a minute. So that
we
means
only have one
that they
more.
they only get one more Ascendance, which they definitely have to line up with the Lust as well to make sure that they get the full potential of damage here. But they also want to make sure they finish off this trash, right? So they need to try to optimize their boss damage, not wasting too much damage into this trash, and also need to line up their cooldowns perfectly here, in my opinion, to be able to get this done. This is going to be a little bit rough for them here.
Okay, so the good news is Royben correctly just pressed that Call of the Wild right on cooldown here, which means Call of the Wild, Breath of Sindragosa, and Ascendance will all come up right around the same time. So they should be able to just press the Bloodlust when that does happen. It might be after this next immune phase. Ooh, the problem is the immune phase is going to start kind of soon here. So those cooldowns won't all be off cooldown when it ends, although they'll be close. The Ascendance will be. The other two will be just a couple of seconds away from being off of cooldown here. So the boss moves into the middle of the room, reorganizes these relics of the first ones, and casts that Hyperlight Jolt. And yeah, we're going to have 10 seconds on Ascendance here. 20 on Breath of Sindragosa and Call of the Wild. They go into the trash now, but do they hit the Lust? Looks like they want to wait for those cooldowns, but if you don't hit it right now, you're not going to get it all inside that immune, so they do hit it right now.
Yeah, it looks like they have all of their cooldowns available, at least from Shelle and Casual and Royben now pressing their cooldowns as well. So they need to still make sure that they're focusing the boss as much as they can, though, while just kind of passively cleaving down this trash. They cannot put too much damage into them. They need to just make sure to control them. That potentially means that they will be alive during the next intermission still, but they just need to make sure they're controlling them throughout the intermission too. And you can see Royben now using Turtle to actually go to that collapsing star. a little bit late, as this is one of those collapsing stars that overlaps with the fragmentation and is generally just harder to trigger. But thankfully she did have that turtle available to make it a little bit safer. But there we go, 1 minute 40 left on the clock, and the boss is still so high, and another intermission coming up.
Another intermission coming up, and we're going to take the briefest intermission here to swap over the desk. Nagura Dratnos, thank you so much. We're going to be getting Zyronic and Tuttles in to narrate the end of this boss fight.
All right,
Bye.
quick, Zyro, is this timeable? Is this timeable?
No! No, unless they have insane damage from Shelly here. He needs to proc like crazy. We need to see lava bursts spewing from his characters at every
There's one
possible
proc.
moment here. There's one proc. We need that for the next minute here because there's just not enough time left in the dungeon. The Bloodlust plus all of the cooldowns pushed in that phase. They got the boss from 80% to 43%. That was in one phase with Bloodlust and all of the cooldowns. I suspect before the next intermission we might be able to get the boss to 15%, but after the next intermission they're going to have just seconds left on the dungeon. I just don't know if it's possible. We're going to get one more press of the Breath plus Pillar from Casual here. He's just going to send it right now. You just gotta. There's going to be no time after the intermission. I feared, Dritettles, that there's just not going to be enough time left.
Yeah, I mean, Shelly, he had pretty good RNG. I think he got 3 Ascendance procs in this phase, 16%. So just like you said, as we were going into the intermission, now the boss is 99% immune from damage. You have to spread out for these Hyperlight Jolts. It is a 20-second time loss where the boss is immune, and 15 seconds to do 15%. Zyronic, the 5 deaths are going to be what costs
No.
07 here. If it wasn't for Casual Addict being dead on time, Captain Hooktail, if it wasn't for the 4 other deaths as well, 07 would be able to time this dungeon with the 23, but unfortunately 30 minutes are going to be wasted as they are going to be 10 seconds over that timer, just barely on the cusp of being able to put up that additional point. And their ability to be able to make it to the global finals seems like it's slowly slipping further and further away, as you see Scaffolding in the top right-hand corner of the screen also having a couple problems with a death there on Krona, but there are 2 deaths and very deep in this 22 Arakara attempt.
And they've already lost an Arakara earlier today. I mean, Scaffolding in 07, they're playing a game of who wants it more right now, and right now it seems like neither of them really want it that badly. Just last boss wipes, overtime for 07. The good news is 07 is not out of it yet. An hour and 15 minutes left in the day plus overtime. They're still only 2 dungeon completions behind Scaffolding right now. It's not out of reach. Scaffolding is having tons of issues in this Arakara. So 07, I mean, that one hurts, but you're not out of it yet.
I think
They're on their
Scaffolding...
they have to take the break, though. They have to take a 10-minute break still 07, so that's 10 more minutes gone for them.
Oh no, Zyro. I don't know about this one anymore, man.
That's rough. I feel
Are
like
they
right now
mathematically
it's all in
limbed?
Scaffolding's hands.
Are they-
No, not yet. Not yet.
Are they limbed if Scaffolding times this key?
Also not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. If Scaffolding times this key and another one, I think they're mathematically limbed. 07 still have time to do this Gambits. Get another +1. I think it'd have to be the Eco Dome. That's the easiest one available for them. That would put them on the exact same dungeon scoreline across the board as Scaffolding as it stands right now.
Okay.
If Scaffolding time the 22 Arakara, 07 will then have to do another +1 in one of their keys. Arakara is probably the easiest they have available too at that point.
So they have to go 3-0 and have no resets is basically what's on the table here for 07. Okay.
That's if Scaffolding times this key.
Yeah, of course. Like if you're an 07 fan, what you're hoping is that Scaffolding just deplete this key. 07 go. They have to one-shot the Gambit and the Ecodome Aldani. They don't necessarily have to one-shot the Ecodome Aldani. You just are praying that Scaffolding does not time this key. Is kind of what's on the table.
I mean, the thing
here.
is, it's doable, right? We saw it yesterday from Scaffolding. Scaffolding was, to be honest, having a terrible day yesterday. They were on 102 points at this exact time yesterday, and they ended the day on 107 with a 2-chest and a 21 Gambit. Like, it's not out of the question that a team could have a lights-out day, and none of those keys were easy keys that Scaffolding was doing yesterday, by the way, to get that score. So, like, it's possible. It's just not probable.
I think Scaffolding wins the award for the weekend of most chokes past 25 minutes in a dungeon, where they lost a Priory twice, they lost a Gambit post 25 minutes, and they lost an Arakara on the last boss. Like, Scaffolding has actually I feel like if they don't have those just random kind of blunders, they would be kind of blowing 07 out of the water a little bit.
It's not too surprising, though, right? Because this is a team that's gotten 4th in the Globals before. Like, as ESC Gaming in Season 1, they were a very, very strong team. It's not surprising at all to see them do really well, or just have
How many people were on
ESC? It's just been...
How many people were on ESC from this team?
I want to say... Well, I know Speed for sure. I'd have to go back and look, but I know it was at least 2 or 3 of the players. But, like, still, like, they have the caliber. They have the top end. We can definitely, like, they're definitely a top team if they live up to their potential. It's just been like, yeah, they've lost probably 2.5, 3 hours, right? Just due to near end of dungeon wipes. But Scaffolding have an opportunity to almost slam the door shut. Just leave it unlocked for 07 if they time this key. The door won't be locked in 07's face just yet.
It's closed,
but timing
but it won't be
key,
locked.
Timing this key would be not quite the final nail in the coffin for 07. Scaffolding, though, we saw in their previous run, they did wipe on this final boss in one of the most obscene ways possible, right? They pulled an Overseer on top of the boss without the proper spell queue timing. So they got a web volley at the same time the boss was doing its intermission cast, and it killed 2 players.
Yeah.
That's just a very weird way for a top team to wipe. Hopefully they have the timing correct this time, but there's actually not a lot of wiggle room in this dungeon left for them, Tettles. We're going to be at about 6.5 minutes left on timing the key here. They still need a ton of count, too. I don't think this poll gives them the count they need.
It looked like they were getting more count during the boss as well. I think they were like grabbing a bunch of trash in the boss last time, which can end up causing some problems. You see those flyers also being grabbed there by Lizelle. Actually, it looked like they were about to get grabbed by Lizelle, but walking away.
No!
Oh my god, Lizelle died in the drone! And now Krona and Shuda end up dying almost immediately after. Is that volley going to go off? Speed, he has a kick available for the volley. He ends up getting the kick. Lizelle stands back up from the battle res, ends up getting the kick on the other Overseer. Scaffolding was on the cusp of being able to wipe, and Lizelle dies to the erupting webs. It's going to be a full wipe for Scaffolding, and Speed is back to Dornegal.
Another run!
What?
20+ minutes in for Scaffolding. And it's just reset again. What is happening to this team? 07, they're on break like right now, probably just hate watching their competition. And they're fist pumping right now. They've got a chance. They can still potentially be our second place team in the competition. We'll see them in just a few moments as their break comes close to an end here. Scaffolding wasting no time heading back into that Arakawa. They need to get this done at this point.
Yeah. Okay, so I did end up pulling up ESC Gaming from Season 1. So the 3 members of Scaffolding that were on ESC Gaming that are now on Scaffolding was Pillow Chewer, Shu, and Speed. So their healer and 2 of their DPS are the same players. And then El Broglio, who plays an Enhancement Shaman, he got replaced with Krona. And Yant, who is on anti-clockwise with Divine Field, is now Lizelle on Scaffolding. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good frame of the team that played really well back in Season 1. So, like, it makes sense that they have the top end. Maybe they just haven't played together as much, so the synergy isn't quite as up to speed. Well, okay, that was not supposed to be.
I think they're up to speed.
Nah, okay. Well, okay, it wasn't meant to be a pun, but it worked out. Either way, if they're able to be one of our top 2 teams and they qualify to Globals, and they're able to shore up that synergy between now and Globals, they will definitely be a force to be reckoned with. But it's not over yet. 07 will be done with break in just a moment here. In the meantime, Coinflip has been working away at this 21-hour card that's been causing him a host of issues for the past couple of hours here. Can they finally get this dungeon done? It's looking good. The timer isn't great, Tettles, but I think they have just enough left here in this key to finally get this dungeon done.
Yeah, and I mean, look at their splits. They're minus 115 on high adjudicator Elise. They ended up being just a little bit over the timer last time, and I think that with these splits we are seeing out of Coinflip, Muko Healan, they should be able to get it done. Now, Inquisitor Cigar can be a huge time loss depending on how many heals he gets off. The ideal situation here is you use the Beast Mastery Hunter Pet with that Mortal Strike effect, putting that 50% MS on Inquisitor Cigar to reduce the amount of healing that occurs, and then you press Bloodlust and you try to burn him as fast as possible. Ideally, he ends up dying off before this next heal goes off, and it looks like for Coinflip Muko Healan, they might be able to get it. That Surge of Power damage dealt increase is on the players right now. The Dispersed Sin cast happens, and then the Dark Communion heal, and oh my god, please kill him! No!
This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. This allows you to time up the next buff perfectly. You want to wait, actually, ideally, for this buff to go out. Display of power being cast right now. You're gonna. Oh, did they kill it off before the buff went out? Okay, that's a little unlucky. You could have actually extended that buff and pulled it into the boss for a little while.
We had a lot of funnel, though.
5.5 minutes on the final boss with funnel. They should be good to go here. We just have to make sure we don't see any pillar bumps go awry for them. We've seen that happen already today.
How long is this fight? 4:30 maybe?
I think it's under 5. If everything goes right.
Not a short boss, I will say, all things considered. And it doesn't help that right before this encounter, you press all of your buttons, including Bloodlust on Inquisitor Cigar. So then you come into Lord Chamberlain with like nothing.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, like we were talking about, you chain that buff in so you have a little extra juice at the start of the boss. It's not a ton, but it's definitely nice. That might be something that costs them here. All the trash now dead. We've done 20% of the boss's HP in the first minute, and I mean, that's on pace. They should be good to go here. Now, of course, there still are a lot of high damage events in this fight, but we know that they happen at very set times, right? 70-40% the boss will go into the intermission phase and do a massive burst of damage when those pillars get thrust out from the boss. As long as they have cooldowns prepared for those intermissions, they should be good to go. Of course, have to keep dodging these statues as the boss tries to take them out, but so far so good for coin flip.
Honestly, like, okay, I know they're coming in fourth. I feel like they've played really well, especially for like a brand new team. Brand new teams with low experience, especially from a guild setting where Muko, he's new to healing, of course, as if you can see the team name. Getting a guild group together like this and then being able to come fourth in an MDI is like a pretty big feat, especially whenever you're compared to 07 and Scaffolding and Mist Count. People who have played in the MDI for nearly 10 years at this point, which is kind of weird to think that we've almost had an MDI for when was the first MDI? Maybe like 2016 or 2017?
It was 16 or 17. I think there was like a collegiate dungeon run that was before the first official MDI that might have happened in 2016. But yeah, it's been 9 years now at this point since you've had dungeon running competitions.
Speed's been in the competition game for 9 years. That guy was in the first MDI. And he's on Scaffolding right now. And you're like, okay, yeah, how are we supposed to compete versus that? And for the answer is like, you need a lot of practice and you need a lot more experience. And for Coin Flip Muko Healing, it's kind of like we saw from Polish Mountain over the course of this expansion, where they just slowly got better and better and better. And for Coin Flip Muko Healing, if they show back up in Midnight Season 1 and they're the exact same team, I wouldn't be shocked if they were able to qualify for global finals because they looked pretty good. And, you know, there was a mistake here. We can battle res. It's okay. That guy we can get him back out.
I mean, it's just one of several dominoes that needs to fall here, you know. You get a little tilted that you've been wiping to this dungeon for a couple hours. You die on the last boss on a timed run.
There's no way. There is no way they can wipe from here.
Dude, are you trying to curse them?
No. I'm just realistic expectations. They've already gotten through the second telekinetic toss. There's no shot.
I mean, what if Jeff like uses his meld potion here and the frontal goes on the next highest threat and takes out 3 people? I mean, you know, they could still wipe. They'd have to try really hard to, but they could still wipe.
Yeah, and I mean, what if Azeroth was round? I mean, we're talking about crazy things that aren't real.
Coin flip, Muko healing, Lord Chamberlain below 20%, Halls of Atonement 21 has been a struggle for them today. But all of that work, all of that effort, finally going to be paying off in the final moments of the day with an hour left here. They're finally going to be getting this +2 on the board. And yes, it's not going to change their position. But, you know, it's just a matter... It's just a matter of pride, you know? They just wanted to get this key done, and they're finally going to be able to do it.
Yeah, and for Coin Flip Muko Healing, been a little bit of a rough day 3. Also, Atonement, not an easy dungeon. I know that a lot of people... Like, you might look at these other teams in the MDI and be like, oh yeah, this should be free. But... timing this dungeon on a 21 would already be like world record level on live keys. And for Coin Flip Muko Healing to be able to get some points from this, going all the way up to 126 points, they are out of the competition at this point, I think locked into 4th place. Still an excellent performance today.
Meanwhile, Scaffolding, not having a good time in their rerun of the Arakara, wiping to the second of the mini-bosses in the Avanox area. How are we feeling about their timer in that previous run? Obviously, it was timeable, it seemed, but
Which team? Sorry, Scaffolding.
Scaffolding, right? They had an 11:07 Avenox. They had like a 21 Noobzect. It looked like they were going to pull the boss with about 5 minutes, 36 minutes left. It's doable for sure, but like, it's very tight.
That doesn't feel great, especially since some of their earlier Avenox splits were like 10 minutes even. So I wonder what ended up costing them that minute of time loss in the first area. We do have a replay here on the screen of them wiping in this first area. We kind of harp on it over and over again. First 10 minutes of this dungeon, by far the hardest. It was the hardest in Season 1 of the War Within. We thought that was the hardest 10 minutes of any singular dungeon. I remember ESC Gaming ended up getting stuck in 21 Aura prison. Like, I think they ended up resetting it for like 3 hours and ended up coming in 4th place in the War Within Season 1 Global Finals because of this dungeon. It is a really difficult ask. And yeah, like whenever you get through the first 10 minutes, especially on a dungeon that's on pace, you need to be able to convert. Unfortunately, Scaffolding are going to be town portaling again, as I saw Shu end up getting meleeed to death by some of the flyers and the crawlers. But it's okay. It was the first pull. We go again.
I mean, it's an outside shot, but we've seen crazier things happen in the past 24 hours. You know, we've seen teams blow top of the 9th leads in order to lose the World Series. It's possible for 07 to claw their way back into the competition here. We've already seen them. They have the timer in the 23 Gambit. It was just rough at the very end. No damage. Those deaths coming into play for them. They were actually within one single death of timing that key in the first run back from the break, Tettles. They seem pretty locked in here. Already onto the 3rd Goliath. Already have it incredibly low.
All right, path to qualifying for 07. What is it? Like, I think that we need to lay this out for the viewers who are maybe just jumping in. What is the path to qualification for 07?
So 07's theoretical best next hour of gameplay before the end of the day. Time this 23 Gambit. One shot at if you can. A wipe here would be rough, and the thing is they're going to get past the Goliath here, which means this run is going to go far into the key.
Okay.
They need to kill this. They need to finish this key on this attempt. Likewise, after dealing with this Gambit, they need to go to the next best +1 for them. Probably going to be the Arakara, like we're seeing from Scaffolding. Or actually the Ecodome, likely easier. One of those 2 keys, get the +1 there. That'll put them on a tied scorecard with Scaffolding. They'll have the same progression of keys as well. They'll have 123, they'll have 3 22s, and then they'll have 2 21s. Ideally, you get to the 4 22s, 121, that'll tie you. It'll just be a matter of a time tiebreaker at that point. Now, that's assuming Scaffolding doesn't time any further keys. If Scaffolding times another key, then 07 would also go have to one-shot yet another key after the fact. And actually, I don't know if the timer's left in the day for them to do that at this point.
They would have to have
play
two
their best
perfect
game.
run. They would have to have 2 perfect runs and then get into an overtime period. Both the Gambit and the Ecodome Aldani are 30 and 31 minutes. So in theory, like if you have perfect runs, perfect menuing, it should be doable. If you don't have any resets, to be able to also go up and get that 132nd point if absolutely necessary. We have gone to a nice picture-in-picture POV. This POV owns. I like this one.
Yes. This is perfect, and I think this is what we have for the rest of the day. If I'm not mistaken, we'll get confirmation on that in just a moment here. But yes, Scaffolding already having to use their battle res at the start of the key here. Not ideal on the first pull, but with time waning away in the day, it wouldn't surprise me if they continue to pull this and see if they can get the next couple of pulls done cleanly. 07 in the bottom right-hand corner here. Like we talked about, through the Goliaths. So this is a great run for them already.
What do you think about this route for Scaffolding right here? Look at this. Lizelle is running to that middle platform that has that mob that infinitely spawns the flyers. They end up getting the Trilling Attendant, all those jabbing flyers, and the engorged crawlers off of this middle platform. They end up leaving some of the mobs off to that left side over there, and then they end up grabbing one of those Trilling Attendants and some of those engorged crawlers, and they end up grabbing that middle pack, which that should allow them more count coming out of this first area than other teams.
It's interesting because this definitely does do the thing that we always talk about as casters when it comes to the MDI, right? Like, we really want teams to overload the difficulty at the front of the key so that you have to get through super hard pulls in order to get on a good run. If you wipe, cool, 2 minutes gone, you're okay with that. I like this, actually, a lot. It just doesn't seem like it's been working out for them very well. Now, one thing this does do is it allows your cooldowns to come back up for the next mini-boss, but that has been actually causing issues for Scaffolding, as we've seen Corona pull aggro, I think, on the second mini-boss when the crawlers spawn. Tons of times now.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if that continues to be an issue for them here.
I mean, that's just kind of like the average kind of melee moment where I feel like it happens to DKs all the time, where they got Breath of Sindragosa rolling. The Nact ends up, doing his alerting shrill. All of those ads spawn, and then the Breath just rips threat on all the mobs, and then the DK dies.
Yeah. I mean, a missed stun or just a stun not being available for those ad spawns is just brutal.
Yeah, miss a thunderclap global.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look at this now. Lizelle leaping, grabbing that extra Trilling Attendant. It gets ripped in by Shu here, and they're just dragging these Engorged Crawlers on top of this additional Trilling Attendant, utilizing that Eldrachi Reaver, Wounded Quarry funnel damage to be focused into those Trilling Attendants while the Beast Mastery, Hunter, and that Death Knight are cleaving down all these Engorged Crawlers. A really interesting routing situation for Scaffolding. And what does this allow them to skip later on? It allows them to skip one of those hulking Blood Guards in the second section that applies an AoE DR to all the mobs surrounding him. And so it ended up being a faster route than what we saw from Missed Count in the Builder Keys. What do we think? Like, I think it might be a faster route just in general. I wouldn't be shocked if other teams end up adopting this route.
I wouldn't be surprised either. Those Blood Guards were something that we saw like almost none of in Season, right? Specifically because of the damage reduction. They also AoE stunned you back in Season 1. That's no longer part of their cast now, fortunately for us. But like, yeah, they're still such a large, inefficient mob because of the fact that they make everything else take less damage.
Holy
I
moly.
like the routing from Scaffolding here. It's just a matter of if they're able to pull it off and if it actually is faster. It's really kind of hard to compare to Miscount as well because they're just so fast. But like, look at this pull. This is the problem for Scaffolding in the start of the dungeon that they've had. They have all of these mobs. Now Call of the Brood comes out. All of these Ravenous Crawlers spawn. There's the Fel Nova to try to potentially not make aggro an issue here. And this time around, looks like everything's good. Lazel's got aggro of everything. We don't have a melee player go down to having aggro of the Crawlers. We're good to go, but we're likely going to get another set of them spawning pretty soon here, Tettles.
I mean, the Engorged Crawlers getting pulled into this pull without a bunch of Dispels is actually very dangerous. The only Dispel you have available is that Restoration Druid Dispel. Of course, Speed can remove multiple stacks of dots that are on him with Feign Death and Dwarf. Shu also has Dwarf available. But Pillow and Krona, if they get targeted by too many of the debuffs on them, it can actually start to get problematic, especially whenever you have the AoE coming out right before that. But Nact does end up going down. That mini-boss ends up dying off. And Lizelle, not even waiting around for the trash pack to die off. That's just going to be a chain. Krona, Speed, and Shu can end up hitting that pack. And they're going to be able to meet back up on the next mini-boss here with those Engorged Crawlers slowly trickling behind.
Yeah, and again, another massive pull here. I mean, they've done the start of this dungeon really well. They've crafted a very, very strong route. It's just a matter of actually living through the pulls, right? These flyers doing so much damage to the group, applying bleeds to random players. If you ever get bleed plus poison, that's like an instant dwarf or an instant feign if you're a hunter. But looks like they're in a good situation so far. And the thing is, like, the Happy Demon Hunter, like, it's such a strong tech pick in this key because it does so much damage to these prio targets in the mini bosses in the first area, in the Blood Guards that they actually, do pull in the middle of the dungeon. It's such a strong pick here. Actually, pretty self-reliant as well healing wise. Like, so even though it's the least tanky of the classes they have in this section of the dungeon, it's not necessarily like complete paper. So it's pretty strong here. And, they're actually be able to deal with the mini-boss here quickly. I think we were talking about the splits in this dungeon for them as well. I mean, we didn't like the 11-minute plus change Avanox split, but thinking about it, when they're doing this extra trash here, like, it actually makes a lot of sense that their splits are a little bit slower. And, I don't know, it actually seems like it's a pretty good route.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think an 11 is, like, fine. Like, an 11 is the min requirement to time a key that you're doing, like, a standard route. But notably, they're not doing a standard. Oh, my God, 07? Is that a minus 52?
Yeah, minus 1 minute. They are locked in, Tettles. They know they need to lock in. And here's the interesting thing as well. We were talking about the theoretic best route for 07, right? They have to time this key on this attempt, essentially, or they're in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah.
It's out of their hands at this point if they don't time this key in this run, because that means a +1 from Scaffolding would just qualify them. But the thing is, 07's best line of play right now is to hope that Scaffolding doesn't get a +1, and they do this key +1, and they do like either the Eco or the Arakara +1, which means they'd go to time tiebreakers. So not only is timing these keys important, but they also have to take time into consideration. They need to go as quickly as possible in these keys as well to give themselves the best chance if it does come to time tiebreaker. So seeing that -1 split, that is massive for 07. Also, keeping it to 0 deaths is going to be super important too, because every single set of 15 seconds that you get per death will just start to add up.
I think, I mean, you're talking about like what 07 should do relative to scaffolding. I think if you're 07 right now, you don't even pay attention to scaffolding.
Yeah,
like,
you can.
Kind of like whatever. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. The only thing that we have to time 2 keys. We have to time the Ecodome Aldani on 22, and we have to time the Gambit on this 23. And ideally, we do it faster than scaffolding in both of those. Although I wouldn't change my game plan at all. The best way of timing it faster than scaffolding is to be deathless in both of those dungeons. And if at that point we're still not faster than scaffolding, that's unfortunate. But the only thing that if you're 07 you can focus on is what you can control. And at this point, the only thing that 07 can control is trying to time the dungeons that are right in front of them, which are this Gambit and this Ecodome.
And so far, it's going great in the Gambit. Like you were talking about earlier, we think that they have pretty much taken what Mist Count had done in their key, and they've just copied their route, which is, it's not easy to do. Obviously, you can't. It's really, really difficult over the course of the weekend to say, oh, they did that, I guess we can just do that too, because there's no practice in between days, right? The only time that these teams actually get to play the keys is within the hours of competition. So the fact that they've been able to actually just kind of net deck this route and start to play it and play it well on competition is extremely impressive. The Lust there being used on the double pull with the remainder of the deckhands from before. Trash here isn't over just yet, though, as they still have 2 officers that are going to be tossing those cleaving swords, and of course 2 casters here as well. A single bolt going off could be the end of a player's life here. So far, so good. We've been fantastic, man.
I think we've been kind of disrespectful to just how deadly this pull is because of the officer damage. You need to really make sure that you're getting all of the kicks. And look at this. Look at their kick tracker in the top left. All of their kicks are on CD. Now it's going to be Shelly and Royben slamming down a kick on those Tide Sages. And now it's just Andy and no casual kicks. So we go Thunderstorm and then Cap Totem. And then it's going to be Andy and casual kicking at the same time here to be able to get everything. And then it's Shelly and Vickman to be the next rotation on these Tide Sages, because if you end up having any of those water bolts go off while the officer is casting, you can have somebody just immediately die. Because you saw Shelly right there, he got hit by that officer blade and he got dropped to 40% HP.
Yeah, I think this pack might have been one of those packs way back at the start of this season when people were doing their first hard mode runs. This is one of the runs where pulls where you're like, oh wait, we could actually have a death to this, because everyone was like thinking about how difficult Time Captain Hooktail was going to be. That was like the big wall.
Yeah, that guy's annoying,
right? But this pack. This single pack of 4 mobs, I think, probably ended more hard mode runs than you would think. Either way, 07 able to get through it with 0 deaths, are on to Time Captain Hooktail at 14:45. I think they are accelerating in this key. Look at their previous kill time on Time Captain Hooktail, 20:29. There is no way this boss lasts 5.5 minutes.
Casual Addict was dead for like 2 minutes on this boss last time. This time, they have 2 battle reses. Even if we have okay, we don't want a death, but even if we have a death, we can battle res people twice. And so the only thing that could go awry here is like, I think a pretty catastrophic tank would probably be like the fail case here. But for 07, they're going to be playing this boss without Bloodlust, and they were really clean. I think that was it you and I that were casting earlier? Or maybe it was me and Nagur that were casting the other day. Well, we were talking about 07 and how they stack up and place their fire very clean, even more clean than most other MDI teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was actually at the end of yesterday. It was you, me, and Dratnos casting that.
Yeah.
That's super sweet, clean positioning. And part of that is, like, there's something you can do where when you're standing on top of the wall, it makes it so that if the fire would spawn behind you in the wall, it just spawns on the wall, because it can't spawn where there's no ground. And that's something that they do really well. You can see Time Captain Hooktail in the bottom right for 07. They're standing mostly on the wall there to try to get good fire baits. In the meantime, Scaffolding have dealt with Avanox a little bit faster than before. Not a ton, about 10 seconds faster than their previous run. And they're on to the first
bolt! Oh my God,
blood guard that they pull.
Speed almost died to that bolt. And honestly, like this hulking Bloodguard, the Locust Swarm AoE is absolutely brutal, and Speed ends up dropping incredibly low. Now he gets that Iron Bark on him. Ooh, Pillow presses the Lumithar's Living Silk Trinket, putting an Absorb on everybody, and the entire group is just dropping so low. Krona has to commit that Netherwalk, unfortunately, as well. Scaffolding, I feel like, committed a lot of tools there just to be able to survive that Bloodguard.
Yeah, but the thing is they held on to the Lust, right? That's something we're seeing a lot of teams do. The fact that they're able to hold on to that button to make another pull here just that much more efficient is really, really important. But we also know that they like to drag the remainder of this trash as well. There are already 2 web mages in this pull. Any other ones could be an issue. We've seen Scaffolding have issues with kicks in other dungeons this weekend as well. Are they just going to be full killing this trash pack here as they prepare to skip past the patrolling Bloodguard? Let's see. Might just be killing the fodder. They don't want Bloodworkers jumping around when
they
they're
always
dragging
skip this
trash.
patrolling Bloodguard. They always skip this guy. They've been like slamming bursting shot and like Typhoon and stuff like that, and then been like trying to walk across this railing to make sure that this Hulking Bloodguard never gets pulled. And I think it's a good route, but this pull does kind of feel bad. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, like you're not doing a lot right now. You're sitting on the lust. I guess at this point you're already committed to only having 2 more lusts in the dungeon, right? Here we go, though. Here's that skip we're talking about. They're letting that Bloodguard walk by. They have to be very meticulous with their positioning here. They have to hug the pillar very closely.
God,
but they pulled the Bloodguard! They pulled the Bloodguard! Shu has gone down to a melee from the Bloodguard. This is not part of the route. This is a reset. They can't do this. Yeah, it's over. Another run gone for Scaffolding. Another start to the dungeon they have to go back through. They have to just go through the 3 mini-bosses and Avanox once again. That's 15 more minutes of the day gone. And Scaffolding, they're wedging that door open. They're not done yet. They still have more and more of a chance of being the second-place team this weekend and qualifying for the Global Finals as they get further into Time Captain Hooktail and this dungeon. You were talking about it in the previous run. Casual's dead for the final 10% of the boss. They had no battle res. This time around, standing tall, 2 battle reses available, a third available in another minute here. They're going to be killing Time Captain Hooktail nearly a full 2 minutes faster than the previous run.
Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. Let me pull up the timer for Scaffolding. So Scaffolding in their 23 Ecodome Aldani finished this dungeon at 28 minutes and 27 seconds. And for 07, I mean, I think that they're looking like they're pacing to be on a similar time. I mean, just looking at their splits that they had in that previous dungeon, Scaffolding being a minute and a half under, I think that 07 might finish this dungeon a minute and a half under. They are going to have to be clean, though. That is kind of the important variable. We see a huge green split improvement for 07. And like you were saying, coming into this Gambit, if there was an outside chance that they could qualify to Global Finals. We knew that they were going to have a perfect final hour of the day. And so far, 07 have had a perfect 20 minutes of that hour that we needed to see from them. They need to be able to capitalize and time this key right here and there. And in the bottom right, you see Scaffolding. They're making mistakes in their Arakara. This is what 07 needed, was Scaffolding to choke.
Everything is going right for 07 at the end of the competition. They still need to execute. The dungeon is not over just yet. These Starseers can cause so many issues. We need a good spawn of the Pulsar here. If it gets a little bit too close to the pack behind you, you might be in a little bit of trouble. But it looks like... Oh, no, they've done it. They've done the opposite. They actually haven't pulled the Patrol in. They've pulled the 3-pack in, and the Patrol is frost-trapped and rooted. So they don't have to worry about that. This is a little slower.
Nice.
But I think they have the time for this title, so I think this is okay.
I think this is totally fine. You talked about the Pulsar not pulling the pack. I'm always terrified of the Pulsar pulling the boss. That is always the mob where, like, people like to get really close to Solia with these Starseers sometimes, and I'm just like, dude, if the Pulsar spawns forward, I think we just lose.
Yeah, that would 100% be over if they accidentally pulled the boss. At this point, though, I think they have given themselves enough leeway to just go very, very slowly here. They could probably do this patrol on its own. I doubt they're going to go for that, though.
We need time.
There are very few cooldowns available.
I know that like they... Okay, in terms of like, okay, what is the thing that we can do to try to time this dungeon in sub 30 minutes? Yeah, we can play it safe. I think that 07 needs to be as fast as possible here because there is a world where we're locked up at 131 points to go to time tiebreaker. Yeah. I think that 07 timing this dungeon makes it more likely that we're actually going to time tiebreaker even because we've seen how close they are in that Ecodome Aldani 22. They wiped at the end of Ecodome Aldani 22 twice now, and so I wouldn't be shocked if they even just one-shot that after having, got a new scenic dungeon, went to the Gambit, explored that for a little bit, come back to that Ecodome, fresh, feeling a little bit better about the dungeon, less on tilt, off the high of just previously timing a dungeon.
Pulsar drifting a little close to that CC'd Ritualist they have, frogged up with the Hex, but I think they're going to be good to go. I wonder if they're going to go for a re-CC on that in 15 seconds when that Hex is over, if they're just going to grip it in with Casual. We'll see in just a moment here. I think they're good to go. They should be able to do a two-kick rotation. Nope. Rehex coming out, playing it safe. That can just be pulled in when this Ritualist dies on top of the boss. But all of this is costing them time. We were talking about this, right? They're going to be tied on 131 if they're able to get this key done, and they get a +1, and Scaffolding continues to have issues.
Like we're fine here, I think, in terms of timer. We're about to pull into the boss. So Leah's about to get engaged here in just a couple seconds. We're going to get a kick on this Focus Ritualist, and then once this Ritualist dies off, we're going to be gripping that Hexed Ritualist into the boss. But right now, Casual Addict grabbing that first Ritualist. Now here we have 2 Assassins spawning out. We have a couple of tools that we can use. The first tool is going to probably be Ursul's Vortex to be able to get these Assassins grip back in. Right there, Vikman drops down that Ursul's Vortex perfectly on time. That way we're able to save CC, we're able to save interrupts. We can keep kicking this Ritualist over and over again to make sure that none of those Hyperlight Bolts or that unstable Rift Cast that forces a wipe on us end up going off. And I mean, for 07, this has looked textbook.
Third Hex goes out onto the Focus Ritualist, keeping it CC'd. They'll probably pull that in once these Assassins are dealt with. I don't think they need to pull that Ritualist anytime soon. They obviously could now, with so many kicks available. It'd have to be a grip from Casual, I think, to get that thing out of CC. It's a little too close to the other trash packs for anything else to pull it and me be comfortable with it. Second set of Assassins being pulled, and there is the grip. That does mean the grips aren't going to be available for this next Assassin leap. Binding Shot actually only hits... Okay, it hits both of the Assassins. That was good. Okay. It looked like it only hit one from the CC we saw on the screen. It did only hit one. Yeah, okay. We got the grip back off cooldown for the second
It looked like it
Assassin.
procced early on the other one, which it's fine. Like, as long as we don't have that weird issue with what happened to Scaffolding earlier, where Speed's like randomly trying to trap the Assassin out, it should be totally fine. Shuriken Blitz, you should have enough interrupts and CC to be able to deal with just this Ritualist and the Shuriken Blitzes as those go off. But we're not out of the thick of it yet. We have Royben jumping into that Spark while we have the Hyperlight Jolt AoE going off onto people, and weird overlaps have happened. So that Hyperlight Spark, you see it like jumping around to all the players. If you have a debuff on you from that Soak, at the exact same time the Hyperlight Spark goes on, you can actually die. I mean, we've seen teams and players die across the entire weekend and stuff like that.
Another Ursul's for the next set of Assassins. I think we're going to be getting one final set of Assassins before we go into the phase. Of course, the boss will stop spawning them at 45%.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're doing enough boss damage here to prevent that final spawn. See in just a moment here. I think the next cast after this Spark is going to be another set of Assassins.
When do we get
actually have the damage
to
beat it? Actually, they beat it. Okay. The boss is low enough. That's good. Do we get another star, though?
We might get another star here. Yeah, so they stop spawning Assassins sub 45, but they do not stop spawning this Collapsing Star, and this is a little bit weird for 07. They're going to kind of have to speed run this Collapsing Star, or stop damage on the boss. Both are...
They can just stop damage on the boss. It's okay.
Yeah.
The thing is, you want to make sure you want to have everyone topped off and no dots going off by the time you get to the intermission, so you have everyone 100% HP when this Hyperlight Jolt comes out. This is the big damaging jolt that can easily one-shot players if they aren't properly set up. Okay, we're in a good position here. Boss going to reposition the stars in a moment. Already done. Hyperlight Jolt going out. Everyone's topped. They've got shields from whatever source that may be, and we're good to go. Now, the question is, 5 minutes left in this phase. They have about an entire minute over what they had last time around. Everything equal, they should be good to time this key. And it's actually even better than that this time around. Last time they were on this boss, the timers were set up so that Shelly was only going to get one Ascendance in this phase. This time around, he actually can get 2. It's just going to be so much more damage in this phase for them. Now, a death here and there will cost them, but it looks like this time around 07 have this one in the bag, Taz.
Every second counts. Oh my god, Royben barely getting out of danger there from that circle. Every second counts here, because we're not even just looking at the timer. I think it's likely from here on out that they're going to be looking to time the dungeon, assuming that they don't have a mistake with this Ritualist unstable rift or bolt going off, or maybe Andy gets hit by a circle. There are ways to wipe from here, but it's unlikely. You've already gotten through by far the hardest parts of this dungeon. But every single second counts in the sense that we are looking at time tiebreaker as a potential win case for 07 versus Scaffolding. We think that there is a chance that 07 and Scaffolding both end up getting up to 131 points. Then at that point, we have to start looking at our tiebreaker criteria, which the most likely tiebreaker criteria is going to be time tiebreaker from where we're currently slated to be. And you see Andy there walking over, thunderclapping that trash pack. This is the final little bit of trash that is needed to be able to get all the way up to 100% enemy forces. The Ascendance has been pressed. The Call of the Wild has been pressed. Pillar and Breath of Syndra Ghost are going to be coming out for Casual Addicts here in 1 second, and the boss is just going to be melting. It's not going to die during this phase, but here 07 are going to be able to take a huge chunk of HP out of the boss. Royben has to run into the middle to be able to get that Collapsing Star dealt with. The energy fragmentation is going to be shooting those missiles out of those relics that are off to the side, so Royben is going to need to dodge while still being in the middle of the room, soaking more stacks of that star. Because if you don't end up soaking most of those star stacks, they end up coming onto your players as 2 or potentially even 3 stacks, and that will be a forced wipe.
I mean, we've seen them live it, but that was in phase 1, right? You don't want to have that dot carrying
bad,
on
yes.
into the phase. You need to have your personals available for the intermission phase. A great damage push here from 07. Celia going from 75 to 42% there. They didn't have all the cooldowns perfectly aligned this time around. It wasn't as good a push of last time, but the good news is they're going to get 2 more full phases as long as they don't wipe Hyperlight Jolt, doing a ton of damage. The stakes here are for 07. They need to time this key and another key to equal the scoreline of Scaffolding and then potentially take that second place slot based off of time tiebreakers. If you want to see 07 time this key and put them on tie point for the next dungeon, show me some 07s in the chat. I want to see a wall of salutes.
I think that they're going to probably be, a minute under on the timer or something like that? We probably have 30 more seconds in this phase, and then the boss is going to be immune for 20 some odd seconds, and then the boss should ideally be 10% or something like that coming out of that phase. So I think that there might be only a minute left on the timer whenever we do time this key for 07, even though they went completely deathless.
Yeah, they definitely cost themselves a lot of time with the way they pulled this area, but I think at this point they're just trying to play their own game, and the cards will fall where they may. A lot of close stars shattering right next to their characters as they go into the middle of the room for what should be the final intermission. Talking about Shelly maybe getting another Ascendance off, but looking at the timing of the intermissions they're getting, he might not actually get to press that button, or if it is, it'll be in the last 20 seconds of the key. Hopefully for them, they would like to have the boss dead by them.
Well, it's dead by then, I
So
think.
20%.
So now Andy's damage is online. I think that we're just full committing to the boss. Hyperlight Star is going to spawn. We're not even going to soak that. Roybin's just going to be able to sit over here and press all of her damaging globals into the boss. Ideally as well, Casual Addict and Roybin are going to be able to use their unyielding nether prisms with a decent amount of stacks. And Solia at 5% HP is going to be spawning that final collapsing star. Does not need to be soaked. 3% HP, 2%, and 07 are going to be able to time this dungeon with 56 seconds to spare. But they have no time to waste. They have to be town portaling. This is where the menuing comes into play here. Now they need to be going to the Ecodome Aldani 22 or the Arakara 22 and get whatever one they believe to be the easiest to get points on the board as fast as possible. I think it is most likely to be the Ecodome Aldani 22, considering where they've been progging that dungeon over and over again. At the same time, we saw Shelly log off. I think there's a chance that we start. Yep, look at this. Casual Addicts logging on to a Havoc Demon Hunter. We are going to Arakara for 07.
So it's going to be Shelly DK, right? Shelly
Casual
DK,
Addicts,
Casual Havoc. All right. I mean, you're bringing out the speedrunning terms. They have to do the menu skip. They have to know where the characters already are so they can pre-double click the character position, get back into the game quicker, because every second counts now. We're at 30-ish, 32-ish minutes left in the day, so they're not going to have a lot of time.
Please hurry up. We got to go.
This first area. Not an SSD. They need an NVMe, dude, an M.2. They need those fast load times. Meanwhile, Scaffolding still working through the first section of this dungeon, showing off a preview of what 07 is going to have to deal with if they want a chance of knocking out the Kings and Scaffolding. What do you think about their option to go Arakara instead of Ecodome, by the way? Ecodome should technically be the easier key, but here's the thing. The hard part of Ecodome is not in the first 9 minutes of the key. It's in the middle. So a good run could end at 15 minutes very easily in the Ecodome, whereas most of your wipes in Arakara are going to be in the first 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Bad news too. 07 has not great time tiebreaker for Ecodome on a 21. So hypothetically, 07 times Arakara on a 22. They're unlikely to improve a 27.59 in terms of time tiebreaker. But right now, their Ecodome Aldani 21 is a 29.21, and Scaffolding's 22 is faster at a 28-minute 33-second. And so it's I think that 07 is supposed to go Ecodome just because of time tiebreaker implications. But
I'm hearing a lot of numbers right now, Tuttles. It's far too many for me to understand, so I'm going to need to get Dr. Atnos in here. Can Mathnos please come and help us out? Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I've been looking a little bit at the time tie breaks. You're definitely right, Tuttles. The Ecodome is probably a little bit more fertile ground for them to collect some points in. On the other hand, it's a longer dungeon than Arakara, so it's more likely that you could do the Arakara and then get another run started afterwards. So that might be some of the calculus behind going here. Although on the other hand, this involves an extra character swap than doing it in the other order. So a lot of different variables to consider. Here is the top line number that I want you to remember, though. 07 need a blazing fast Arakara to be able to overtake Scaffolding. We need a sub 26 minute Arakara in this plus 22, which For anybody keeping track at home, Missed Count currently have the world record in this dungeon at 26:30. So we need to be dramatically faster than the fastest team in the world in this dungeon in one attempt if our goal is to win with just the time tiebreakers out of this one dungeon. The good news is there is the other path to victory for Scaffolding, which is complete this key somewhere under the 30-minute mark, right? For 07, somewhere under the 30-minute mark, and then head into the Ecodome and get that done in a one-shot as well. So that's the probably more realistic pathway for 07 to qualify to Global Finals. All of that is contingent on Scaffolding never timing another key, and deaths for 07. This is going to be so bad.
I think the second path is gone for them now.
All right, plot twist.
Yeah, so now we reverse. Now we say, okay, hang on, back to the Ecodome, because that's where it's more realistic to actually win the time tiebreaker.
23 streets. 23 streets.
Oh, that's also an option. Yep.
Wait,
okay.
No, that's actually a genius option because it wins you the tiebreak off of dungeon number alone.
Yes.
Right?
The problem is it's a genius option except for the fact that key is way harder to time than either the 22 Ecodome.
But you have 30 minutes
to
get attempts.
Arakara.
You have 30 minutes
That's
to
true.
actually get... it's the Tazavesh!
Wait.
All right, 07, it looks like have identified that they are now out of time. Even just that 2 minutes of attempts, of one attempt in the Arakara, their prospects of a bonus key today have been eliminated, which means they now need to make whatever they can have. It has to be one key, right? One key has to do it. It looks like maybe they're swapping back over to the other DK configuration here. Casual back on the DK, which means Shelly back over to that Ellie Shaman, perhaps?
What's going on here?
Let's see what ends up happening for 07, as of course all of this could now be rendered irrelevant. This means, with this decision from 07 and with the wipe in that Arakara, Scaffolding now have the chance to slam the door shut on 07. If they time this Arakara, they will be at an insurmountable point total of 132, but they have been trying to do this for several hours now, and it has kept falling apart in the most tragic ways possible. So both teams now need to clutch out these last 25 minutes of the day.
I see a lot of people in chat asking what's going on, why are there two teams? So let me take a step back here and reset the stage for you guys just now coming in. We came into the day with 4 teams. Missed Count absolutely destroyed this weekend. World recorded all 6 keys with ridiculous pace. Took most of them away from Holy Method. They were done 2 hours ago. They're going to be our first seed this weekend. They're going to Global Finals. We'll see them there. Can't wait to see that. Our 4th place team, Coinflip Muko Healing, unfortunately had a little bit too much ground to make up. They were able to time a couple tough keys today, but they bowed out of our competition, which leaves us now with only Scaffolding and 07, 2 teams fighting to take that second and final slot from this group to Global Finals. 2nd place goes to Global Finals, 3rd place goes home, and with less prize money to boot. At the moment, 07 need to time just 1 key to put themselves on the same score line as Scaffolding is currently. It looks like they're about to go into a 23 Streets, which will not only tie them score-wise, but give them the tiebreaker based off of highest key level done. So if they're able to time this key, if we think it's the 23 Streets and it is, that will give them that second slot. Scaffolding, though, can shut that in their face by timing this Arakara, putting them out of reach of 07. Both teams fighting in the final moments of the day.
Yeah, this is going to be a photo finish between the 2 teams, exactly as you said. If neither team times a key, or if both teams time their keys, it will be Scaffolding that get out of this group. But if 07 can time their key and prevent Scaffolding from doing so through whatever, hexes they can cast upon them, then that will be their ticket to the Global Finals.
Dude, I was about to ask, how are they going to prevent them? Are they going to go drive over to their house?
I hope not. No, I don't think there'll be time to time the key and do that as well.
He's called Gingy.
It is the 23 Streets,
it is
though.
The Streets. Yep, there it is. All right, so we've locked it in. I mean, this is a pathway to victory for them. It's a narrow one, but they've judged it to be the best option possible because the time tiebreaker is so cursed, especially in the Arakara, but even in the Ecodome, they would have needed like a 27-minute Ecodome plus 22, and, they have been on pace to time the key. I don't know if they've been on pace to time the key by that much, so I actually think this is probably their best bet, 07, to go into that. But, of course, Scaffolding will have the first say about whether that's even going to matter.
Give me the numbers, Drytness. What are the odds that Scaffolding versus 07 make it?
I think Scaffolding at this point are They're north of 90%. I don't know how far north of 90%. 07 actually, the strong news for them is they looked pretty good in their streets earlier, but doing it on a 23 is insane, right? This is a crazy high-level key. And even if they do, Scaffolding would have to fail to do this 22-hour car.
Scaffolding!
There we go. Part one of that has happened here.
No BRS!
Yeah. So they can... Oh, man, they can't even really run back here. They have to finish this trash and do a res. This might already be enough to just town portal. The good news for Scaffolding, they do have time to... Okay, the melded is nice.
The out-of-combat res.
Oh, wait, was that it?
Wait,
where is he?
Pillow melded. Wait, did he not get Chrono Resed?
It doesn't look like it. No, it looks like the release has happened instead here.
Yeah,
You're right. He was
Can we get a Chrono POV? Can we? Wait, will he get? He'll get pulled to the boss if they pull the boss.
Yes, if he gets close enough, you get pulled in. It's like an 150-yard range or something around the boss, where as long as you get close enough, you will get gripped inside the boss platform. So Krona on a little bit of an adventure here to do just that. Now it might just pulse that once on pull. Okay, there we go. It does it now. So nice.
Into the burrowing charge. Kind of scary.
Yeah, a little dangerous. All good though.
Could you imagine if he got snapped
okay?
at the same time?
Yes, that's what I was worried about.
The timer's not great. So how long do you think this boss is on this key level? 3.5, 4 minutes at a super fast pace? Probably 4 minutes, I would gather to say. 4:30? So they'd be finishing this boss at 22, which is not great at all.
I feel gross about that number, actually. That number feels bad.
That alone might be worth a reset, but like, do you risk that at this point with 23 minutes left today? Are you going to get another run that gets this far with how hard the first 10 minutes of the key are? I think at this point they have to try, because completing the key is a guaranteed qualification, right? So I think you have to play for that.
No, I think you have to reset. I think you have to look at it and you'd be like, look, we need these 23 minutes of free reset attempts at the start of the dungeon. We're not going to time this one. Let's not waste another 5 minutes. We might need those 5 minutes for our last reset.
Okay, so you're talking about the first 10 minutes of Arakaro. Something that I actually see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. The first 7 minutes of Streets of Wonder are also brutally hard. And so, you know, both of these teams are kind of in dungeons where the difficulty is heavily front-loaded. And 07 are through the very difficult trash section, and now they are into the even more difficult chain of the boss with all of the trash, where they have security guards and they have officers that they have to deal with. They need to make sure that they're constantly getting kicks on those officers to make sure that none of the bolts end up going off, but also dodging out of the way of these beams that are on the ground. There are traps that get thrown on the ground occasionally as well. We're going to be pulling more officers that do insane tank damage. Oh, we even see an officer's hexed off to the side. I didn't even notice that at the whenever we first cut to this POV. So 07, they're doing a really good job here. They need to get through this first boss, though.
Yeah, I mean, just to point out how difficult this key is, right? Coming into the weekend, we didn't even know if a 23 Streets was in the cards until we saw Miscount's pace this weekend. This key has not been done on live. I mean, it was the first time we saw it, was Miscount just doing it today for fun. They had already won the weekend. They didn't have to do this key on the 23 today to have that first place slot. So 07, I mean, they're going to have to pull off something miraculous to get this key done. But it's exactly what they need in order to take that second place slot away from Scaffolding.
Yeah, I'm deeply, deeply worried about this one, but I think it is possible for 07. And again, the good news is that the first part of the dungeon is the hardest part here as well, so we can get a good attempt going before that overtime rule kicks in. 21 minutes left before the end of the day, and the keystones will be locked. So plenty of time to get a run that they're happy with before that keystone lock does happen.
Okay, here's the wipe condition for 07 right here. Here is the hardest part of this dungeon. It is a bunch of security guards. It is a bunch of officers. You even have a bunch of casts that are going off that need to be kicked from these officers, and then you have these beams that are slowly rotating around the room with some grenades that are also being thrown. So any player who ends up getting caught in the containment trap is in a lot of danger. We get the interrogation on Casual Addict. This is optimal for 07. Good. A huge, huge advantage. They're not playing the mage in here. They're instead electing to play the Ellie Shaman, but with good RNG, everything going on our Death Knight, we can rotate between AMS and Icebound Fortitude to never get caught in that containment cell.
Vickman dropping super low here for 07. Are going to be able to stabilize, though. Time for some Convoke for damage as well. Casual able to dwarf that debuff off as well. Next interrogation comes out. who is the target. It looks like it's
Casual
going
Addict
to be
again?
Casual again.
Oh my god, we're high rolling.
Wow.
We are
So
high rolling.
we alternate Anti-Magic Shell and Icebound Fortitude, right? And we just get to completely ignore that. If the next one goes on him again, AMS will be right back too.
Yep, exactly.
Or even better, if it goes on Roybin and you feign it back onto Casual, oh man, that's when you know you're destined for something great here. You could turtle it too, but that's not as fun. I want our DK.
Yeah, if you believe.
The only bad person that could go on here is Shelly. Like, from this situation from here on out, the only...
Wait, Casual ate the Beam Splicer! 2 dots!
Oh,
he's dead!
My god. Interrogation, it looks like it's on Roybin. Okay, this is good, She can turtle it, and then it gets completely canceled. We battle res Casual Addict, and Zofex is at 11% HP. Our room looks awful. Like, we have so many spinning blades, and so many of these beam splicers just littering the battlefield for 07. The Overseers are low, Zofex is low. One more impound contraband coming out. Vikman and Shelly need to collect their weapons very carefully. Vikman,
oh
my
Vikman,
god.
oh man!
5% HP, gonna be able to heal himself back up. Zofex is gonna be going down here in a couple of seconds, and 07 are going to be through the hardest part of this dungeon.
In the meantime,
Wow, they got
Scaffolding. They reset again. We knew it was going to be close, but unfortunately after a Noob's Act, that's another 25 minutes gone for them. But 07, they've gotten through the hardest part of the dungeon, but Tettles, did this give them enough time?
7 minutes is good. I think that 7 minutes is more than fine to be looking at on this dungeon.
Looks like there was a call here made that the timer was going to be cursed because we saw Speed jumping off the edge there. I think a good call from Scaffolding. 18 minutes are left in our day for teams to get a run they're happy with. And Scaffolding, man, a couple hours ago I would have said, they might reset this a couple times, but they're definitely going to get this 22-hour car at some point. They were like 3 or 4 points ahead of 07, but 07 have just been chugging away. They've been getting these keys on the board, that 23 Gambit. Big for them. I guess the Arakar or the Ecodome didn't work out, but yeah, Scaffolding really falling apart in this Arakara. They have to clutch it out in these last minutes of the day if they want to be safe from a potential 07 miracle in this 23 Streets.
I'm actually looking at splits a little bit more for missed count in the 23 Streets. So it is a 35-minute dungeon. Missed count were a minute 10 under on the timer, and they had a 6-minute first boss split.
Oh,
Now, the thing is,
bad
right?
news.
Here's the thing. I was looking at that as well, but you have to remember that their comp is highly optimized for the first boss area, right? They will not get any containment cells ever on the first boss. Mage will do more focused boss damage than the Ellie Shaman pick. Ellie should accelerate a little bit in some of these bigger pulls in the middle of the dungeon. Overall, Mage probably is a stronger pick for this key, but I think 07 will either be able to match the pace of miscount or even go just a little bit faster for the next 15-20 minutes. So I think they're okay if they're able to keep it clean. If they're able to keep it to this one death, I think they have a shot in doing this is exactly what they need to do. They need to pull these Corehounds down to this pull aggressively and try to get this pull underway. And to get a good snap here. The breath's actually going off for the Corehounds behind them, means they're going to snap afterwards. So it's a good setup for them here.
Oh, they're just coming in. They're not even snapping.
Oh, they're just walking in.
Doesn't matter. We'll cleave those down. That's totally fine as long as we get the kicks on them. As long as they die within 10 seconds of one another, and they don't heal like the mobs in Molten Core, we are totally fine. And for 07 here, yeah, they're gonna have to make. I think this Ellie Shaman has to make up a ton of time in the mailroom area to be worth, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be worth in the sense of better, right? They have a minute to give from miscount's timer, but the problem is they already lost that minute on the first boss split, so they can't afford to lose any more time. But as long as the Ellie Shaman is equally fast as the mage and the rest of the dungeon, then we should be okay. The problem is, it's not just as simple. You can't just reduce it down to like, oh, Ellie Shaman versus mage. There's also just like this missed count bonus time factor that they've found. If that is the case, it's going to be very hard for 07 to overcome that in this dungeon.
We as casters, we talk about the professional players, and we, since they're pros, we kind of assume that they are going to be doing similar kinds of things. Miscount has this, like, passion damage that they always just show up with, and even compared to the absolute top-level teams, you'll watch in the global finals, Miscount will just randomly have the most damage in the global finals by not an insignificant amount either. It's kind of crazy, and they do that every single season.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. Yeah, it's offensive even, the amount of damage that Miscount can do to some of these enemies somehow. I'm not exactly sure how it happened as well. And did this used to be their identity as well? Has Miscount always been the high damage team? Like, what was their thing in previous seasons? I don't think they were this absurdly high DPS.
I don't know.
I think we've always... we've always identified Hearthjax as being like clearly
Yeah,
the
that's
best
true.
mage in Dungeons ever, but I don't think we applied that to the team as a whole. It definitely appears to be that way now, though.
Yargi is also just insane at anything that guy touches.
Yeah.
Like we see him, you'll see him re-rolling every single season. I remember watching Candle King last season. All the other Moonkins 2.1 million DPS, Yargi 2.4, and I'm just like, where did this damage come from?
I think there was this prevailing sentiment as well at the start of the season when people were trying to like theory craft out what the best comps would be for Mythic Plus, and Yargi was playing Hunter and making it look insane. But he was kind of the only one doing it at the start of the season. So, like, when people were talking about how insane BM Hunter was, there were a lot of other people that were like, well, I mean, yeah, I guess if your name is Yargi, you can play Hunter. But other than that, like, is it really that good?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, he's definitely putting himself up there as one of the best Mythic Plus players right now. Not just on Hunter, but pretty much any class that he's touched for a long time.
Yeah, incredibly impressive performance from Miscount, of course, who have already locked up that #1 spot out of this group. Again, if you're just joining us, we are watching the battle for the other spot to the global finals out of this group between 07 and Scaffolding. 07 needs to time this key, and they need Scaffolding not to in order to make it to the global finals. Otherwise, Scaffolding will be your second representative from Group B at the global
Do you
finals.
lust here? Do you lust here in this dungeon? It's a 35-minute timer.
Miscount didn't.
I did it, yeah.
Miscount didn't. They saved it for the mailroom.
Then I
poll.
wouldn't. I would save it for whatever Miscount did. As a trick answer.
It's hard to argue with that, because generally speaking, if Miscount is doing something, it's probably for the right reason, and it looks like 07 have reached that conclusion of their own. Shelly has popped that Ascendance and opted not to press the Bloodlust to go along with it, so he clearly thinks it's the right choice as well. At this point, you have to look at the splits still for them. Are they going to make up time? The Grand
I got the
Menagerie
numbers.
died at what time for Miscount?
1328 is what I got. 1328 is when Menagerie died for missed count.
Okay, so bad news is it looks like the boss is very low, but there's actually another boss after Acolyte here, Venza, that needs to die. I mean, it doesn't have that much health, but I think we're probably going to be at something like the 1430 mark when this boss goes down for 07. So still maybe on pace. They haven't lost time necessarily relative to their first boss split, but they haven't gained time either. Again, depending on when Venza goes down. This does take quite a bit of time because you do lose a decent amount of uptime on this part.
I think they're gaining like 20 some odd seconds over where they were on their first boss split. I guess it does depend on where Venza goes down.
And Venza's dying pretty slowly
Actually,
here.
she is kind of alive.
Well,
We are
Raven's
going to
getting a
call the
damage
wild in a
buff.
sec.
Yeah,
and we are going to... Yeah, ooh, this is going to line up
Ruben,
with the
look at the
Wild
corner
as well.
behind you, Ruben. Look at all the balls back there. Go get all the balls in the corner. You can get a 20 sec instantly.
Now we're saving those. We're saving those to put on casual on the next... Ooh, wait.
Look at them all back there.
Yeah, I see. Once this transfers over to Shelly, maybe he can go grab those because he's a little bit less mobile.
Oh yeah, he sees
He's
them.
going to go into that Ghost
Oh,
Wolf.
he's got the Chains
Does
of
he?
Damnation on him. That is...
Ruben has the Freedom Pet out, so he's good to
She's
go.
got the Freedom Pet. Yeah, I just know.
Yeah,
that
she
makes
swapped
sense.
pets when this boss came out, so they're good to go. Shelly does have the 20 stack, but is not with any like.
Oh, a
real...
proc.
no, he procced. Ascendance proc with
Easy.
the damage buff.
Easy.
That's huge. That's huge for his damage and huge for the boss
Exactly
split
how
for
we
them.
drew it up. Exactly how we planned for this to go. Simply collect the balls and then tell the game that it's time for your proc.
I mean, they're kind of keeping it a little bit even here. They're not gaining any major time is the thing, and they're going to be pressed right up against that dungeon timer if this continues to be the pace that they're at. They should gain time in the mailroom, but I don't know how good I feel
I think
about
they
this.
need to gain time. We've gone from them needing to not lose time to they actually do need to gain time now over missed count splits in the remainder of the dungeon, but it's definitely not insurmountable. They're not out of it just yet. Really can't afford any deaths, so their timer, best case, is going to be a matter of seconds on the good side here. It's all going to come down to these runs right now, although there is still 10 minutes left in our day. Teams could still wipe and reset, but
They could bail out. It wouldn't feel great considering how difficult the first section of the
I
dungeon
don't
is.
think
but
you can bail out if you're 07 because you had the first boss go and you didn't have Shelly get targeted basically ever, right? Like, if
here's
you
the
reset the
true.
dungeon, what are the
Oh.
chances you get that again?
Wait, listen to this.
I don't know about this lust. Oh, I'm not a fan of this.
Well, maybe your Ellie Shaman's going to carry the mailroom hard enough that you don't need the lust.
You just pressed Ascendance
Huh?
now, though.
We are 15 minutes into a 35-minute dungeon. Is this really? I don't know.
Yeah, so
this
what
is-
you're identifying is that they're not going to get an extra lust anyways, right? So they basically have 10 minutes where it's free to press lust however they want, and yeah, this is tough.
Is this the optimal? It's kind of the question of is this actually the optimal lust? Like, so you're not getting a bonus one. You've already lost your opportunity to do that. Would it have been better to bloodlust Ashtalite or something earlier on and just get the
And then maybe we get another one at the end of Soasmi.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was what
exactly.
I was leaning towards for sure. Was thinking like, okay, just give me an extra lust. But if there's a really high value lust, then sometimes it's better to get that than the extra lust. The other problem is your third lust, if you're trying to lust on CD in this dungeon, often comes up at a pretty awkward time around Mize's Oasis. So you're pretty unhappy. You know, if you're just standing there waiting for some
right.
music RP to finish, it's a bad time to press it.
Yeah, you're 100% right in that case. It's more just like, okay, I would have loved if we pulled Commander Zofar there at, 14:15 or 13:45 or something like that, right? And then we press that lust. But the fact that the menagerie split was 15:13, and then it's like, okay, we're pressing the lust there. It's like, oh god, that feels really bad.
Bigman starting the RP for the Oasis as Andy gathers up the
Love
mail
that.
pull. This is the big pull we were alluding to. This is what we think the Lust is better suited for, as this pull can be very dangerous. Keep an eye on the mail elementals. Junk spam or junk mail going on any player. That's a little bit too low. Could
LOS.
easily be a one-shot. You can LOS the cast, but you'd like them to get CC'd so you can just do raw damage. And unfortunately, Vicman is going to be the target of one of those junk mails. That's going to be their final battle res for the next 3 minutes being used so he can keep the team alive through this pull. But now Roybin goes down, and
There's
with
a
no
reset.
battle res, this just has to be a reset. There's no way this key is timed with their boss kill timers, the amount of dungeon left, and the amount of time left in the day. They have to go for a reset and get through that first boss area once again. It's looking
Well,
rough
we think
for
it's a
07.
reset. It looks like 07 are going to keep the attempt going. I'm not sure about this decision, but maybe they think this is the best chance they're going to get at this. They are going to have to be so fast in the rest of the dungeon if they don't want to make the call to hit that town portal scroll right now. Keeping this one going. But 19 minutes have already elapsed out of the 35 in this dungeon. 3 full bosses remain in their future as well. And these are not quick bosses. You have a lot of RP before Mize's Oasis. You have a lot of traversal through the dungeon that you need to do before you get back to Soasmi. This is going to take a long time. And we talk about Soasmi not having a super high health pool, but it's not that low. It's a 23 dungeon. That boss is going to take quite a while.
Yeah, it's probably 3.5 minutes even with lust. Like it's not. It's low by context of other bosses on a 23 that are probably on average 4.5 minutes or something like that. But it's
I think
not,
it's longer in both cases than that. But yeah, it's something like 4.5 instead of 5.5, right?
Yeah,
It's,
okay.
these are
we always
long bosses.
We always talk about how Mistcount has some of the best damage of any Mythic Plus team. Here are their boss kill timers in their 23 streets. Mize's Oasis, 4 minutes 14. Mailroom, 3 minutes 59. So
That's not
Asmi,
bad.
4 minutes 14. And they have the best damage. So let's say 07 is just a little bit behind. Or you know what, let's say they even match them. That's 12 minutes 30 seconds of the dungeon gone right now. That only gives them 2.5 minutes of leeway between now and then to do the rest of their trash, to do the RP for Mize's Oasis, to run to the final boss, wait for the boss spawn RP. I mean, technically, there is still a little bit of time, but man, it is not a lot. And that's if they're able to do the same damage as an Arcane Mage. That gets a little bit of funnel on some of these pulls. So we'll see if they're able to pull it off. And at the same time, they're only going to have just the one battle res for the next 10 minutes as well. The cards are stacked against 07, but they've been stacked against them the entire day, and they're still here, still fighting for that slot.
Definitely can't count them out just yet as well because, we talked about them maybe being a little bit slower than Miscount, but you never know. You never know how these boss fights are going to go. They might be able to make up some of that time that they need here. And the other piece of great news for 07 is in the form of very bad news for Scaffolding, as they have wiped and reset once again in this Arakara. Only 5 minutes left in the day for them to be able to do that without it being the end of their day. Now, Scaffolding might not need that if 07 deplete this key, but you're either team now. You do not want to be thinking about the other team failing. You want to be thinking about giving yourself the very best chance in your own dungeon. That's the only thing that you can be thinking about. Although there is also some calculus that 07 need to be doing about if they should reset right now and give it one last try before the overtime kicks in.
I don't really mind 07 giving this like a really honest attempt. I mean, this feels like this is the you're through the hardest part of the dungeon. The first 7 minutes of this dungeon.
And the first part of the dungeon, so much went right for them as well, right?
Yes.
With Shelly not being the target of the first boss. That's the problem with calling for a reset here. There's a lot of RNG with this composition on that boss. If your elemental shaman is targeted by those boss interrogations, you are going to lose so much time, and that's something 07 avoided in this run. So they have probably identified that this is it. This is our best shot. Victory here, and we can maybe make it to the global finals. Defeat, well, that was, a tough day for us, but we tried our very best.
So they do a snap right here. You saw Andy, he was running over there to grab some trash while 07 is going to be finishing off, giving the password to this guard and spawning the instruments that need to be picked up. Andy is going to be grabbing a muscle and some smugglers to be pulling into this trash first section. You get the damage amp from doing the musical notes here. You see Andy on that warrior finally running in. Vikman even stays behind to give him that stampeding roar to try to allow this snap to happen a little bit faster. There are those cartel smugglers. I think a muscle is coming into. Oh, it's a wise guy. Here we go. Doesn't really matter. Mobs that don't really do too much, I guess, is the best way of describing this here.
And remember that 12-minute 30? The 12:30 I identified that they had left for the 3 bosses to be on the same kill timer as missed count. That time passed 20 seconds ago. So it is going to take a massive amount of damage for 07 to be able to kill these 3 bosses in a faster time than missed count. Keep an eye on Shelly. That guy needs to be in Ascendance. Probably more time than he's out. And he gets a proc there? Oh, no, that's a press. That's a press. Okay, never mind.
It was a proc first, though.
I like what's going on right here for him. They've put him on the drums. So that means he doesn't have to dodge out of the way of any of the food, and he doesn't actually have to dash and lose a bunch of globals trying to pick up the notes. Instead, he's able to have 100% uptime on his drum
Can we just look at Shelly's character alternating between hitting the drums and then throwing the elemental blast? That is an incredible aesthetic. He's just got the drumsticks as he's throwing out those elemental blasts. Wow, what an icon, Shelly on the drums. All right, we have another reset coming out for Scaffolding in this Arakara. 3 minutes left before these runs become final. They have to figure it out. They have time for probably one more reset before their keys will lock as 07 collect that haste buff on all of their players. You can see those happy faces turning into angry faces, meaning they have gotten all of the value. They'll be getting the damage and the haste, doing a huge amount of extra bonus damage to the boss here, but they just need to be doing so much single target for the remainder of the dungeon for this to work out. Now, the Ellie Shaman, we talk about it having some downsides relative to the Mage, but Arcade Mage single target isn't that great this season. It's not an incredibly... wow, that was scary. That was a scary
this is bad.
There.
He's getting blocked by the entire crowd control. Look at this. They wanted to bait that crowd control in the front. That's why they're all standing towards the front. Shelly just got the entire crowd control, all of his damage blocked out of there.
Lava Burst coming in from Shelly as he's trying to proc another DRE. Let's see if he can be successful. That's what if you're an 07 fan, you are wanting to see Shelly turn into that Ascendant over and over again on this boss, on all of the other bosses. But yeah, I think they're actually going to find so much damage by putting him on the drums here. Often the group will just default to putting your healer on the drums, but yeah, it's so great to put the Ellie Shaman there, your least mobile range DPS, just getting to be full uptime on that blast, and it's pretty easy for them to maintain their damage buff as well. Everybody can, right? When the suppression spark is coming out, you will always get some notes that you can hit on your slide out, but you have to wait and milk it to the last second, which you can see is super scary. But look at their raid frames. All of those debuffs are still being maintained by all of these players, so they have as much damage as is humanly possible on this boss from that mechanic.
Good news, I think Missed Count actually missed their damage amp on a couple of their players. I think they lost a couple of their refreshes. So there is some time that can be made up there that we were talking about earlier whenever Zyro was giving us the numbers.
The menacing shout coming out here. Kick to the very last second to milk just as much time as possible here. We have to get through this shield.
Proc.
Great proc timing, although this shield is not dying.
One heal.
Hang on. Alert!
Vikman can heal through this. It's not the end of the world if
it's going to do a few pulses. It's not a one-shot like it used to be. It's pulses of AoE that they can heal through, and then they can get the kick afterwards. So, scary moment, but it was low enough to where they're able to just live through it either way. Another scary moment with Roybin sliding into Shelly but moving away at the last moment. the timer is looking more and more egregious as we get closer to, and we're close to that end of day here, so regardless of whether or not they like it, 07 might just be locked in, waiting for official confirmation on that, but we're very close. 26:32, 8.5 minutes left in the key for 07. There it is. We're locked into this run, so whether they like it or not, this is the best chance that they have. 8.5 minutes for 07 to kill Mailroom, make their way up to Soasmi, and kill that boss as well. Ah, man,
It's possible.
guys. It's possible.
It's winnable.
Yeah, it's not easy. Look, I don't love it. If it was me, I would be pretty stressed. But these are quick bosses, right? The amount of time that you need to kill those 2 bosses, both of them around that 4-minute mark. Now, we are going to fight Postmaster with some trash here, and the problem as well is there is some traversal time through this dungeon. You're going to lose a total of, another minute or so from walking to this boss and then walking to the next one. But this is going to be their last bloodlust of the dungeon, or heroism in this case.
This is very scary. They have the mail elemental spamming that junk mail on them while the fan mail or that money order soak is going to be going off. And Shelly dies to a dot while having his Ascendant and the Bloodlust pressed. He lost so much damage right there.
He lost everything, and on top of that, those 15 seconds are going to be so much more painful to lose when you know the timer is so close, and you need to be gaining time here, not losing it. Again, this is their last chance. There's no other thing to do but to keep going. 07, chat, they need your energy right now. Give them all the salutes and all the energy you have right now.
This is such a bold play as well. Let's just mention, this is their one and only attempt at a 23 Streets. For this to work out or even come this close is a miracle for 07. They are doing such a great job of keeping their chances alive. 6.5 minutes left, and Postmaster is still quite healthy here. 75% on the boss. The loss of Lust for Shelly going to be catastrophic, not just for those 15 seconds, but also all of the damage that was lost from those cooldowns in the death too. So 07 now just 6 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock here. Postmaster's health is so high, and they also don't have count fully yet. Although there is that Peacemaker that they can grab outside. I assume that's going to be the plan for their last. Oh no, they got it.
Count.
It's just updated. There we go. So count is indeed solved for 07. So it's just the last 2 bosses. 59% on the boss. So, okay, if we can get this boss dead, and we can pull Soasmi with maybe... What do you think is the absolute fastest that one could do Soasmi? Maybe 3:30 if the stars align?
4 minutes?
If your shaman is procking off, 3:30.
Okay.
If he's just getting back-to-back-to-back procs, let's say he has 40% uptime on the boss, which is huge, by the way. That's a crazy number.
Well, I have a good feeling about it, though.
I think 3:30.
I think the procs are... We've gotten pretty unlucky with procs so far this dungeon. I think we're due for a few.
Always keep gambling, of course, Travis.
Exactly,
Listen,
yeah.
all the best shamans can literally call their procs. Meanwhile, a proc does come for Shelly here. 2
There it
Tempests
is.
for free
That's what we need to see.
from the tier set as well. We need more of those as he puts himself in a position to receive these briefcases so they can toss them into the mail chutes on the boss, make sure no explosions go off. We're getting closer and closer to that timer. Dratnos, I gotta say, I'm starting to believe a little more as I'm looking at the timer left, and you're thinking maybe 3:30 is possible. This boss could die in the next minute. How much time does the RP take? How much time does the travel plus RP take for Soasmi, though?
25 seconds for the boss to spawn.
Okay. We need to lobby for a new rule to pause the timer when they're out of combat. That's what 07 are going to need here to really help give them the punch that they need for this timer. Because, yeah, I mean, we talked about, look, 3:30 is a extremely ambitious timer for the last boss, and I'm not sure they're even going to have that much time after that RP is done, especially, oh man, here on Postmaster, they're going to have to do another set of these unstable goods. That's going to be even more uptime lost. As you can see, Shelly planting himself so he doesn't have to lose too much damage, as everybody else is going to be the tank and the healer that do most of the running around. So Casual and Roybin get to keep DPSing just as much as possible here. Still 10% left on the boss, less than 4 minutes left in the dungeon as well, and those 4 total deaths here add up to a full minute of time loss. I think if they didn't have those, they would be in good shape for this one. Roybin going to disengage out and use that aspect of the turtle to immune this damage. But yeah, this boss is just still alive.
The individual play has been nearly perfect here from 07 at the end of the dungeon, considering this is a dungeon they likely haven't practiced. Shelly identifying he needed to press that Ascendance as close to cooldown as possible, because if he saved it for the pull of Soasmi, he would only get one press at this point in the dungeon. Mailroom goes down, but with only 3.5 minutes left in the key, 07 are going to need all the RNG in the world in order to time this key.
Up they go. Less now than 3 minutes once that RP is done is all they will have for Soasmi, the breaker of potentially their MDI dreams here, unless 07 can string together the most absurd chain of crits, of deeply rooted element procs, and of perfect uptime optimization on this boss. They know their odds are slim, but they are going to give it a try nonetheless. There's that misdirection as it's agonizing, waiting for Soasmi to finish monologuing here. But we get into combat here. 2 minutes and 41 seconds, the amount of time left in the dungeon when the boss is pulled.
Keep an eye on Shelly. You want to see him in ascendant form, his hair going crazy, lava burst spewing all over the place. But for the time being, that is just not the case. He'll get one last press of that button. We need that RNG. We need Roybin to get a Black Arrow Death Blow reset every single global during cooldowns. I'm not saying it's over yet. There is a chance. We just need to get the top 99% of our classes RNG, and this is still timeable. There's a proc for Shelly. That's huge.
Part 1 of the comeback dream has been realized here by Shelly, entering that ascendant form, spiking on the damage meters, up from 3rd into 1st place off of just that one proc. That should really go to show just how important it is that they get a few more of these, and they'll be able to blast the boss. But already one of our 3, less than 3 even, minutes has evaporated off of this boss, and they're trying to optimize their damage so much that they're playing it so dangerous with moving through these portals at the absolute last second, and also just with using as few globals for healing as possible to try and get as many of those Catform globals, those little pieces of Resto Druid DPS are so necessary.
Good RNG, great RNG right there. They only have to move to that triangle marker to be able to get here on the double technique, to be able to continue to maintain uptime on the boss.
But the sands of time are working against them right now. 07, 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the dungeon. The boss is still above half health, and they've used much more than half of the time they had from when they pulled this one. With less than 60 seconds, we are entering that painful part where we now have more percent on
Shelly's
the boss.
Stuck on the other side. Or was he on cooldown, being able to port? Oh yeah, he's on cooldown. Oh no, he got disconnected from his group for a while.
More percent on the boss now than seconds left in the dungeon. They would have to accelerate to an absolutely incredible height here, and they have reached some incredible heights today, but it is not going to be enough for 07. There's just no way. 30 seconds now, 46% on the boss. They are going to finish this boss, but they are not going to be able to time this keystone.
It's just so sad to see. Where was this 07 this weekend? If they played this way the entire weekend, I think they would have been our second place team by a mile. But unfortunately,
if they played
as
the way
the
they
time
played
ticks
the back
down,
half of this dungeon,
Dude!
in the first half of this dungeon, they would be timing this key.
As the timer ticks over, though, unfortunately, 07, despite the Herculean effort to try to get the world's second 23 seats, are going to be eliminated in 3rd place. And Scaffolding will be our 2nd place team qualifying to global finals from Group B.
They did everything they could and fought until the very last seconds afforded to them. But we will be, as we said, seeing 07 be one of our eliminated teams. Now, this does mean that Miscount, our champions, and Scaffolding, our runners-up, will be continuing on to the global finals. Honestly, the competition was incredible, and I loved seeing all of the teams, honestly, push it as far as they could to try and bring it home here in this fierce competition for 2nd place. But the leaderboard, I mean, man, is this what we were expecting this weekend, Dratnos? Were there surprises for you?
I think a lot of us would have maybe predicted this top 2 at the end, but I don't think any of us would have seen it happening this way. I mean, Miscount ending with 6 world record tags to their name. Scaffolding as well. You know, some good performance early on Friday, sketchy middle end of Friday, good at the start of Saturday, great at the very end of Saturday. and then struggling in the Arakar all day, giving 07 the opportunity to come back to take that second place spot, and 07 having the difficulties that they did, but then nearly clutching it out here at the very end was an amazing story to see unfold.
It would have been so cool if they had landed it, but you have to give them props. Everybody get those 07s in the chat. They really did try to, but I mean, honestly, seeing the play from Missed Count just in the stratosphere as far as just execution, as well as key levels and those world records went with the speed timer. It's just incredible. And Scaffolding, a steady build this weekend that really earned them the second place as well. Tettles, I mean, we had some big plays this weekend. You do your Tettles top 5 at the start of stream, but what did you think about the plays overall?
I mean, I think that Miscount, they looked unbelievable in terms of consistency. I think that that's kind of one of the key words that we use whenever we talk about these MDI teams, is just like, how consistent are you going to be? And then what is your capstone level dungeons? Miscount, they were unbelievably consistent, and they came away with 6 world records, and they stopped 2 hours early because they didn't want to give up too much information that would set them at a disadvantage for the global finals. I think that this just sets up our global finals to be in a situation where it's like everybody's holding strats. People are just, I don't even know what we're going to see. What's being held? Like, what are we holding back?
Yeah, right? I mean, we've tossed around a little bit the possibility of like plus 24s, but Zyro, what do you think we could get that would be even more than what we've seen? I mean, obviously these teams have pushed it so high already, and there's only higher to go.
I mean, just look at some of these times from Miscount. People talk about a team being on another planet when they're playing. Well, Miscount was in another galaxy. They were just completely out of reach this weekend. Like, they've reached levels of play this weekend I don't think we've seen in the history of the MDI, and that's crazy to say. Look at how far below the timers they are on these keys. Arakara, nearly 4 minutes under. Priory, almost 3 minutes under. Gambit, 4.5 minutes under on 23! Like, all of those keys are +1 potentials. Ecodome, they have potential for a +1 streak. We already saw the +1 from what Holy Method did. Like, teams qualifying for globals are going to have to look at what Miscount did this weekend and make decisions about what their practice is going to be for globals that they didn't have to consider before this group play happened.
I know. I mean, honestly, I just wanted to immediately know, like, what everybody's retorts were to Missed Count this weekend. I mean, Holy Method, we had our guesses they would probably be strong coming in, but Missed Count, they really have fulfilled so much of what I think they've wanted to achieve in previous seasons, and I just want to know how they're going to all clash when it comes to the global finals. I mean, obviously, we're looking at some of these splits now, and with the timers that we got to see, I mean, Dratnos, this was a really impressive weekend across both weekends, but we got to see some really good runs, I think, across the board.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see we have this story of these different dungeons, and Missed Count are faster and a higher key level in several of them, which is an absurd combination to be true. But you can just see the Ecodome, for instance. Okay, at least in this one, they're a key level higher or 2 key levels higher than everybody else, but they are at least a little bit slower. So at least it's not as crazy in the Ecodome as it was in the Arakara, but still faster than Holy Method were last weekend. Here's that Streets as well. That Streets that we saw 07 almost come in one shot with 4 deaths nearly there at the end. Miscount did come in and one shot, 33:56 as well, so they had more than a minute left in the timer, and we don't even know if that was their best run as well, because it was their first try.
I know, I love that they just like one-shot it. It was like, oh sure, we'll just go in for the +23 and oh, that's done, I guess. We nailed that. So, I mean, you can't blame them for honestly stepping out when they did, given that where you go from there, it's hard to even say, but we know that we will be finding out for sure in the global finals. Now, with everything that we've seen from the dungeons, is there anything that, like, Tettles, you're thinking, okay, so we've seen these, but maybe we can get more from this dungeon, or maybe with the next teams, we'll get to see even more come out of some of the dungeons we have in the pool?
Gambit. I think that, we're looking at the timers in Gambit. I don't know how you're supposed to live title stomp, I'm going to be completely honest. I'm sure that the teams will figure out a way to be able to survive those Coastwalker Goliaths at the very beginning of Gambit. I think we can get a +1 there and go up all the way up to 24. Nuts.
All right, well, we will find out and see how high they can go, but right now we have our top 2 teams representatives from both of them here with us, and we're going to be tossing to an interview. So Verb, Lae'zel. We've got Verb from Miscount and Lae'zel from Scaffolding. Good to see you both. Congratulations on a group weekend complete.
Thank you. Hello.
Can you hear us?
Thank you. Hello.
Oh, here, hold on.
Yes.
Hello,
thank you.
hello. Hi. Huge congrats. I mean, honestly, loved seeing all of the teams play this weekend, but both of you, incredible performances all around. So many good runs. And, we have a lot of questions to ask you, so we'll get started on them. But Verb, I'll start off with you. Your speed and execution this weekend were just unparalleled. And the team had mentioned in a lot of pre-survey interviews that you had changed your practice mentality going in. So I was just curious if you thought that that's what made the biggest difference for the team, or if it was something else.
I think that's definitely part of it. Yeah, we've tried to change our approach to the practice a little bit to better improve on where our weaknesses were, I guess, as a team. And I'd say we've succeeded so far. We'll see.
I'd say you did. Yeah, no, it was. We were blown away today. So well done.
Okay, so
right.
Lae'zel, I have a question for you. We saw in
Hello.
pretty deep runs, you guys ended up having some wipes, like the very end of Priory. You guys had some very small mistakes into Gambit. We saw the wipe at the very end of Arakara as well. How are you guys going to improve consistency going into global finals? Because it felt like you guys were on the cusp of being able to time dungeons really quickly.
I'm not sure. We had some communication issues, I think, towards the end. Arakara here, I went in, I'm like, bro, dispel me, and I got one shot. And then in the Gambit, towards the end, we have a script for the assassins, right, that jump out. And then, I don't know, for some reason the script was off, and then, we died to the assassin going off. And then, where else did we wipe? On the Priory. Oh yeah, on the Priory, we wiped to the mini-boss pool, I think 2 times or 3 times or something, because something just happened that never happened on practice. I don't know. We just have to fix it and copy more miscount routes, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, I have a question for Verb here. Okay, so on all 3 days, you guys came in, you got everything you wanted to done in less than the 5 hours. Were you expecting, was that a surprise? Did that come as a surprise to you, especially here on this last day, coming in, one-shotting the Streets 23? Was that over expectations, or do you guys know you're always going to be that good?
I mean, we were just working around this spec ban rule, right? Because kind of the other option was to add another key with off-meta specs, right? So that you can add another key with meta specs at the end. But then you're just adding a key, which was going to take you more time, and then you end up with the same end result. So that also didn't really make sense. So we just made the shorter plan with some leeway, and then we exceeded the performance that we needed, and then we had some time left over.
I have another question for you, Verb. Who so far has been the MVP of your guys' team so far this season? Because you guys had a dominant performance this weekend. You guys looked insanely clean.
Oh, I mean, I think we've all played insane and just done really well in practice and everything. But, it's hard to pick just one, but I will say, I think we're all very impressed with how Hardjax has been multi-classing. Since he's only been the mage player, of course, he's the best mage player of all time. But it turns out he can play everything.
So we now have 3 weeks between now and global finals. What's in the cards for both of you? I guess we can start with you, Lae'zel. What are you guys going to be doing practice-wise between now and global finals?
Probably a lot of VOD reviewing, to be honest. We have many hours of VOD reviewing ahead of us. Copying just group A, not copying, but looking at what Viscount does, looking at what Echo does, or Holy Method, Wunderbar, Method EU.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of VOD reviewing to do.
I mean, Verb, you're going to be the team people are VOD reviewing off of, so what's in the cards for you guys? What's it look like for you guys for the next 3 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we needed to come into this weekend and still have some juice saved up for the finals. So we need to go back and we need to go through the dungeons and we need to improve them even further, obviously, because we've now shown what we can do and we need to do even better in the finals.
Yeah, love it. Well, thank you both. Honestly, it's been great talking to you. Been great watching you all weekend. I think I just have one last question, really fast, for Leslie, if that's okay. You said that you had some strats that you're holding back for the global finals, and you seem pretty confident making that statement that you were going to go through. So I had to ask: were you tempted to bust some of them out early, or are you excited to showcase them in the finals?
No, actually, the problem was that we didn't want to show them, and we ended up choking because we didn't have like a proper alternative strat to go by. So, like in Gambit, for example, I mean, not really.
All right.
We had an alternative strat, but we didn't have much practice on it. That was the problem, really.
Gotcha. Well, we're excited to see whatever you have in store in the global finals from both of you, honestly. And of course, we want to give you time to shout out a little bit. If there's anything that you want to say, or even anything that you want to say to one another, Verb, we can start with you. Any final thoughts before we let you go?
I guess I'll give a shout out to my girlfriend, of course, for supporting me. Give a shout out to my teammates, which are just going above and beyond in terms of performance this season. And I'll give a shout out to the competition, especially Scaffolding and 07 for giving us quite the showdown in the end.
And Leslie, was there anything else that you wanted to add in? Any final thoughts?
Actually, shout out to Advance as a guild. We had 11 players from Advance going into this MDI Cup. Actually, 11 players. 3 from 07, 5 from Muka Coinflip, and 3 from us. Shout out to all the players. And also, obviously, shout out to my team for making it to top 2. Also, shout out to Miscount for having damage hack. Enemy dungeon.
Awesome. Thank you so much, both of you, and to the whole teams, all of your teams, and everybody that participated, honestly. We can't wait to see you at the Global Finals again. We hope that you enjoy if you tune in for Group C, but if not, get a good rest, get some good practice in, and we will see you in just a few weeks. But thank you so much for competing, and congratulations again on making it through to the Global Finals.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Well, there we have it. Group B has panned out, and as we mentioned, Miscount will be our champions with world records across the board, with Scaffolding coming in here for our second place, and both teams moving on to the global finals. You know, every season we wonder, Miscount said that they wonder if this is going to be the one, and we wonder it as casters too. But with faster times and greater consistency than we've ever seen from them before, Miscount wasn't just matching the other teams today, they were racing beyond them to world record heights. Scaffolding built up their metaphorical scaffolding all weekend and climbed up to secure second place with experienced players in their ranks. They're just getting started as they look ahead to becoming the architects of even further victories. But of course, while our teams get ready to play their hearts out, you can get ready to play yours out as well in the Midnight Beta going live November 11th. Players who have opted in can be selected to be testers, and players who have already upgraded or do upgrade to the Epic Edition will gain absolute access to the beta. More details can be found at Blizzly/Midnight Beta. With that, I think we've done it, guys. I think that's it. Group B weekend done. But we've got Group C ahead. So we have even more action coming your way in the coming weeks. The Mythic Dungeon International will continue at the same time, same place, starting next Friday at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET. You won't want to miss it. We'll be there. Hopefully you will too.